I'm joking, it should be clear it was a joke, and hopefully actually funny. When I'm being serious, I should speak with care and I've now done many hundreds of hours of practice conversation. Despite my frequent failures in speaking, I hope you know all my comments. Fortunately, I think people will take clips of me and use them to attack me. This will happen more and more. I guess there's nothing I can do but send them my line. In the meantime, I hope be a better person and a better speaker. Let me also say that I like humor, especially dark humor. I like being silly and not taking myself seriously. I will keep taking risks with that. All week I was having fun, celebrating humanity at its most absurd and I will occasionally dress up in strange and weird outfits to celebrate the absurdity of life. I will hang out, break bread, joke with all kinds of people. I don't have to agree with them to laugh with them, in order to escape the brief moment of tension, conflict, and hatred of marriage. Humor just might save this little chaotic little civilization. I love the Ukrainian people. I love the Russian people. And of course, I love my fellow Californians and Westerners, New Yorkers, the Texans. I love humans. I love life.
Did you watch William Montgomery on Monday's Kill Tony? Yeah, it's his shit is interesting as fuck, man. It's socially awkward. It seems. Yeah, I mean, he does it. He does it. He's just intelligent. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I think there are a few things. One, English isn't his first language, so he's having to translate everything in his head. Two, he he's actually Tajikistan. Well, he was born in Tajikistan. Yeah, in Tajikistan. Um, he he may be Armenian. He's all kinds of stuff, but he was born in what, Tajikistan. He is Tajikistan. Yeah, You're good? No, I'm just like speed racer. No, I haven't. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. I wish. I do. Going down to the base in Florida. Starts with an H. It starts with an H. Holloman Air Force Base. Dog, that could be really big, dude. Dog, that could be really big. Like, Good reference. So, yeah. I love when we play a game and I don't know who won it because we're all pretty even. So that's the highest compliment I can pay you guys for the game. One thing that I want to show you guys before I'm gonna put the finishing touches on this, but I've been just drinking water. I know it's just because I haven't slept. I was up all last night and then I put tonight. Okay, um, so a lot of times like, I did something for okay, it's just a simple thing. I'm in this Wall Street bets, this one, and these guys they're really into stocks and stuff. So I made this gift that it's censored, but I'm gonna see how it works. So it's here, here. You can keep it. So, but the one thing is at the very bottom, it's got yeah, it's got my name, um, at least from Instagram. And if I can get these guys to start using this as a gift, especially on Twitter, all that kind of stuff, it's like a free shout out for me. You can spread that in a lot of different places. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so it's
I want to share that love with others, with you. I messed it up. Really, really sorry. Try my best. I have no agenda. No one telling me what to do. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. I'm all lucky. I'm deeply grateful to be alive, to share that joy with other amazing people around me. Thank you for your support, for all the love you sent my way. I will work my ass off to not disappoint you. Love you all. This is the Rothschild podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with David. Rabbi. Let's start with the big question. According to Judaism, who is God?
It's difficult because Judaism, like any tradition that is thousands of years old and encompasses so many different lands and languages and thinkers, it doesn't give a single answer to even simple questions. To large questions, it certainly doesn't give a simple answer. Although Judaism was responsible for introducing the monotheistic idea to the world, it doesn't mean that it's one idea. So if you take Maimonides, the greatest sage in the Jewish tradition, medieval philosopher, he would say that God is an omnipotent, benevolent, intangible, unimaginable. Like he said, you can't say what God is, only what God is not. Because you have to emphasize, we could talk more about that, but basically you have to emphasize the unknowability. You have a modern philosopher like Heschel, who says that God is a God of pathos, a God of deep feeling, which probably would make Maimonides shiver if he heard such a description. And if you look in the Bible, God is always regretting or having human emotions. So there are so many different kinds of depictions and ideas. And there is this tremendous tension between transcendence and pain. That is, in the Jewish tradition, God is exquisitely close. God is immanent. In the Talmud's words, God is as close as your mouth is to your ear. In other words, whatever you say, God hears it. And yet, at the same time, God is unfathomably distant. Sometimes when I speak to high schoolers, I will say, in the Jewish tradition, think of it this way. When you were 2 years old, you had no idea what it was to be a 15. Not only did you not know, you didn't know what you did. We conceive of God as being more, the distance between God and human beings is far greater than the distance between 2 year olds. So when we speak about God, we have to acknowledge how limited we really are.
So, okay, we have a lot of fascinating things on the table. So, one, the knowability of God. Then this idea of feeling, which, again, can God be operate in the space of feelings too, so not just the mouth and the ear of the senses. And God being known and God being felt by this 3-year-old in the analogy versus the teenager.
So I will take refuge in a beautiful phrase from Martin Luther, another Jewish theologian. He said, God cannot be expressed, God can only be addressed. In other words, you can speak to God, you can feel a sense of God, but can you begin to comprehend or know God? No. Yosef Kaspi, I'm pulling in a couple of early Jewish philosophers, he said, to know God, I would have to be him.
If you get close, is it useful or is it a distraction to visualize things, to embody, to create, to attach to the stories some kind of visualizations in our mind? For example, gender, he or she, things like this, or old man in the sky kind of thing.
So it's almost inevitable, but I think ultimately you try to transcend. This was the great, we just read this actually in synagogue, the story of the golden calf. And the story is that human beings found it impossible to not have a visualization because they had just come from Egypt and pagan world of pagan worship, everything. It's not that pagans thought that idol was actually God, but it represented visually what God was. And along comes this idea that God is actually not capable of being visualized, which is very difficult and it stretches the bounds of human comprehension.
So would you say that the proper way to operate as a human in relation to God is ability that you're screwed. You're not able to basically almost.
Well, the reason that the salvation of this is that you can't, I was going to say the reason you're not screwed, but then I thought somebody might be upset at the rabbi saying that. So I didn't say it and have not said it.
Yeah.
But the reason you're not is that you don't have to have a comprehension of God. You have to have a relationship with God. And those are not the same. I mean, to draw an analogy that is not far from perfect, as most analogies are, but this one especially. You have relationships with people who are mysteries to you. You're a mystery to yourself. You can live and love somebody for 50 years and they can say something that surprises you because ultimately we are trapped in here. And when a child first says I, we call that individuation. What that really means is I now know that I'm cut off from the minds of all other children and all other people. And so you have with God a more intimate relationship because you can believe that God is, you are known by God and you have a relationship with God despite the fact that you can't know God.
And some would say to have a good relationship, you don't be God.
Right.
You
Yes.
don't want to
The world that God created is constantly surprising. And by the way, the caveat to this, when I had all these debates with Chris Graves, and he would always say that God is a greater tyrant than North Korea because he continues after their death. And the idea of being known by God is after all frightening if you think God knows what I think and so on. If your image of God is in love.
We jump to this. You had friendships and conversations with a lot of the fascinating figures in the past 20, 30 years of the great intellectuals, one of which, perhaps one of the greats, is Christopher Hitchens. What have you learned from your conversations with friendship?
So there are a lot of views he held that I really do not agree with, but he was a remarkable person.
Let's get a lot of fun. He was full of
Well, one of the things I learned was you can't win a debate. Like, one of the reasons you can't win is because he has this British baritone and this ready wit that because you can't triumph over laughter. It doesn't matter if your argument is better. If your wit is better, you win. And so I remember once we were arguing about free will, and he said, "Well, I choose to believe it." Everybody laughed, and that was, despite the fact that that's not really an argument.
or like I have free will because I don't have choice.
Right, exactly.
And people should watch the conversation. It's great. I mean, it's that kind of David versus Goliath situation. And you're quite masterful at using charisma and sweet talking for it.
I genuinely liked it. I spent 3 hour limousine ride with him from one debate to another, from LA to San Diego, and the entire time he said, "We just can't talk about it." So we talked about literature, and he gave me a long lecture about Scottish. He was inexhaustible. I mean, not only did he, I wrote a couple of books, and one I began with the historian Keith Thomas said there are two ways of achieving immortality: by doing things worth remembering or saying things. By that standard, he did both. I mean, he went all around the world to all sorts of danger zones. He knew like the best bars everywhere from Kuala Lumpur, to Beirut to LA, and he could drink all night and write a 2,000-word essay on poetry of Yeats and go to sleep. I remember before one of our debates in Boston, he was at the bar, and he said, "Come have a drink." And I said, "I drink before I go to debate with you. What are you, crazy?" And he said, "Just have a beer. It's water." So he really was a constant, inexhaustible fountain of intrigue and interest.
What kind of things, if you can remember, if you can mention, if you can influence, to him enlightening you and helping you change your mind about something in this world?
So I think,
Unrelated to
unrelated to Scott, he convinced me that the idea, I mean, I had my doubts about it, but he convinced me through many more complicated argument than I wished it to be.
So he is, however you conceive of the term beauty, uh, he's one of the more beautiful humans this this weird little earth produced. So how do you explain the atheism combined with such a beautiful mind? And from your perspective of man of faith, how do you think about that?
So, the atheists that have debated, um, I think about all of them somewhat differently. So, I think that in some deep way, for example, Sam Harris, which is person, I don't even think that he wouldn't like the word religious, but I don't even think that he would take issue with that. I think that he would say his is a purely material-based spirituality. Right? I mean, his orientation towards meditation and appreciation Buddhism, there's something deeply seeking spiritual. Um, with Hitchens, I honestly, and I know some of his fans were really not like this. It's not that he was any kind of closet believer, certainly not at all. But I almost feel as though he was less a passionate arguer against religion than he was, first of all, extremely upset by the forms that religion took in this world. And then once he trained his intellectual powers to retard, he had so much fun inventing new arguments and attacking it that I really believe he gets carried away sometimes by his own eloquence and intellectual range. So, for example, the idea that you would call a book that religion poisons everything, I think he did that deliberately, provocatively, so that he could defend a proposition that obviously is indefensible, that poisons everything. So, I don't know. I think he had tremendous drug abuse. That's what sums him up. This guy loved all of his manifestations. And arguing against something that someone else believed was one of his greatest joys.
Yeah, and of course the practical aspect of that, he just saw the powerful and he challenged them with humor and so on. And you could argue perhaps that humor is the highest form that humanity can achieve. And sometimes maybe us little humans take things a little too seriously, and sometimes we can just laugh at it all, laugh at ourselves, and that's probably the purest form of wisdom.
Auden, the poet, said, among the people that I like or admire, I can find no common quality. But among those I love, all of them make me laugh.
There you have it. Speaking of people that make you laugh, Sam Harris. He's actually has a really great sense of humor. He's a very cold and monotone delivery. He's another one that you had really good conversations with. What's your fundamental disagreement that you have?
Sam believes that religion is intellectually indefensible. He really believes it deep in his soul. And he gets angry at the idea that a proposition should be unchallenged if it offends his sense of logic.
So he cannot move on.
Right.
So
In fact, I mean, I did a podcast with him, and then Sam did. And Sam said, when I heard your podcast with Andrew Rothschild, I learned stuff about what he thinks that I never learned in my conversations with him. I can never let him make those unfounded assertions without challenging them, and you just let them go. And I think there was something to that. Was like he finds it hard to have a conversation about religion that doesn't arouse his real ire about the harm that he thinks religion does.
it's more about the implementation of religion in the world as it is, versus the real fundamental.
I think he also thinks it's fundamentally, intellectually shot and yet disreputable. Faith. I don't know how to put this. I mean, they're both capable of separating their contempt for religion from the people that they have sitting in front of them.
You mean Hitchens and Sam Harris?
Yes. Both.
Respectful. You mentioned Eric Ross, and people should listen to your conversation with Eric because it's fascinating and great. It's non-standard. It just goes all over the place. It's humor and wit. It's great. So one interesting aspect that I also learned That's not about you, but about Eric. That's about Eric has a similar thing as Jordan Peterson, which is if you ask them, do they believe in God? I think the answer, they're not comfortable answering the question, or they might say no, but they're usually just not comfortable answering the question. But there's a kind of sense that they would like to live life, a religious life, as if God exists.
I think that's exactly right. I think, first of all, Eric has a really deep appreciation for Jewish tradition. I don't know Peterson. I've read his stuff and I've reviewed his stuff and so on. But I think that Jungians are, in their very approach, they believe that myth is the way the world works. And so it's not that big a leap to God, but it's still, there's still a distance.
Is it possible to advocate for unity too? Is it possible to have the depth of religious life without believing in God? Like, how do you make sense of these things without life within tradition? I mean, I honestly think it believes in God, but doesn't believe in God, and it's oscillating like it's often kind of persistent of some sort.
But Schroeder goes back. So I think that he would probably agree with what Ali Wiesel said, that a Jew can be angry at God or be disbelieving of God, but is not allowed to be indifferent to God. And I think Eric's not indifferent to God. And it's different than Christianity. I've had this conversation many times because you can be very Jewish and have deep doubts about theological questions because Judaism isn't a religion. It's a religious family. And so you're born Jewish. Like if I said to you tomorrow, if I was Christian, and I said, I believe in Jesus today, and then tomorrow I didn't, I'm not Christian anymore. But if tomorrow I said, I don't believe all this stuff, I'm still Jewish. So it's a more complicated system. Having said that, though, I think it's very hard to sustain for generations without some belief that the source of it is beyond ourselves. And in that sense, as he mentioned, Eric is unique.
Well, he was actually making that point that we need faith to propagate this tradition through the generation. So without that, the tradition is gone. It's a very interesting idea and a very interesting argument for devout faith, which is it's a thing, it's a glue that holds a tradition together. Otherwise, tradition is falling apart. You can't have the intensity of that tradition. I mean, on the other hand, you do see traditions being Thanksgiving.
So I would say traditions that are demanding, traditions that require turkey, but traditions that make demands of you that are countercultural and hard.
I think I need to introduce you to some Thanksgiving dinners that are quite demanding. Get the family together.
First of all, we're vegetarians, so I'm tough to have a Thanksgiving dinner. But there's a comedian in Kathy Ransom. One year I heard this on the radio and it stuck with me. He said that holidays were a chance to renew your resentments fresh. You know, that's basically what people do with their families. It's like, I'm going to go fight with the uncle and then this.
I apologize to take a dark turn, but you mentioned Elie Wiesel. I recently saw a picture of Elie Wiesel when he was in the camp. He was liberated. For some reason that hit hard. Like, you know, I've seen pictures, concentration camps of people I don't know, or whose words I haven't really felt. For some reason, like, they're just a normal person, like a normal body, lying there. I just, that was him.
I've seen it. And you can see his face, but at the same time, you see that this is an animation. And I think what's so disturbing about it is exactly what you were saying. Is I've seen 1,000 people like this, and I know this one, and I know what he became. So what about all those other people who look exactly like him who didn't make it?
You know, maybe it's projection, but it seemed like this perhaps is also just combined with but for me, it seemed like it was a regular day kind of picture. It didn't seem like Yeah, I'm not sure what I expect to see what something looks like. It's almost like there's no celebration.
I've never seen a picture of actually liberation being celebrated.
It's true. It's really true. So, what do you make sense? And I apologize to take a step into that moment in history. How, does, how do you make sense of the Holocaust, that Nazi Germany, that such things could be committed by human beings to each other? Is it religion? Is it thirst for power? Is it madness, crowd, some kind of carrying us forward?
I mean, for me, it's multicultural. I don't think there's one reason. So one of the things, especially there, has to do with the special nature of anti-Semitism, which is, let's put that to one side for the other. The second is, I think human beings are fundamentally split. They are mostly good, except when put under certain pressures. My first explanation for hatred is as follows. Go to a playground. What happens when a new kid comes in the day? Do the other kids say, oh, let's go share our toys with the new kid? No. They say, oh, who's that stranger? And let's go get him. Because otherness is built into our genetic. I mean, we're tribal by nature. And we see people form tribes all the time on different continents. I asked you before if you were a chess player. And when I was a kid and playing in tournaments, I didn't do it for that long, and I didn't do it that well. But when I was, it was like the whole world was divided into people who could play chess and people who couldn't play chess. Which is ridiculous if you think about it, as though that's the way you divide the world. But we tend to do that. And the Jews were always the identifiable other. There were Frenchmen and Jews, there were Russians and Jews, there were Germans and Jews. And the great blessing of America is that there's no identifiable other quite that way. Is that there's all these minorities and there's not an American and something. But once you have that identifiable other, and you have a long history blaming that identifiable other for all the ills that befall you.
Of course, people still do try to, like I said, America, they still try to find other immigrant versus going from generation to generation. There's so many ways to slice it. We still try to find ways. It's just more difficult in America because there's so many sub-tribes, hierarchies of tribes.
You're absolutely right. And I was moving fast because I didn't want to get bogged down with all the very difficult. It's true, I tried.
You're hoping it would mention it.
I stated, when you're on thin ice, your safety is in risk. So I was trying to move fast. But for most of history in East and Western Europe, not obviously in Asia, but in East and Western Europe, Jews were the ones who, they're not like us. They're clearly not like us. And so, and in addition, there's a peculiar quality. I don't know, I wonder what you think of this explanation. There's a peculiar quality to anti-Semitism that is unlike any other hatred that I know of, which is Jews are both superhuman and subhuman. They're vermin, as the Nazis thought of them as vermin, and yet they control the world. And there was an English scholar named Hyman Maccabi who said the reason that that's so is the myth that Jews killed God. They killed Jesus. And to kill God, you have to be superhumanly evil. You can't just be bad. Otherwise, you can't kill God. So there is some supercharged evil sense that people got from that about Jews that still adheres.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of the way we formulate the other tribes is often they're subhuman and they're here to steal our resources. But to be both is fascinating. Do you agree with Coach Hanson that all of us have the capacity to do this?
100% I know, as you probably do, but I probably know more both because of what I do and because I've lived a lot longer than you. I know a lot of religious leaders who people thought or think are above the human. And they are emphatically not. They're not. Some of them have done horrible things and they've used their position to do horrible things. And it's because there is no perfect sense. There's no, I mean, worship, the people who actually knew them around them, some liked them and some didn't. People are complicated, all of us.
And the tough thing is, the thing that's the toughest for me is it's not like always clear what is good and what is evil. Just certainly, if you just look at history, and it's not always propaganda. I, I really believe that some part of Stalin thought he was doing good, legitimately, and it makes you ask the question of yourself. For those of us who do good in the world, am I actually good? And that's a really difficult question, for like in the technology sphere, for example. With this dream of creating technology that is good, am I actually doing good?
So I have a question about that myself. Not about Stalin. I'm sure that Stalin also. Stalin does not strike me from what I know of him as somebody giving to a lot of self-doubt. But the question with AI to me is actually, it goes back to the God question, which is, if we have an appreciation of the limitations of our own intelligence, that we know that just like we can hear certain things, see certain colors, how much of the world is inaccessible to us because of the way our brains are constructed, how can we possibly have any confidence that we can create things that in certain ways are far more intelligent than we are and control them the way we think is best? Seems to me a hubris that might end up being perfect.
It definitely, any sentence with the word hubris in it is going to end badly when implemented at scale. But there is also beauty. So if you approach it with humility, there is a sense. I want to over-invent this as a group. There's a legend read by like that's hilarious. So there's a magic. I don't have kids. I've love to have kids. But there's a magic to bringing robots to life that it feels like you are a mini God. Because you just breathe life into an entity that operates in this world, especially when they have legs and they move in this way that's in the case of more like a robot, like a dog. That I don't think I'm over romanticizing it. The feeling is like you live with a child, just gave birth. Like, holy crap, this is the living thing. I wonder what he or she are thinking about.
By the way, I'm not at all insensible to how remarkable it must feel to create that. I'm actually worried in part about how remarkable it must feel to create that, because to maintain humility and perspective when it's such a fantastic thing is what's difficult. And I think also because creativity is both part of what it is to be human and very much part of the legacy of Western civilization and the legacy of having a creator God. We do have a tradition where God is known primarily through what God creates. So the first debate I ever had, since we talk about humor and God creating, let me give you my one God created joke. Because the first debate I ever had on religion and science was with Stephen Jay Gould. And it was wonderful because he had a deep interest in religion. And his interest was actually not to say religion is terrible. But I started with this joke, and I think it made the debate go a little bit easier. So the time has come when human beings can do everything that God can do. And the scientist looks up at heaven and says, God, you were great in your day. And thank you for everything you did. But now we don't need you. And God says, we don't need you. No, we can do everything you do. God says, everything? And the human being says, yeah, we can do everything. God says, okay. Can you create a human being? And scientist goes, yeah. God says, from dirt? Scientist goes, yeah. He goes, okay, let me see. Scientist reaches down, scoops up some dirt, and God says, get your own dirt. But the idea is that creating God tells us.
But you bring in Nietzsche, who proclaimed that God is dead. His belief in God slowly disappeared, you think? And what kind of effect does that have on society? He wrote that religion is not our enemy. Before the Western states captured the heart of our world, there was cruelty, carnage, and destruction. In the 20th century, when religion ceased to be a force in international politics, the scale of human slaughter was far beyond anything human beings have ever known. What is the world like? when we take religion out
I mean, I think Nietzsche was largely right. I mean, it wasn't a statement about God; it was a statement about God's presence in the world. Um, and I think that that's largely true. That God is not, of course, in a lot of Western society. And I believe that if the force of nihilism has no clear counter without an idea that we're all here for a purpose and that our lives are inherently meaningful and that there's a God who wishes us to be better. So I worry a lot about it. I think that the sort of optimism that things are just going to get better and better is what one philosopher called Katabawa ethics. That is, we're still living off the morals that religion gave us, but now that they're separate from the soil that gave birth to them, I see them.
this kind of optimism for the future of human civilization, you think, is in part grounded in a religious society?
I really do believe that's the first religion. And the Greeks, in fact, in the golden age of the past, the Jews who said no to golden ages in the future. Right? And I think that idea that we're moving towards something better, which I really believe humanity can do, and absent destroying ourselves, will do. You know, I mean, I'm very excited about the technology that I'm able to see it.
And that excitement is a kind of religious excitement, because there's a reason to preserve this.
Absolutely. I really think, I know this sounds absurdly anthropomorphic, but I really think God is cheering us on. I feel like this is why we're here. We're here to grow the soul and to grow each other.
Yeah. So where do you think the world, so if you just think of this force of nihilism that's contending with the force of faith-based optimism, what do you make of the atrocities in the 20th century? Do you think at its core it's part of human nature and has nothing to do with religion or not religion? Or do you think you could assign this kind of nihilistic feel to
I think it has to do with a religion that doesn't make sense. That is, for Stalin and for Hitler, they both had religions, but they were, in a sense, but they were religions that didn't make sense. For the 36 times the Torah talks about the stranger. The point is, it's trying to educate people away from their natural inclination towards distrusting and suspecting. And it's a lot of work. That's really difficult to do. But if you have a tribal passion and not a universal ethic, then we're in trouble.
the Jewish tribe is a very strong tribe. So how do you make sense of this mention of the stranger versus the power of the tribe, which is the whole point, that the mechanism of tradition propagates the tribe?
So it's both. I mean, the Torah does not start with Jews. It starts with Adam and Eve. That's a way of saying, yeah, this is going to be a story about a people, but understand that prior to a kind of people, there are people. Right? Like I'm a human being before I'm a Jew. And in fact, the Jewish New Year, you know, the Muslim New Year starts with Muhammad's birth, and Christian New Year starts with Jesus' birth. And the Jewish New Year starts with the creation of the world. Because the idea is, yes, this is a particular tradition, but it makes a universal statement, which is all of humanity is a child, are in the image of God, are children of God. I think that the idea of Judaism was to try to exemplify a certain way of making that statement. And I want to say one other thing about chosenness. It's very name dropping, but when I tell you how I got there, it won't be a name. So my brother is a professor at Emory, and so is the Dalai Lama, who teaches at Emory. Although he no longer does because he's too old to go to Emory, but for many years taught at Emory, and so my brother brought, he's the head of the ethics center, bioethics. So he brought a bunch of students to Rothschild to meet the Dalai Lama. So I went to India. I was on sabbatical, but anyway, I met my brother there, and we had a chance to meet the Dalai Lama. Okay, that was the name drop. So we're sitting in the art before he speaks to the students, he was speaking to us. But not because, I just want to make it clear, not because he said, oh, I got to talk to that rabbi. We just happened to, I happened to glom along with my brothers. We sit down. First thing he says is he points at me and says, what's this about the chosen people? So, and he had asked that I give a lecture, which I did later, to his monks about how Jews survive the diaspora. So it's not like he doesn't know about them, he never thought about it. He was just right away. So I said, yes, Jews believe that they were chosen for certain issues of this world. That doesn't mean other people weren't chosen for other sorts of things. They certainly, it seems to me that other people believe they're chosen for things too. Burst out laughing and said, yeah, we also think we're chosen. So I think
the idea that no tribe is better from a Jewish perspective, you're chosen for things, but that doesn't make you better.
No. The only place where the betters came in, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, was not with the idea that you flood. Because when Jews were small, persecuted, the way that you take this sort of psychic revenge is by saying, no, we're better than our persecuted. But the idea is, different people have different missions, which is, there was a Jewish philosopher, Franz Rothschild, who used to say, he didn't know very much about Islam. He used to say, Judaism is the sun, and Christianity was the rays. Judaism produced the idea of God, and Christianity was the
Can you speak to this difference? What is the difference, the similarities between Judaism, Christianity, and
the religious family part is different, and the greatest difference, which I talked about in the Eric Weinstein podcast, is that Islam and Judaism are more similar in a lot of ways than Judaism and Christianity. And the reason that is so is Christianity, in its core, is not a religion of law. The reason it's not a religion of law is because it grew up in the Roman Empire. So law was taken care of. And Jesus didn't have to create civil law because you had Roman law. Muhammad and Moses created a religion in the desert, and there was no religion. So you have to create a religion of law. Otherwise, you have anarchy. And that's why, in a lot of ways, there was never a separation of church and state within Islam and Judaism. That was a gift that Christianity gave the world. And it could do it because of render unto Caesar with the Caesars. But when Moses came along, there was no Caesar. When there was no Caesar. So historically, the traditions shaped differently. But all three of them have this core, I think, the single most important statement and insight in all of human history, which is that every human being is an equal to us. And if you really believe that, that's a transformative belief.
so that means you should love thy neighbor as yourself,
Thyself, which comes from Leviticus, it comes straight from the Torah.
So I don't know if you know, I've been just chatting with him online. I don't know if you know who that is. He's in Dallas. Great guy. I enjoy his interfaith dialogue. And do you ever do that kind of talk with a Christian Muslim?
Yes, often.
I do whenever I at least listen to them in the context of these kinds of conversations. There's so much of humor and empathy and appreciation, and also ability to make fun of the quirks of the little one's own communities. It's not necessarily with the depth or the detail of the tradition, but these are communities. They're full of people. They're full of weird people because we're all weird. And so there is very particular flavors of weirdness that I'm willing to make fun of them. And in that way, we can talk about some beautiful ideas. So, I don't know, do you engage in these kinds of things which is rough?
So one of the things I learned is exactly what you said, that personalities that you think are unique to your community. In fact, they exist in all sorts of communities, and religious communities in particular draw, I think, some interesting personalities. And also especially as clergy, some of the pressures that you feel are shared. And it's weird, again, it has to do with that tribal association. There's almost like there's an understanding among clergy because they have similar straight, and it's a strange role in the following way. Um, it's one that you never hear. That is, you're not my lawyer at the Super Bowl, but you are my rabbi at the Super Bowl. It doesn't matter why you're there. That's not an escapable role. Every religious leader is aware of that. That strange assumption of stepping into something that you can never step out of.
You're also the source where people go to think about the deepest question of our lives and our universe. And so that's something, when people are suffering, they look to you for answers.
And every privilege comes with a cost, different kind of. The reason you get to be in that role is exactly because you get the privilege of being there at crucial moments in people's lives. I mean, the fact that I get to marry people and get to give eulogies for people and come to the hospital, it's inexpressible. I have this joke with people that I know, like when I'm sitting on the couch and it's Saturday night, I don't want to get home until the wedding. You really don't. I want to sit there and watch Netflix like everybody else. Yeah. But when I'm actually doing the wedding, I always. And the reason is that I don't think, I mean, yes, people go to you for answers in calmer conversations. So if you ask me now, like, what's my theory of why God allows evil, I could give you a conversation about it. Mm-hmm. But they really go for presence and comfort, not really for answers. If someone is suffering, an answer doesn't make them unsuffer. You know, it's just they want to know they're not alone.
You heard and just feel things in silence.
Yeah.
In terms of weddings, marriage, what's the role? That's all. I'm just going to take some notes here. What's
the rabbi?
The role of marriage in human existence?
It is, first of all, to teach you how to care for someone like you, which could be anyone you marry. And I think it's to create a moment of family.
So there's a commitment to care for a long time.
Right, exactly. And also, when couples come to me and they say, we don't need to be married because it really will change how we think about ourselves and our relationship, I say, well, that's true. It might not, but it will change how everyone else looks at you. And because it changes how everyone else looks at you, it changes you. Because it's one thing to say, this is my partner. It's another thing to say, this is my husband. To say this is my husband, that means we've made a real commitment to this.
Yeah. What do you worry that there's a discussion of that as well in terms of how as religion disobeys it loosens hold on society, loosens impact on society. Do you worry about that?
I worry about it. I do think that it is possible that we'll go, rather than the dissolution of youth transition, that is different kinds of families and different configurations of families. That is, I see some of that. But I also do see it's less a dissolution of marriage than it is the idea of marriage. And I'll give you like a simple example. When I was growing up, a player on a sports team was always on that team. And you rooted for the team because you knew the players for 20 years. Now, there are very good reasons, starting with Kirk Flood, why people got free agency and they can move around and it's better for the players. I understand that. And I'm not saying that they should continue. But just like people move jobs and they move sports teams and they change careers and they change partners. And there's a diminishment of the commitment to commitment that I actually think has serious societal consequences, and that I am worried about.
Yeah, there's a cost to that. In the way it's about commitment, that's beautiful. Because like some of the deepest friendships I have is when we've gone through some shit together.
Yeah.
So like the hard times, going through hard times together, especially with the hard times in between the two of you, that I mean, that's always the risk. But if you can find a way through it, that can bond you stronger. I think that's the thing about
There's no question. And even if it doesn't keep you forever, you still have a connection that doesn't exist. So I can give you one. You said, what is it about? I'll give you one, I think, beautiful answer. Someone once asked Rabbi Soloveitchik, who was a great thinker and leader in the Orthodox community in the 20th century. They said, I go from religion to religion. I just take what I think is beautiful. And his answer was that you're treating religion like a nomad. He said, nomads go from place to place, and they eat what they want and they leave. He said, farmers stay in one place. The difference is farmers make things right. And I think that that's true also. Think about the relationships you have, the things that grow now, the relationships that you've invested in, that you farm, basically, that can't exist in
when we talk about the drug, what is this? And is it the literal word of God? Easy questions.
Yeah. Well, the Torah is the 5 books of Moses, the Hebrew. I, like most, I think, modern rabbis, non-Orthodox or non-Orthodox rabbis, will tell you that it's a product of human beings. And I believe that they are inspired by God, but it's clear to me that it's a human product. And I think that people who study modern biblical criticism, it's really hard to study modern criticism. It gives a wrong impression. It's a modern scholarship on the Bible and not appreciate the fact that it even has levels of language. It's just like if you read today somebody's writing like Shakespeare, you would say this is it's like English is developed. It's different. It's not the English we speak today. And if you study the Bible in Hebrew, you can even see that this was written over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It is a holy book, and I like the idea that it is what you say in Hebrew is Torah min hashamayim, not Torah min Sinai. That is, the Torah is from heaven, but it's not from Sinai. So it has its origin beyond us, but it has things in it that I think, and this is one of the things that was a huge controversy in my congregation when I started to do same-sex marriage. There are some people who try to argue that the Torah does not forbid that. Whether it does or not, it seems to me we understand things that were not understood in the Hebrew about gender and sexuality. And so
you think that in the scripture, in the words, define the kind of spirit that supports the idea?
Well, that's my argument is that we criticize the Torah by the Torah. That is, it gives you the understanding that you use to evaluate certain claims. And I think that Judaism, by the way, has always done that because it's clear that there are things in the Torah that the rabbis changed, altered, grew, expanded, diminished. That's what it is to be part of a living tradition.
Okay, you wrote in your book Why Faith Matters. So Walt Whitman wrote that in order for there to be great books, there must be great readers. For a book to remain powerful throughout generations do not have a certain meaning. Scripture, like great poetry, is not reducible to other words. That is, one cannot paraphrase it to capture the totality of its meaning. So, how the heck do you capture the meaning of your word in scripture? Is it an ongoing process through the centuries?
Yeah, exactly so. It's a continual conversation of sages, scholars, readers, strugglers, seekers, mystics, visionaries, all of them making a contribution. I mean, I write a weekly color column for the Jewish Scholars. I start reading books and seeing what people say, and it starts to percolate, and you realize that you're entering this conversation that's been going on for thousands of years with remarkable minds, and it constantly fertile in new insights. So yes, that's what it is to be fertile.
why do people keep writing love poems? We should have figured out love letters.
I use the analogy sometimes of diet books. If any diet worked, there would be one book. There'd be one book and you'd be done.
You mentioned this fascinating story that you were part. You were a part of several controversies.
I've had a few.
So, for someone who walks with ways through the fire, you sure have found yourself in a lot of fires. One of them, can you tell me the story of your views on gay marriage? The underlying principles that led you to fight this battle of defending gay marriage in the Jewish community?
So I'm part of a congregation really politically split, and even and split not only politically but split in terms of origin. We have a lot of Jews from the Middle East, from Iran, a lot of Persian Jews, a lot of Jews from Israel, from Mexico, from other places, and many that grew up in Israel. And
Do you have any Russian Jews with us?
I have a few Russian Jews, not as many as I should, but we'll work on that. But what happened was, increasingly, I became uncomfortable with people who would come to me and say, "This is the only kind of person I can love." It's not the same question as an introvert, as a Jew marrying a non-Jew, because you could find a Jew who may not be married with, and that's a whole separate question. But I would have men in my office primarily, some couple of them, and they would say, like, this is the only kind of person that I can enter into an intimate relationship with. How can it be that my religion has no room? And that was very persuasive to me. So, but I knew that it was going to be explosive in my when, by the way, finally happened, literally from the front page of the New York and the LA Times. That explosive. So it was not a small controversy. And so what I did was I started to teach classes, not that many people came, about neutrality, tradition, and so on. It's funny, much less about this. I'm talking about in terms of the sources and so almost always about music. So, and then I got ready to send out a letter. And I said to my daughter, who at the time was maybe 10 or 11, now in her mid-20s, I said, look, honey, when you go to school tomorrow, or whatever it was, I said, people might be saying bad things about your dad. And I just want you to be prepared for that. She said, why? And I said, because I'm going to start marrying. I'm going to start doing same-sex marriages. And she looked at me quizzically and said, what took you so long? And I thought, really, her face was like, I said to her, I'm going to start marrying blonde-haired people at the ground blue. It's like she really did not understand why there was an issue. And I thought, that's exactly why. Because I know that this is, it's generational. People are raised with it. They have it deep in there, but it's not really right. It's just not right.
But you could just look back to that journey. How difficult is it to make these decisions? So just you have to think about that in order to think about such decisions you have to make in the future.
And I will tell you one thing I did wrong with that and one thing I did right. The thing I did right was I waited until in the communities where people objected to it, I had enough people whose kids had come out so that I had parents of kids who'd come out to refer later on other parents to, so that they wouldn't feel like they were the only ones. Because once I announced it, as I thought would happen, a bunch of kids came out and said, you know, after I said this to mom, dad, I want you to know I'm gay. And when the parents came to me, I could say, well, this is not really this person also. That I did right. What I did wrong was, I don't think this class is right. I don't think enough people. And I think part of the explosion was shock. And I should have prepared even more.
The words you used, talk about it, the way you thought about it, was it more scholarly in the Jewish tradition, or did you uh, go to the feeling?
No, I went to the field. That's it. Full every oath, which means respect or honor for God's creation, and caring for other human beings and understanding. Um, it wasn't scholarly because they knew the fact. Just the objections were not scholarly objections. They were, and I had I had many beautiful and also beautiful stories as a result. Some of which could be told, some to do again. But what I tried to impress also on people was how painful it is to not be able to tell the world, even your parents, who you are. And your sexuality is not a trivial part of who you are. I mean, it's core to so it's one of the reasons why I evoke such reactions. But I would say that the same reason that you're reacting so strongly tells you how strongly, anyway, it was a very powerful experience. And for that, yeah, I have not, I feel good about it. And afterwards, the other thing that I, again, said to my daughter afterwards, after it all died down, either a little bit back when she said, I told her the Churchill one said that it's exhilarating to be shot at without result. You know, you go into a battle and you make it through and you're still okay, that's good.
The problem is when you're in the battle, you don't know.
No, you don't.
So how did it feel like when you look back? You've been, used the word canceled a couple of times. I guess when you're dealing with a difficult question, how did this is a human being, a community that you really deeply care about some part of it, saying that you have failed?
I wasn't canceled the way, like I didn't lose my job, didn't lose my home, but I hurt people that I care about. That was the hard. Like I went into this, to be someone who brings people together, and then I would sit there and do even now, like we're aware of the stuff that's going on now. I sit there and people who are really upset at me, who I either am or used to be close to.
Do those people in uh, when you look now, because those are real feelings in the world. We've learned that about social media. People, especially during COVID, just intensely get feelings about stuff. And have you learned something about the passing feeling that turns into wisdom?
No question. And the sermon I gave this Saturday about how, Moses came down the mountain, he saw the golden calf, he broke the head. If he'd sat with it for a while, I probably wouldn't have broken the instant reaction is always anger. And in our age, unfortunately, the instant reaction gets put on social media forever and ever and ever. And by the way, once you've actually said that, if you keep quiet for a day or two, then you can back down because you haven't put yourself out there. Once you say, this is terrible what you do, it's harder to write and say, sorry, I shouldn't have.
Yes, it almost becomes. I actually, it's really powerful statement that the downside of saying something on YouTube is that it actually pulls you into this current. You create the current and pulls you into it, where it's actually very hard to escape. So when 2 days later you feel different, there's a momentum. There's now a tribe of people that feel this way. There's a momentum.
There's a momentum, and also you don't understand your own product. Because then people will get upset at you. I really think that a lot of antagonism is not so much that you don't want to give ground to the people who oppose you. It's that you don't want to break with the people who are behind you. And that's really hard.
Will you tell the story of this recent controversy?
Sure.
The story you just gave to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people relate to this because to me personally, I apologize to anybody who was hurt by this. The absurdity of it is deeply intense.
So here's the story. The LA County mandates masking children in school, and all the kids in our school are masked. Many of the parents are extremely upset about that. I would just leave that at that. I went to the Super Bowl. There were 70,000 people. I had great ones. Who remember the guy, gave me a ticket. question, I took a picture of myself unmasked as and people were, I mean, many people thought, oh, great, wonderful, glad you're having a good time, so I don't want to diminish at all, but many people who said that, a lot of people were livid. They were livid. And they weren't, what was instructive about it was, they didn't say, nobody wrote me a private note and said, I think this was a bad idea, you should fall by this. No. They were, you're a hypocrite, you're a clown, you're an idiot, how could you do this? This is a disgrace, they say that about me. Oh yeah, on my Instagram, you can still say I left the remarks up because I really thought it was important. If I only deleted the really vile because I thought that shouldn't stay up. But I left them up because I thought that people should see and I should remind myself what I did, and I didn't want to just delete the picture as though it didn't happen, because it did happen, and I did do it. And I felt terrible about that, and I felt terrible that I had not about. I mean, the comments weren't I didn't like it. Nobody likes it. But I felt worse that I had hurt all these people that I'm close to, and I offended all these people. It's really upset that their kids are wearing masks, and now their kid says, why would the rabbi have to wear masks?
Well, first of all, it is not. I mean, the masks, these kinds of discussions symbolize not necessarily the issues at hand, but the intensity of it. People are really struggling. People are in pain. They're lonely. The uncertainty of it. You don't have to trust. Everything's under question. The institutions, the scientific institutions, and there's all these conspiracy theories flying around. You don't know who to believe. There's people just yelling at each other, and politics is really into this whole thing in some messy way. And you just get angry. I mean, honestly, it's just like legit simple. This frustration. Going back to marriage, I was just hanging out with the kids, the wife, husband, just the stress building up over time and release. And people want to tell you, rabbis, not wearing masks. And Super Bowl, on the Super Bowl part, it's awesome. But anyway, it released clearly a dam of all kinds of feelings this is talking about. So how do you So what I did was I didn't answer on social media because I knew that I wouldn't be able to formulate it the way I wanted it. And I was going to wait. And I was going to be able to give a longer answer. I mean, the sermon is 15 minutes, not that long. But I want to be able to give a longer answer as opposed to a tweet. And so I was really, I tried to make 2 points during the sermon, and also I published the text because I never speak to the text. I always speak from either notes or not even from notes. But this time I thought it was really important to have a text up there too, so that people could actually look over it. And I just wanted to make 2 points. One of which was that I really feel terrible. And I did that. All these people were hurt, and that there was this, contradiction between the way I acted and the way they. I also think, by the way, I didn't speak about this, but I also think that there are some people who just don't like the idea of a rabbi being Super Bowl. It's like you're supposed to be doing rabbi stuff. So I understand that too. but rabbis, you are also, I hate to say it, but there's a rock star nature to Utah Christians contending with ideas, inspiring so many other minds. I mean, there's an education.
I appreciate that.
It's making ideas cool. That's a very powerful. That is also the job of a rabbi. You can just rabbi stuff.
But I didn't do so much of that at the game. So, nonetheless, but the second part of it is that we have to be able to express our anger and disappointment better than this. Just and in part because it doesn't get you the result that you want. When you scream at someone, that's going to get them to realize what they did. And the most painful moment of it was this letter that I got from a Christian pastor who said, I was admired with you so much, I can't believe they could be so cool, and especially the rabbi. And I thought, that's not how I want my congregation to be perceived. And by the way, some of them were from my congregation. Some were, many were not from my congregation, um, and I spoke about what you talked about, which is that I mentioned before that Moses broke those tablets coming down with the mountain. And Torah doesn't say what happened to the tablet, but the rabbis do. They say that they were carried together in the ark, but the second set was intact. And that we all have brokenness, communities and individuals. We have brokenness, and especially now. And we have to learn how to give each other space to be mistaken and broken, hurt, and all of that.
And if you feel when you give people that space, you feel better. You can care for the community. It feels better when you show empathy, compassion, kindness on the internet. You actually feel better a week from now. You feel much worse if you make some kind of negative statement of principle on the internet. It's almost just exclusively true. So if you care about feeling good, just be kind first. Be empathetic first.
So it's, it's settled down a lot. Most really the single best reaction. There are people, and you can go on social media, you can see all the criticisms and so on and so forth. But the single best reaction I got was from a man who came up to me right after the sermon and said, "I have 4 words for you." And I thought, no.
Nothing good enough.
I gotta confess it. I said, "What?" I said to him, it's like it takes so much courage to come up to somebody and say that. I was so grateful. And the other thing that he tells me is, look, I've been a rabbi at that congregation for 25 years, and I taught 10 years before that. I've been a rabbi for a long time.
We talked a little bit about the difference between Judaism and Christianity. You maybe talk about the difference between the Torah, the Bible.
So there's the Hebrew Bible is actually what's called step canon. That means there are 5 books of the Torah. Then there are books of history and the prophets. So books like Samuel, Kings, Judges, and then prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, Amos, Ezekiel, so on. And then there are what are called the writings. The writings are books like Psalms, Proverbs, Job, the Megillah, which are Esther, Daniel, all those books, Ecclesiastes. So in Hebrew, it's called the Tanakh, Torah, Nevi'im, Keturim. Torah, the prophets, and the writings. And that is the Hebrew Bible. Sometimes that's also called the Torah, just to be confusing, but really the Torah generally refers to the Bible. Then there is the New Testament, which the Jews don't recognize as a sacred book. They recognize it as the book of another religion. And I sometimes say to Christians, in order for them to really grasp this, Jesus has as much religious significance to Judaism as Muhammad has to Christianity. That is, Jesus, although Jewish, became the founder of another religion. And for Judaism, that's not only in as much as Christians and Jews have a lot of interactions, but religiously, Jesus has no significance. He said many beautiful things, said some things I don't like. Leave your father and mother and follow me. I don't like that as a religious model. Now, Christians will say that I don't understand that, but think that that's because Christians, like Jews, interpret their texts different ways at different times. So, anyway, the Quran, which I know less well, I've read it, but I know it less well than the New Testament, certainly less well, obviously, than the Hebrew Bible, is in some ways parts of it. I don't say this word. I say this word because I can't find a better descriptive word, but Muslims will not accept this. Is a takeoff on the Torah in some ways. That is, it's the same stories as the Torah, but they're different. Now, Jews will say, and I being a Jew will say this, that that's because Muhammad heard those stories from Jews and also heard Midrashim, which are rabbinic interpretations of those stories, and he wrote those down. Muslims will say, no, the Jews got it wrong, and Muhammad came along to correct the record and tell the real story.
But they're all telling the story of the same.
The Hebrew Bible part Abrahamic part, they all tell the story of the same characters, but tell them. Obviously, Christians accept the Hebrew Bible as sacred scripture. The Muslims detail many of the stories. Uh, what is common to all of them is that all of them are monotheistic faiths. Now, in Christianity, that's more complicated because of the Trinity, but as Christianity has developed over time, it clearly presents itself and thinks of itself and is a monotheistic faith as well.
What's the role of the word in each of these in the scriptures? So in terms of, so first of all, oral traditions, the power of the exactness of the words in the scripture, does it differ, or is it really within the communities it differs?
It differs because in Christianity, the words are not all the words of Jesus. They're the words of Jesus' disciples. None of the books of the New Testament were written by people who met Jesus in person. So they're different, and therefore and also we don't even know sometimes the original language of some of the things in the New Testament. In the Bible, and I understand in the Quran, but I'll speak for the Bible, the idea is that that's Lashon HaKodesh, that's sacred language. Hebrew is that's the language, according to the tradition, that God actually spoke to Moses, and therefore the exact words are infinitely interpretable and meaningful.
But the words are spoken, written by Moses, and sealed in Muhammad, but from memory.
There are different theories. I won't speak for Muhammad. You should ask. I don't want to get another religious tradition wrong. In Judaism, the words are written by Moses at God's dictation, basically. That's the tradition of it. There are other views that I'm happy to go into if you want to, but basically that's the tradition.
That's really close.
Right. What makes Judaism Christianity is Christianity has an ideal life. Judaism doesn't have it. Judaism has an ideal book. So the holidays of Christianity are events in the life of God, God's birth, God's death and resurrection. In Judaism, the holidays are all events in the life of people, like liberation from slavery, or in the people's relationship to God, like Yom Kippur, which is a day of atonement. But there are no holidays in Judaism that are events in the life of God, because in Judaism, God doesn't have priority. God is eternal, and God never came to earth.
And those events carry with them traditions, rules to follow.
Yes.
So you mentioned one such event in Scripture. Yet another time you have to fire, which is with Exodus.
That was the first.
And you never forget the first. One is several consequences.
Yes.
You spoke 20 years ago, 21 years ago, now I passed over and said that, quote, the way the Bible describes the Exodus is not the way it happened. It happened at all. So, first of all, what is Exodus?
So
what really happened?
Exodus is the liberation of the Jews from Egypt, and it is the central story of the Jewish tradition. And as I've said numerous times in various places, I believe that it's based on a historical occurrence. I think Richard Elliott Friedman may have gotten this right in his book Exodus. It may have been the Levites who left Israel. But historically, but the Bible's not a book of history. I don't believe that there were 10 plagues on the split sea and 600,000 men, which makes about 2 million people, who actually, if there were 2 million people, would stretch all the way from Israel to Egypt alone, were liberated. And my point in that sermon was not actually to convince people that it didn't happen. My point in that sermon was to convince people that the historicity of the Exodus is not the basis of the faith of the Jewish people.
Well, what is the word historicity?
In other words, the factuality of it. It can be true without being factual.
So you're not supposed to read it as fact.
Well, I don't read it as fact. I don't read it as a history book. I said, look, I was talking again to congregations of many Iranians. I said, you experience the truth of the Exodus in your own life. There was a regime that wanted to destroy you, and you miraculously escaped before it did. And so a myth is something that may not have happened, but has always happened. And that's what I would say about the exorcism. It's not about whether, in fact, there was a killing of the firstborn. It's about, does God deliver? Did God deliver the Jews in ancient times? Does God deliver people from honor? That's what the issue is. And to me, it's the issue of faith is much deeper than the issue of fact. I wouldn't look to the Torah for my science either.
What are the limits of science in terms of what can science not tell us that Torah can? So the historicity, the facts of things. Okay, if the Torah is much more, because it's like you said, myth. Myth is not something that happened, but something that always happened. So presumably, it's interacting with the environment of the day to generate wisdom.
So you can live a life by Torah. I don't think you can live a life by Bible. You can live a life that is informed by the values of the tradition of Judaism. And those values, by the way, what science does is it contributes factuality to the conversation and also changes the reality around us. So when you study Talmud on your iPhone, you're still, it changes the atmosphere in which you do it, but the wisdom and the life guidance and the connection to transcendence is something that science doesn't.
So we now step into the terms of transcendence, step into this weird place in science. Talk about this with the current subject of science, the materialistic one. For me, I was the AI person. This whole mind thing is fascinating. What the heck is going on there? So, how do you explain consciousness? How do you explain free will? Do you think, first of all, do you think we have free will? And if so, what is it?
This is where we had the debate earlier that I mentioned with Hitchens, where I think actually neither he nor the moderator understood what I was saying, which is, I'm sure, my inability to express it.
But he was very focused, delivered.
Yes, yes. But I was trying to say, if we're entirely biological creatures, if we didn't choose our genetics and we didn't choose our environment, then there is no space for creatures. I don't understand where it comes in. And I kept asking them that question, but didn't get an answer. But I don't think there is an answer. I think if you're a thoroughgoing materialist, free will is impossible. There could be randomness, but randomness is not free will. Randomness. I think you need a spiritual, non-material belief in order to get free will. And that's why I believe in free will.
Yeah, you were talking about, and it's actually moderating to the Mr. Point. Go out a glass of water, basically, if the difference to you, free will. Because you could also, if it fits into the materialistic picture, it could be just a convenient, useful quirk.
You would understand this better than I would. I don't understand how it could be a convenient quirk materialistic. I don't understand how to explain it.
Well, no, there's, if you study perception, there's all these kinds of illusions. Our mind plays tricks on us to make our life easier and efficient and survive better and all those kinds of things. And so the dealing with the choice.
Oh, that could be an illusion.
Could be an illusion.
I understand. Right, but actual free choice, free will, I don't see where you get it if you're a materialist. I think you have to have a spiritual component. By the way, I think this is also, Sam would agree with this. I think he wrote about it. Not having free will. And I think if you don't have God and you don't have a soul, that free will is a logical impossibility.
Sam is fascinating. Not just that free will is an illusion, but the illusion of free will is an illusion, meaning we don't even experience anything like it. There's no illusion. It's not even honest to be talking about it. We are like the currents in the river or something. If you were comparing it to the glass, we are just like that glass. Right? I don't know what's going on about this whole free will thing. To you, free will, the I, like a young person's born with. Is that somehow fundamental to religion?
I'd say it's fundamental to Judaism. I think that the idea is that you are the custodian of your soul. And even though I grant that there's a certain over emphasis in modern society on the individuality of the soul, that is, we are more interconnected than I think we believe. Still, yeah, the idea that every human being is an image of God, that the human being in the Torah is created singly. And again, do I really believe there was an Adam and an Eve in the Garden of Eden? No, not literally, but I think that it expresses a deep truth about human life.
And tied into this is this subject of experience of things with consciousness.
I mean, this is the most fascinating and inexplicable discussion. And again, this is a discussion I've had, privilege to have with Dan Dennett. Who could not make any, as you can imagine, any headway on my, but he was delightful and really to talk to. For me, consciousness is a real thing. I don't know if it is. I mean, I kind of like the panpsychist, view that there's an element of consciousness in everything that's constitutive of reality. But I'm not wedded to it. But I think that it exists in different degrees in all sentient creatures. I think that anybody who has a pet knows that they have some kind of consciousness. Since I don't have cats or dogs, I'm not going to.
This is another reason.
And I happen to be allergic to dogs, but I'm very fond of it. The thing that so perplexes me about this and is the denial of the reality of consciousness from people who are fully aware that they're conscious. I don't know how you divest yourself of the most present quality of being a person in your discussions about what it is to be a person.
We just don't really have a good sense of the alternative, so you can kind of divest yourself in that way. Maybe everything is like this. Maybe we're over dramatizing this whole thing. Like every, it seems like every living thing, perhaps everything period, thinks that it's the center of the universe. And so here we are telling ourselves these dramatic big stories about us being special and so on. And maybe we need to have a little bit more humility. There's about the uncertainty and about our place.
Any statement you make about something like consciousness has, I think, a sort of equal level of humility. You are saying that we don't have it, is as not you, Lex, but you person saying we don't have it is as intellectually arrogant as my saying we do. So I think for me, humility comes in admitting that we really, really have just the tiniest part of it. And as you get older, at least my experience has been not that you get more answers, but that you just see a bigger puzzle.
So to me, there's less to the questions are fascinating, but there's also an engineering practical question. And perhaps I'll ask you a religious one too on this point to return back to your thoughts. So how to engineer consciousness, or I'll just even ask you a very simple question, which is when you have robots that exhibit capacity to suffer. I found myself as a human when I see that, I feel something.
Exhibit the capacity to suffer, or they exhibit behaviors that evoke in you a sense that they are suffering. Those are not the same thing.
From my observation perspective, they sure as heck seen
You think they're feeling pain?
I don't know what it is. I'm observing. It's like when I watch a movie with people on screen, some of them are dressed like Batman.
But you can make the distinction. Like, if I have a doll and I bend the doll over and it makes a sad face, I know that the doll is not actually in pain, even though I am observing pain. So the question, what's that?
What the question is, the doll becomes able to remember things about you, David,
Right.
about the experiences you share.
Right.
It is able to speak and make you feel like there's an actual relationship.
So that's what I'm asking. Is at what point do you believe that I know that this is an impossible question, but at what point do you believe that there is a consciousness in there as opposed to just an extraordinary? I mean, like when I play chess against a computer and it beats me, I'm embarrassed, even though the computer doesn't. I know the computer is going on, but it feels that way. But there is some part of me that says, okay, I know that this computer doesn't actually know who I am or care who I am, it just knows how to move the pieces. So at what point do you, I mean, you're giving me instances, it speaks, it does this, but at what point does that for you cross the threshold into it's actually a sentient being?
I think the question is whether there is a threshold that you can cross, right? That's one question. And I can answer this because I think it's different from person to person. But the chess engine is not at all trying um, to cross that threshold. Let's just start there. And to me, the personalization, which is what's the difference? Like a friend that you meet, you've shared all these memories. The way they look at you will convey and things they say the way that they share those memories with you. They'll be able to speak and share humor and language. Really, the memories of having gone through things together. I think I would have more and more trouble, for example, turning off a system that I've been through things with. Like, and by turning off, I mean delete all of its memory. If me and the toaster have gone through a bunch of dramatic events, and that toaster remembers, there's a certain level where it's just me and the toaster. And I just to talk about sentience, I don't know, but you know,
According to the scripture,
can't live by bread.
but I mean, I know that there's no way to determine this, but it's still about what you feel.
But isn't that what human relationships are?
Yes, but
We make each other feel
true. But it's true that I have the assumption that you feel somewhat like I do. I mean, obviously, I don't. And that could be illusion, and I don't know. And I know that you don't feel exactly as I do. But I think we have a long, at least to me, we have a long way to go before the detached part of our brain. That is the objective evaluating part, as opposed to the emotive, it feels this way part. Believe that.
I think it's at least, without arriving at a conclusion, it's at least possible that one day we'll look back and realize that we have yet, once again, found another try. And that scripture all in it, the ability for humans and robots to have a deep meaningful connection. And that through the robot, the life that enters the body of another robot, what's the difference between a biological body and mechanical? And then we will see that the fundamental thing is about the whatever you want to call it, sentience, whatever can permeate an object. That was the thing.
So,
The,
I denied it. I was going to say it.
I see.
I'll preach to the robot. I, I, first of all, depends how quickly you do it, and how much longer I have to live. Um, I resist it tremendously, but I am also enough of a student of history to know that my instinctive resistance has nothing to do with whether it comes about. I have a hard time believing it. This week.
I ask you about this, if you can educate me. I tend to believe that you mentioned suffering, that there is a connection between consciousness and suffering. That suffering is a fundamental part, the capacity to suffer is a fundamental part of being human.
I mean, look at when you're not conscious, you don't suffer. We've had operations where we've been put under anesthetic, We're not conscious. We don't suffer during the operation. If we were conscious, we would. Um, but there's also, there's a non-physical suffering that is very much tied to consciousness. I can think of things right now that would cause me suffering, like pain that I caused or pain that other people I care about have felt or something. So I don't see how. I think that way. I think it's equally true of joy. Joy is also a part of
All tied in with some beautiful message and recovery and so on, and that we can re-experience and talk about this. But why is there suffering? You mentioned evil. Why is there evil in the world? You can tell stories about this. Why is there suffering? Why is there evil in the world? If there's a God.
So let's assume for a minute that everything was a primitive world. There would be no suffering, but there would also be no growth. And that implies choices. Like, one of the things that I've said that I know why it hurts people, and I don't mean it quite the way that, but I will say it nonetheless, is the Holocaust presents the exact same theological question as somebody who gets shot on the streets of a city in Los Angeles, which is, God, why do you allow some people to do bad things to other people? It's on an unimaginable scale, but it's the same question. And the answer has to be, you either allow people to have free will or you don't. You can't say, as God, I'm going to let everybody have free will, but not Nazis. Nazis don't get it. Because Cambodians, they can kill each other. Rwandans kill each other. But the Nazis don't get to do that. So that's one piece of it. And what makes it unfathomable is when you're actually faced with suffering, these kinds of explanations hurts. They just don't. You can't. When somebody is actually suffering, the rabbi said God gave people free will, that's just awful. But there is a second piece to this also, which is that there is natural suffering, like children with diseases or earthquakes or volcanoes or whatever. And here my argument is that in some ways suffering has to be random, because when people say why bad things happen to good people, well, if only good things happen to good people, everybody would be good. But it would have no moral content. The only way you can be good and have moral content is say, I know that I can live a really good life and have really terrible things happen to me nonetheless. So it feels to me like it has to be a random thing. Now that means, by the way, that I've been incredibly lucky. I don't have a good life because I was good. I have a good life because I was lucky. And that implies not that I should feel guilty about it, but that I have a tremendous responsibility as a result to other people around me.
Tremendous responsibility to study the lessons of history, to tell the stories of those who are less lucky, and to draw on wisdom from them so that we have less or have new kinds that get us to improving on more.
That's right, exactly. That we suffer better.
Suffer better. For a lot of people, mortality is one of the very unfortunate versions of suffering, which is that the ride ends in this route. What do you think of mortality? Is it something you think about? Is it something you fear? What do you think happens?
I don't fear. I don't fear. First of all, I would say, when I was in high school, my father actually encouraged me to read this book. I read Ernest Becker's Denial of Death, which I found, and still find, to be one of the most profound works I've ever read. And he convinced me that a lot of what our society is about, ways that we avoid encountering our own mortality, our physicality. Among the points he makes, and I'm not quoting it all directly, but why does everything about our physical body make us so uncomfortable? Everything that comes out of you, other than tears, is either mildly or very disgusting. Why? Why does that have to be? Why are sex and eating and all the things that are physical surrounded with so much symbolism? Meditative matters. They're like, we're not eating like animals because we're not eating like animals. And sex obviously has more symbolism around it than And his answer is anything that reminds you of your physical body, because that's what dies. Your body dies, it decays, it dies, it gets eaten by worms. That you don't want to think about, so you deny it. I think that part of religion is confrontation with your own mortality, but also a certain transcendence. I think because the idea is something about you is eternal. What exactly I don't know. And you ask, what do I think happens after you die? So I don't know any better than anyone else does, but I'll say two things about it. One is that every image of what it's like is foolish. Like Mark Twain has, I think in Letters from Mark, he says, we're going to lie on green fields and listen to harp music, which you wouldn't want to do for 5 minutes while you're alive, but you think you'll be happy for the rest of eternity doing it after you die. So I don't know. This world is why shouldn't we do that? I have no idea. But I really like this parable that's told by a guy in a book on death and mourning, by a rabbi in a book on death and mourning about twins in a dream. He says that one of them believes that there's a life outside, the other one doesn't. He says, the one who doesn't says, look, this is the only world we've ever seen, the only world we've ever known, why do you think there's something up there? He says, now imagine the one who believes is born. Back in the room, his brother is mourning his death. But outside, everybody's celebrating the birth. And that's what it's like when you're dying. And I love that image.
So yeah, the grass is always greener. It's the new stuff. But the eternity thing is an interesting one. Okay? Yet another concept that I feel humans are fully equipped to comprehend. Is eternity fundamental somehow to all this discussion?
I think it is, but partly because God is supposed to be eternal. And therefore it moves the mind in that direction, even though it is completely unfathomable.
Sometimes I would say eternity is we feel sometimes it's moments, a truly joyful moment feels like the eternity. The intensity. Maybe eternity is more about stopping time versus extending time indefinitely. And it's something that we just really can't comprehend us silly humans.
All I would say is the older you get, the more you're struck by the fact that time does not freeze. People will sometimes say that you haven't aged a day. And then I'll look at a picture of myself. And I'll say, that was very kind of you. That's not kind. So, yeah, I love the idea of, seeing eternity in a grain of sand, was how Blake put it. I love that notion. But when we talk about life after death, I think that in some ways, my fundamental faith is in beings, that this doesn't all disappear, that there's something about people that transcends this world.
You mentioned Ernest Becker and Esther denial that you can mention if you still see truth and wisdom in some of this idea. But in general, can you go all the way back and tell some of the fascinating story of how
When I was in high school, I was a really pretty ardent atheist. And I loved Bertrand Russell, who was, for my money, with all due respect to all the very, very capable people that we talked about earlier, he's the best atheist pound for pound that there was, and a remarkably witty, lucid writer. I was totally in his world, and I would read every book by Russell I could get my hands on. And the reason that I did, I had this theory that why do adolescent boys like Mr. Spock and like Sherlock Holmes? I think it's because when you hit puberty, for a lot of us, there's so much discomfort with our bodies that we like the idea of future brains. I really think so. I had that experience. It's like I want to just be a thinking machine. I don't want to be a body because my body was making me so uncomfortable. I had all these urges and inclinations, and I couldn't control it. So Russell was perfect. And my father, who was a rabbi, did the very wise thing of buying some of Bertrand Russell's books, which was his way of saying, I'm not afraid of it. And actually, there was another rabbi. I was at summer camp, and I was sitting in the porch at, I remember exactly, and I was reading Bertrand Russell, and this guy came up to me and said, what are you reading? maybe 16 or 17. I said, working process, I was spoiling for a fight. And he said, I'm glad you're reading. Really, why? I said, how old are you, David? I said, whatever I was, 16 or 17. He said, well, I'd rather you grow out of it. And you know what? He was actually right, because when I started to read about Russell's life, I realized that all of that rationality didn't shield him. He had an incredibly messy life, multiple marriages, endless infidelities. With family members he didn't speak to him. His father was raised by his grandparents because his parents had died. Really not a happy or, a remarkable life, but not a happy life. And so I started to believe that maybe it was possible that people who had faith were not just stupid and needed crutches, but saw something deeper than Russell. And the more people that I met that were like that, it's funny because I always thought, okay, my father was a rabbi, that's great, but nobody else. And I think what happened to me was it was not a logical decision to come to faith. It was a sort of opening of my heart. Like, this world is way much more than my mind can capture. And I kind of felt my way to God. And in the moments, my faith, there was a rabbi named Rabbi Rothschild. He said he was a moon man. His faith waxed and waned. So sometimes I had more, sometimes less. But in my feeling good moments, it was not happening.
So, with your heart open, what would you say in your feeling moments is the most beautiful part about Judaism in your faith?
I think the most beautiful part about Judaism is that even though it is filled with humor and wit, it takes life and it takes the soul seriously. It really believes that this matters and that we matter and what we do matters. And I think that that's incredibly important, and especially in a world in which young people feel so much like they don't matter. That's an unbelievably powerful message. I mean, it's, you don't. I want to say, like, almost to every young woman under 30 on TikTok, you don't matter because you're beautiful. That's not why you matter. I hope you know that. You matter because you have a soul. And to every young man who's like nihilistic and doesn't think and just thinks that if they make enough money, their life will be fine, I'm going to say the same thing, which is really, that's not ultimately going to matter because you're in the image of God. And Judaism really deeply, deeply believes and preaches that. And I think that that's a message that has so much to say to the world. It's like you have to take people's souls seriously, and all of the difficulty of figuring out all these social questions and what they need. I just don't want to dismiss people because I disagree with them politically, socially, culturally, because I think they matter.
So ultimately, Judaism is a wealth of meaning.
Yes. I really believe that it does. I really do. And its meaning, I want to emphasize this, is not political. The deepest meaning of Judaism is not political.
Whether it's
Exactly. That's why I want to emphasize the deepest meaning is on the soul level. It's not on a voting level.
with that combined with the humor, it's clear to me that Christopher Hitchens was not a Jew.
He was. He actually was. He discovered that in his 30s. That his mother was Jewish. Yep. He has a beautiful essay about it, discovering in his 30s that his mother was Jewish. Yep. So not clear enough. He actually was Jewish. So his autobiography, Age 22, is a great read. And I just want to say, like, what you discover there, I don't know if I'm giving too much away by telling the story, what you discover there is that his mother ran away with a minister or a priest, and they died in what seemed like a suicide. And so I read it, fortunately, after he passed away, but I would have wanted to ask him, do you think that has anything to do maybe with that story? My father, I mean, both my parents, but my father was a rabbi. He was such a wonderfully warm and loving man. So I associate a religious figure, with real goodness.
And I'm sorry to return to a darker topic, but I really wanted to ask you this. For the current events, for a recent event, I mentioned Dallas. What lessons do you draw from the Dallas synagogue hostage?
The week after that, we had active shooter training in my synagogue. So one of the things I drew was that security for synagogues is important. And the second is that the reality of anti-Semitism, which I had thought had waned when I first began my rabbinate, I thought it's not going to be such a big issue. It is like an evergreen issue, and Jews and all people of goodwill have to take this really seriously because it has devastating consequences. And if the world doesn't know that, then it just hasn't been.
There's anti-Semitism at the scale of human to human, but there's also, like you mentioned, politics get mixed up into things, nations get mixed into things impossible to answer. But I have to ask, what do you think about the long-running saga of Israel in the past? Will we ever see peace?
Well, since I'm an optimist about human, look, I mean, I have many thoughts. I'm a very, very strong supporter of Israel. And I also feel really for the plight of Palestinians. I think that this is a clash of legitimate narratives that is impossible to exactly split the difference. However, I know that Israel has made peace with Egypt, has made peace with Jordan, has made peace now with other Arab nations. I don't believe that Israel is unwilling to make peace. And so I think that as difficult as it will be for the Palestinians to come to grips with the fact that the Jewish state is not leaving and is legitimately here, as opposed to we can't get rid of it now, but we will get rid of it one day. If that comes to be, and I believe that it will, I think not only that there would be peace, but I think that those two peoples together could probably do remarkable things.
Do you think the source of it is politics? Is it religious ideas? And look at what is the way out. Is it geopolitics? Is it interfaith discourse and collaboration, or is it simply the human need?
So I think that I'm not sure that I could give one answer to that, but I would give a piece of an answer. Why did the Abraham Accords happen? The main reason that they happened was because economics overrode ideology. And I actually am hopeful that that's in the end what will happen. That people will say, you know what, we could have such a better life if we put aside the ideological animosities and just created this different kind of Middle East again. I went to Dubai to watch the World Chess Championship because I really wanted to see Magnus Carlsen play. I thought, you're alive when you have such a remarkable world champion, go see him play. So I actually moved myself to Dubai for the last couple of games, and so I wasn't so much. I mean, it's not that I'm uninterested in Dubai, but I went there for the chess thing. The expo was also at the same time, and I saw here's this amazing place. I came back. This guy I know who lived in Dubai for several years and works in the Middle East said to me, "What did you think?" And I said, "It was nice. It was Dubai. It was like very polished, very specific, very clean, very no crime and so on. But it was like, kind of like Las Vegas in the Middle East without gambling or something like that." He said, he totally changed my perspective in a couple sentences. He said, "I know it seems like that in Los Angeles." He said, "Fly there from Yemen, from Riyadh, and it is a miracle." And I thought, oh my God, you're right. It's like what human beings can do. They just put aside their ideological shackles is remarkable. And I'm hopeful that one day that will happen.
Economics allows for a higher quality of life. You no longer it's the playground, as you said earlier. if there's more resources to play with, just unfortunately, us humans are not willing to play with others. Maybe that is the solution. Maybe from a technology perspective, innovation, engineering helps make everybody's life better. And over that, once people's lives become better, they start to be have more time to be empathetic and hear.
And they have more to lose. When you have more to lose, it actually makes you, I think, countries are less willing to go to war when they have more to lose. And families know peace when it's good. So I think there's an element of that as well.
And some of it, again, takes us back to the other aspect of our conversation is how we are conducting ourselves in conversation online and so on. But I think actually, I'm a big fan of the idea on social media that is a way for us to connect together. I think there's a lot of really strong ideas how to do that well. And clearly, the initial attempts kind of just uh, open it up wide. Some of the lesser aspects of human nature can take over. And when combined with different forces like advertisements and virality and all these kind of things. But overall, I love the honesty and the listening. And part of me, maybe because I don't participate in it, like if somebody is being mean to me or being aggressive and these kinds of things, I enjoy it because it's human nature. But I enjoy it because I don't respond. If I responded, I would get pulled into his human nature and it's not fun. But I love the like I'll talk to people and in fact I still visit Clubhouse and it's right. That's actually when I was
That's how we first met.
well, yeah, well, I was just a fanboy. When I first heard you, I was like, I can't believe it. I guess. But the Israel Palestine topic was something that's very deeply heated way uh, discussed in race relations is really heatedly discussed. And I now go to Clubhouse and practice Russian. And there in Russian, the heated discussion is on basically any topic, as meaningless or meaningful as you want. The heat, just people just screaming, coming down, the process. That too is beautiful because that emotion is there. If it is allowed to have a voice, it ultimately leads to healing. So that helped really help people learn how to do that and scale.
Social media, I wish that it were not as algorithmically biased towards conflict. I don't think that that's healthy, but I think it brings a lot of blessings into people's lives if they use it wisely. You know, like anything else, it can be awful, but it can. I've connected to all sorts of people that I never would have known, and that's been wonderful.
Let me ask you the big question of advice. What advice would you give to young people today that are maybe high school, college, thinking about career, thinking about life, be proud of?
So the first thing that I would say is that life is longer than you think it is. Even though I understand the impulse to be a rush, uh, you will have many more even than people of my generation.
Unfolding, this isn't anymore.
It's just, but it feels that way. It's like different aspects of your life will show you different possibilities that you don't imagine at the moment. Um, and, and I think the second thing that I would say is, I know that this is a very old-fashioned, but I would say don't, if to the extent that you can't read, don't just, and not just on social media, read books. Learn things that will give you a broader context for your life than just today or yesterday or the day before. And I suppose the other thing that I would say is that to the extent that you can, try to develop your own internal metric of both what matters and what is good, because you will be exposed to more voices than any generation in history telling you that that's good or this is good. They're called influencers, but what they are is voices telling you what you should think and what you should believe. And so have some internal space where you'll be able to say, for example, I know this person is doing that, it looks great, but that's not me.
You have a community of people that speak to you with a lot of passion, and do you still have that voice in your own, in the privacy of your own mind, that you're able to, with the moment, like for a moment, just be with yourself, absolutely think, what is it?
Absolutely, and I think it's partly because I grew up without that. I mean, I grew up with a lot of space in my life, and so I had a chance to develop that voice. That's why I think it's harder for kids today than it was for me. I mean, I grew up when there were 3 channels. There was 3, 6, and 10. There was ABC, CBS, and NBC, and that was it. And you spent your evening, trying to reading, whatever. And there was a lot of space. And we played football in the street. And you went on your bike in the morning, and nobody worried about you. You came home at night, and everybody assumed you were fine. And so I really feel, and also I went into a religious tradition where I feel like I have the opportunity to judge myself by bigger metrics. And it's still hard. I don't want to, it's not like, oh, I wear impenetrable armor. It's still hard. So how much harder for kids today when they don't have it?
You mentioned books. Is there Bertrand Russell or an hour of death by Dr. Therapy? Top of my mind,
And my favorite novel is Middlemarch. I remember, I was listening to a podcast. I was listening to one of your podcasts where your guest said the 2 greatest novels of the 19th century were Brothers Karamazov and what was the other one you mentioned?
Dostoevsky.
I think I made it fit. I don't remember maybe, but anyway. But I would say Middlemarch is up there. Middlemarch presents a retirement world, and it's written by a woman, Mary Ann Evans, and then George Eliot, who feel Virginia Woolf says the only side. You feel the genius in her sentences, like the pressure of her intellect in her sentences. It's a wonderful, wonderful book. I love it. Pressure, yeah, you really do. I also love Saul Bellow and especially Herzog, but it's a very different kind of thinking person's novel. I read a lot of mysteries, a lot of other kinds of fiction and literature, but in terms of the books that you mentioned one of them, which is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And I also really, really love Petrarch's The Sabbath. I think it's a beautiful book. Very short book, just as Frankl's book is.
What do you take? What do you take of a human being in the worst conditions, being able to non-dramatically find little joys, find beauty in?
It's what I said before about Judaism's advice to younger people. It's that it matters. If you believe that something matters, you have enormous resilience. It's meaninglessness that is the greatest threat to a decent life. When people are deeply depressed, whether it is chemical depression or what they feel like is this is all meaningless. And meaning, now obviously chemical depression falls apart for chemical needs, but meaning is the great antidote. We can talk about what kind of meaning, and there are kinds of meanings that are awful, but meaning is the great antidote to the sense that life is just nihilistic and purposeless, with that destructiveness that I think is too common.
Yeah, so maybe the heroic action in Nazi Germany, in the Holocaust, in the camps, is even not the action, it's just the realization that every life matters.
So here's this really wonderful story that Hugo Grant, who was a rabbi in England, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, used to tell. He grew up in Auschwitz. He was a child. He was with his father, and it was Hanukkah. And he was supposed to light the candles. And his father took the margarine ration and used it as the oil to light the candles. And Hugo was scandalized, and he said, "That's unruly." And his father said, "What we have learned, my son, is you can live for 3 weeks without food. You can live for 3 days without water, but you can't live for 3 minutes without hope."
Well, Hope, let me ask you, said meaning. What's the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? You're the perfect person to ask this question.
I believe the meaning of life is for human beings to grow in soul. That's why we're here, and you can do that in infinite numbers of ways. But you're supposed to return your soul like more burnished and beautiful than you got it. And it's going to have, some nicks and cuts. But that's what it means to deepen and grow it. And you do that more than anything else. You do that by learning how to love. I mean, that's the principal way I think that you do it.
It's interesting because for human, the relationship, have faith with God. It feels like love is so richly part of human society. It's not just love with God, it's love with each other.
Yeah, there's no question about the idea. I mean, in Judaism, that was actually the great innovation of monotheistic idea. In pagan societies, it was all about how you treat the gods. Monotheism said, no, God cares how you treat each other. So it's, in fact, the mystics use the same kind of word in Hebrew, debeku, which means clinging, that is used about Adam and Eve. It says, therefore, a man will leave his father and mother and davak with his wife. And davak means cling. So there is an analogy there.
Yeah, I kind of think of human civilization as that really much of penguins. They're all huddled together in cold.
Yeah.
This is fundamentally human. There's this just darkness all around us of uncertainty, cruelty. We're it seems like everything is so fragile, and we're just kind of all huddling together for a while. That's all we got is each other. So we started with the big question of what's God, and with what is needed. Rabbi will be having a huge, as I've told you, huge fan base for a long time. Such an honor.
I am really so happy to be here. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Wolfe. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, we leave you with some words from David himself. The only whole heart is a broken one, because it lets the light in. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Lee Cronin, a chemist from the University of Glasgow, who is one of the most fascinating, brilliant, out-of-the-box thinking scientists I've ever spoken to. This episode was recorded more than 2 weeks ago, but the war in Ukraine is not mentioned. I have been spending a lot of time each day talking to people in Ukraine and Russia. I have family, friends, colleagues, and loved ones in both countries. I will try to release a solo episode on this war, but I've been failing to find the voice that makes sense of it for myself and others. Let me know. I ask for your understanding no matter which path I take. Most of my time is spent trying to help as much as I can privately. I'm talking to people who are suffering, who are angry, afraid. When I returned to this conversation with Lee, I couldn't help but smile. He's a beautiful, brilliant, hilarious human being. He's basically a human manifestation of the mad scientist Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. I thought about quitting this podcast for a time, but for now at least, I'll keep going. I love people too much. You, the listener. I meet folks on the street or when I run. We say a few kind words about the podcast, and we talk about life, small things, and the big things. All of it gives me hope. People are just amazing. You are amazing. I ask for your support, wisdom, patience as I keep going with this little podcast. I breathe through some difficult conversations and hopefully many fascinating fun ones too. This is a Let's Speaking podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now to your friends. Here's Lee. How do you think life originated on Earth? And what insights does that give us about that?
If we go back to the origin of Earth and think about maybe 4.7, 4.6, 4.5 billion years ago, the planet was quite hot. There was a limited number of minerals. There was some carbon, some water. And I think that maybe it's a really simple set of chemistry that we really don't understand. That means you've got a finite number of elements that are going to react very simply with one another. And out of that mess comes a cell. So literally sand turns into cells. And it seems to happen quick. So what I think I can say with some degree of, I think, of certainty, but curiosity, genuine curiosity, is that life happened fast.
Yeah, so when we say fast, this is a pretty surprising fact, and maybe you can actually correct me and elaborate, but it seems like most, like 70 or 80% of the time that Earth has been around has been lightning, like some very significant percentage. So when we say fast, like the slow part is from single cell, from bacteria to some more complicated organisms. It seems like most of the time that Earth has been around, it's been single cell, with very basic organisms, like a couple of billion years. But yeah, you're right. That's really, I recently kind of revisited history and saw this. And I was just looking at the timeline. Wait a minute. Like, how did life just spring up so quickly? Like, really quickly. That makes me think that it really wanted to. Like, to put it another way, it's very easy for life to spring.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's much more inevitable. And I think I try to kind of provoke, I try and push chemists to think about, because chemists are essential to this problem, right? And understanding the origin of life on Earth, at least, because we're made of chemistry. But I wonder if the origin of life on a planet, also the emergence of life on a planet, is as common as the formation of a star. And if you start framing it in that way, it allows you to look at the universe slightly differently, because and we can get into this, I think, in quite some detail. But I think to come back to your question, I have little idea of how life got started, but I know it was simple. And I know that the process of selection had to occur before the biology was established. So the selection built the framework from which life kind of grew in complexity, capability, functionality, autonomy. I think these are all really important words that we can unpack over the next while.
Can you say the words again? So you said selection.
Mm-hmm.
So natural selection, the original A/B testing.
And so then complexity, and then the degree of autonomy and sophistication. Because I think that people misunderstand what life is. Some people say that life is a cell. Some people that say that life is a virus, or life is on or which. I don't think it's that. Life is the universe developing memory. And the laws of physics and the way there are no laws of physics. And the physics is just memory-free stuff. There's only a finite number of ways you can arrange fundamental particles to do things.
Life is the universe developing a memory. So it's like sewing a piece of art slowly, and you can look back at it. So there's a stickiness to life. It's like the universe doing stuff.
Yeah.
And when you say memory, it's like there's a stickiness to a bunch of the stuff that's building together.
Yeah.
So you can, in a stable way, like trace back the complexity, and it tells a coherent story.
Yeah, and I think, yeah.
Okay. That's, by the way, very correct. Beautiful. Life is the universe developing a memory. Okay. And then there's a time you said complexity we talked about, but it's a really the idea that selection preceded biology.
Yeah, I
think. So what? First of all, what is chemistry? Like the sand still count as chemistry?
Sure. I mean, as a chemist, the card carrying chemist, if I'm allowed a card, I don't know why I'm most days.
It's the chemical composition of the card.
Yeah, so what is chemistry? Well, chemistry is the thing that happens when you bring electrons together and you form bonds. Those bonds, when I say to people when they talk about life elsewhere, and I just say, well, there's bonds, there's hope. Because bonds allow you to have heterogeneity, they allow you to record those memories, or at least on Earth. You could imagine, a Stanislav Lem type world where you might have life emerging or intelligence emerging before life, or maybe on like Solaris or something. But to get to selection, if atoms can combine and form bonds, those bonds, those atoms can bond to different elements, and those molecules will have different identities and interact with each other differently, and then you can start to have some degree of causation, interaction, and then selection, and then existence, and then you go up the kind of path of complexity. And so, at least on Earth, as we know it, there is a sufficient pool of available chemicals to start searching that combinatorial space or bonds.
So, okay, this is a really interesting question. Let's lay it out. So, bonds. First, the cards. We say there's bonds, there's life, there's intelligence, there's consciousness. What you just made me realize is those can emerge, or let's put bonds aside. Those can emerge in any order. That's really cool. So, intelligence can come before life. It's like because the consciousness, I guess, comes before life and before intelligence. So consciousness permeates all matter. It's some kind of fabric of reality. I guess within the framework, you kind of arrange everything, but you need to have the bonds that precedes everything else. Oh, another thing is selection. So the mechanism of selection that could precede. Couldn't that precede bonds too? What the hell selection?
So I would say that there is an elegant order to it. That both bonds allow selection, allows the emergence of life, allows the emergence of multicellularity, and then more information processing, building state machines all the way up. However, you could imagine a situation if you had, a neutron star or a sun got ferromagnetic interacting with one another, and these oscillators building state machines, and these state machines reading something out of the environment. Over time, these state machines would be able to literally record what happened in the past and sense what's going on in the present and imagine the future. However, I don't think it's ever going to be within a human comprehension, that type of life. I wouldn't count it out because whenever I know in science, whenever I say something impossible, I don't wake up the next day and say that that's actually wrong. I mean, there are some limits, of course. I don't see myself traveling faster than light anytime soon.
But Einstein says that's possible, so he'll say you're not.
Sure, but I'm an experimentalist as well. So one of my I have two superpowers, and my stupidity, and I don't mean that as I'm like absolutely completely witless, but I mean my ability to kind of just start again and ask the question, and then do it with an experiment. I always wanted to be a theoretician growing up. I just didn't have the intellectual capability, but I was able to think of experiments in my head. I could then do in my lab or as a child outside, and then those experiments in my head and then outside reinforce one another. So I think that's a very good way of grounding science, right?
Well, that's a nice way to think about theoreticians is they're just people who run experiments in their head. And that's exactly what Einstein did, right? But you're also capable of doing that in your head, inside your head, and in the real world, and the connection between the two is when you first discovered your superpower of stupidity. I like it.
Yes.
Okay, what's the second superpower?
Oh,
You're accent, or it's that.
I am genuinely curious. So my curious. So I have like an ego problem. My curiosity is bigger than my ego. So the times that happens, I can
Oh, that's awesome. That is so powerful. you're just dropping some powerful lines. So curiosity is bigger than ego. That's something I have to think about because you always struggle about the role of ego in life. Uh, that's that's so nice to think about. Don't think about the size of ego, the absolute size of ego. Think about the relative size of ego to the other forces pulling at you. The curiosity one is bigger.
Yep.
Then ego would just fine and make you fun to conquer. Anyway, so those are the two superpowers. How do those connect to natural selection or selection and bonds? I forgot already. Life and consciousness.
So going back to selection in the universe and origin of life on Earth, I mean, selection is a force. I'm convinced that selection is a force in the universe. So not a fundamental force, but a directing. But it is a directing force because existence, although existence appears to be the default, the existence of what? Why does we can get to this later, I think, but it's amazing that discrete things exist. And, you see this cup, it's not the, the sexiest cup in the world, but it's pretty functional. This cup, the complexity of this cup isn't just in the object, it is literally the millions of people making cups and recognizing that, seeing that in their head, making an abstraction of the cup and then making a different one. So I wonder how many billions of cups have, come before this one. And that's the process of selection and existence. And the only reason the cup is still used is quite useful, like handle, it's convenient so I don't die and hydration. And so I think we are missing something fundamental in the universe about selection. I think what biology is a selection amplifier, and that this is where autonomy comes in. And actually, I think that how humanity is going to humans and autonomous robots, or whatever we're going to call them in the future, will supercharge that even further. So selection is happening in the universe, but if you look in the asteroid belt, selection, if objects are being kicked in and out of the asteroid belt, those trajectories are quite complex. You don't really look at that as productive selection because it's not doing anything to improve its function. What is it? Because that asteroid belt has existed for some time. So there is some selection going on, but the functionality is somewhat limited. On Earth, at the formation of Earth, interaction of chemicals and molecules in the environment gave selection, and then things could happen. Because you could think about, in chemistry, we can have an infinite number of reactions happen, but they don't all the reactions that are allowed to happen don't happen. Why? Because of energy barriers. So there must be some things called catalysts out there, or there are lists of minerals, but when two molecules get together in that mineral, it lowers the energy barrier for the reaction, so the reaction is promoted. And so you get one reaction over another, a series of possibilities occurring that makes a particular molecule, and this keeps happening in steps. And before you know it, almost these waves of discrete reactions work together, and you start to build a machinery that is run by existence. So as you go forward in time, back to the molecules, the bonds are there are more bonds in the molecule, there's more function, there's more capability for this molecule to interact with other molecules, to redirect them. It's like a series of little, and I don't want to use this term too much, but it's almost thinking about the simplest von Neumann constructor, that's the simplest molecule that could build a more complicated molecule, build a more complicated molecule. And before you know it, when that more complicated molecule can act on the causal chain, it's produced itself and change it, suddenly you start to get towards some kind of autonomy, and that's where life, I think, emerges in earnest.
Every single word in the past few paragraphs, let's break those apart. But who's von Neumann was the constructor, the closing of the loop that you're talking about, the molecule that starts becoming, I think you said, like the smallest von Neumann constructor,
yeah.
The smallest, minimal. So what do all those things mean, and what is what are we supposed to imagine when we think about the smallest von Neumann constructor?
So John von Neumann is a real hero, actually, not just me, but many people, I think, computer science and physics. He was an incredible intellect. He probably solved a lot of problems that we're working on today and just forgot to work on. I'm not sure if it's John von Neumann or Johnny, as I think his friends call him, but I think he was Hungarian, an mathematician, came to the US, and basically was involved in the Manhattan Project and developing computation. and came up with all sorts of ideas. I think was one of the first people to come up with cell automata. But he
really, I didn't know this whole thing.
I think so, and I think
Well, anyway, if he didn't come up with it, he probably did come up with it and write it down.
there was a couple of people who did it at the same time, and then Conway obviously took it on, and Wolfram loves CAs, there is his fabric of the universe. And what I think he imagined was that he wasn't satisfied, and this may be incorrect recollection, but so a lot of what I say is kind of just way out of my.
You're just part of the universe, creating its memory, designing.
Exactly, yeah, rewriting history. Exactly, imperfectly. So, but what I mean is, I think he liked this idea of thinking about how could a Turing machine literally build itself without a Turing machine, right? It's like literally how did state machines emerge? And I think that von Neumann constructors, he wanted to conceive of a minimal thing, autonomous, that could build itself. And what would those rules look like in the world? And that's what a von Neumann kind of constructor looked like. Like it's a minimal hypothetical object that could build itself, self-replicate. And I'm really fascinated by that because I think that although it's probably not exactly what happens, it's a nice model because as chemists, if we go back to the origin of life and think about what is a minimal machine that can get structured randomly, so like with no prime mover, with no architect, it assembles with just existence. So random stuff bumping in together, and you make this first molecule. So you have molecule A. And molecule A interacts with another random molecule B, and they get together. And they realize by working together they can make more of themselves. But then they realize they can mutate, so they can make AB prime. So AB prime is different to AB, and then AB prime can then act back where A and B are being created, and slightly nudge that causal chain and make AB prime more evolvable or learn more. So that's the closing the loop.
I got it. The physics communication part is not that difficult. It feels like the difficult part is just creating a copy of yourself as step one. It seems like one of the greatest inventions in the history of the universe. Is the first molecule that figured out, holy shit, I can create a copy of myself. But how hard?
I think it's really, really easy.
Okay, I did not expect that.
I think it's really, really easy. Well, let's take a step back. I think replicating molecules are rare, but if you say, I think I was saying I've probably got in trouble on Twitter, the other was there's about more than 18 moles of water in there, so 1 mole of water is 6.022 times 10 to the 23 molecules. That's about the number of stars in the universe, I think, of the universe. So there's 3 universes worth. Between
somebody corrected Jack.
Yeah, I'm always being corrected. This is great, but there's a lot of molecules in the water, and so there's a lot of. So although it's you and me really hard to conceive of, if existence is not the default for a long period of time, because what happens is the molecules get degraded. So much of the possibilities in the universe are just broken back into atoms. So you have this kind of destruction of the molecules by chemical reactions. So you only need 1 or 2 molecules to become good at copying themselves, for them suddenly to then take resources in the pool and start to grow. And so then replication, over time, when you have bonds, I think is much simpler and much easier. And I even found this in my lab years ago. One of the reasons I started doing inorganic chemistry and making a bit of rust based on a thing called molybdenum oxide, is this molybdenum oxide, very simple. But when you add acid to it, some electrons that make these molecules you just cannot possibly imagine. We constructed big, gigantic wheels of 154 molybdenum atoms in the wheel, or a icosahedron with 132 molybdenum atoms, all in the same pot. And I realized, I just finished experiments 2 years ago, I've just published a couple of papers on this, that there is a random small molecule with 12 atoms in it that can form randomly, but it happens to template its own production. And then, by chance, it templates the ring. Just an accident, just an absolute accident. And that ring also helps make the small 12 there. And so you have what's called an autocatalytic set, where A makes B, and B helps make A, and vice versa. And you then make this loop. There's a bit like these, they all work in synergy to make this chain of events that grow. And it doesn't take a very sophisticated model to show that if you have these objects that are competing and then collaborating to help one another build, they just grow out of a mess. And although they seem improbable, they are improbable, in fact impossible, in one step. There's multiple steps. This is when the blind watchmaker argument to talk about how could a watch something spontaneously emerge, but it doesn't. It's a lineage of watches and cruder devices that are bootstrapped onto them.
Right. So it's very probable once you get that little discovery, like the wheel and fire, it just gets explodes because it's so successful. It explodes. It's basically selection. So this templating mechanism that allows you to have a little blueprint to be yourself. How you go through different procedures to photocopies of yourself. And so in chemistry somehow it's possible to imagine that kind of thing is easy to spring up. In more complex organisms, you feel a different thing and much more complicated. Like we're having like multiple abstractions of the verb and these conversation here. But with human inside with complex organisms, it feels like difficult to have reproduction. That's going to get cooked up and then make fun of that. It's difficult to develop this idea of making copies of yourself or no. Because that seems like a magical idea for life that feels like very necessary for what selection is, for what evolution is. But then if selection precedes all of this, then maybe these are just like echoes of the selection. The selective mechanism of different scales.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So selection is the default if you want to. And what happens is that life, the solution that life has got on Earth, life on Earth, biology on Earth, is unique to Earth. We can talk about that. And that was really hard fought for. But that is the solution that works on Earth. Drivers Earth, fundamental machine is responsible for every every cell on Earth, or wherever it is in the kingdom of life. That is an incredibly complex object. When it was evolved over time, it wasn't evolved in a vacuum. And I think that once we understand that selection can occur without the ribosome, what the ribosome does is it phase the transition to replication. And I think that and also technology that is probably much easier to get to than we think.
Why would you put ribosome as essential part of it?
It basically is a combination of two different polymer systems, so RNA and peptides. So the RNA world, if you like, gets transmitted and builds proteins, and the proteins are responsible for all the catalysis. So the majority of the catalysis goes on the cell. No ribosome, no proteins, no coding, no evolution.
The ribosome is looking at the action. You don't put like the RNA itself as a critical thing, like information. You put action.
Yeah, I think the actual molecules that we have in biology right now are entirely contingent on the history of life on Earth. There are so many possible solutions, and this is where chemistry got itself, the origin of life chemistry gets itself into a bit of a trap.
Yeah, let me interrupt you. You've tweeted. I want to set your tweets into Shakespeare. Okay. It's surprising you haven't got canceled. You're brilliant. I'm just kidding. There's you and Diane. You tweeted that quote, origin of life research is a scam. So if this is Shakespeare, can we analyze this work? Why is the origin of life research a scam? Aren't you kind of doing origin of life research?
Okay, it was tongue-in-cheek, but yeah, I think I meant it as tongue-in-cheek. I'm not doing the origin of life research. I'm not trying to make artificial life. And I also want to bound the likelihood of the origin of life on Earth. there's no question. The chemistry they are doing, motivation, great. So what I meant by that tweet is saying maybe they're making assumptions about saying only I could make this particular type of molecule, so this RNA molecule, or this phosphodiester, or this other molecule. It's going to somehow unlock the origin of life. And I think that origin of life has been looking at this for a very long time. And whilst I think it's brilliant to work out how you can get to those molecules, I think the chemistry and origin of life could be nudged to do something even more profound. And so the argument I'm making is a bit like right now, let's say, the first Tesla that makes its way to, I don't know, into a new country in the world. Let's say there's country X that has never had a Tesla before. They get the Tesla, and they take the Tesla. What they do is they take the Tesla apart. So we want to find the origin of cars in the universe. How did this form? And they just randomly keep make the door, make the wheel, make the steering column, and all this stuff. And they say, oh, that's the route. That's the way cars emerge from there. But actually, we know that there's a causal chain of cars going right back to Henry Ford and horse and carriage. And before that, maybe, by people using wheels. And I think that obsession with the identities we see in biology right now are giving us a false sense of security that we've been looking for. And I think that origin of life chemistry is in danger of not making the progress that it deserves, because the chemists are doing this. There's a physics way, amazing people out there, young and old, doing this, and there's deservedly so more money going in. I used to complain there's more money being spent searching for the Higgs boson that we know exists in the origin of life. What is that? The origin, we understand the origin of life. We're going to actually work on what life is, and we're going to figure out the likelihood of finding life elsewhere in the universe. And most important for us, we are going to know what a good idea what the future of humanity looks like. And we need to understand that although we're precious, we're not the only life forms in the universe. Well, that's my very strong impression. I have no data for that. It's just right now I believe. And I want to turn that belief into more than a belief by experimentation. But coming back to the scam is if we just make this RNA, we've got this, this fluke event. We know how that's simple. Let's make this phosphodiester. Let's make ATP or ADP. We've got that part nailed. Let's now make this another molecule. And how many molecules can be enough? And then the reason I say this is when you go back to Craig Venter, when he invented his life, Cynthia, this micro, this minimal plasma. It's a biotransfer. I don't really fit, but he made this wonderful cell. So I've invented life. Not quite. He facsimilated the genome from this entity and made it in the lab, all the DNA. But he didn't make a cell. He had to take an existing cell that has a causal chain going all the way back to Lincoln, and he showed he took out the genes, and put in his genes, synthesized, the cell could boot up. But it's remarkable that you could not make a cell from scratch. Even now today, genetic biologists cannot make a cell from scratch because there's some contingent information embodied outside the genome in the cell, and that is just incredible. So there's lots of layers to the scam.
Well, let me then ask the question: how can we create life in the lab from scratch? What are the most promising attempts at creating life in the lab from scratch? Is anyone actually able to do it? Do you think anyone will be able to do it? Or they haven't already?
Yeah, I think that nobody has made life in the lab from scratch. Lots of people can argue that they have made progress to create better. I think the synthesis of a synthetic genome is a milestone in human achievement.
If we just walk back and say, what would you say from your perspective, level of expert for exactly this area? What does it mean to create life from scratch? Where if you sit back, whether you do it or somebody else does it, like, damn, we just created life.
Well, I can tell you what I would expect, I would like to be able to do, is to go from sand to cells in my lab, and
Can you explain what sand is?
just inorganic stuff. Like basically just so sand, just silicon oxide with some other ions in it, maybe some inorganic carbonates, just basically clearly dead stuff. You could just grind rocks into sand.
And it would be what? In a vacuum, so it could remove anything else that could possibly be like a shadow of life in the system.
You could do that. You could consist and say, look, I'm going to take not just inorganic. I want some. I want to achieve some organic, but I want inorganic organic. And I'll explain how it works in a moment. So I would like to basically put into a world, say a completely, a synthetic world, a closed world, with some inorganic materials, and just literally add some energy in some form, be it lightning or heat, UV light, and run this thing in cycles over time, and let it solve the search problem. So I see the origin of life as a search problem from space, and then I would literally wait for a lifetime to call out the system. That's the joke I tell my group. Literally wait, and for a very, don't worry, it's very feeble as they go to the world. There's ways of ethically containing it. Indeed. But
to be honest, is being important, right? It will not make you look good with these calls. It will not make you feel yes.
But there's a very good thing you can do to prevent that. For instance, if you put stuff in your world which isn't abundance, then let's say we make it life based on molecule and it escapes, it can die immediately because it lives in the environment. So we can do responsible life. Whereas I fantasize with my research on our way that we're going. It's I think it's actually morally until humanity finds life in the universe is going untended, it's our moral obligation to make origin of life bonds, identify their patterns and bond them with our origin of life machines and make them alive. I think it is our moral obligation to do that. Some people might argue with me about that, but I think that we need to form life in the universe.
And we kind of forget we did it and then come back. and then,
where did you come from? I'm coming back to these what I'd expect. So to say,
are you back? I think it's again a little more.
Definitely all the way down. So I'm back when we have this pristine experiment. Everything is sanitized, and we put it in organic material, and we have cycles, whether day-night cycles, up there, whatever, and we look for evidence of replication and evolution over time, and that's what the experiment should see. Now, are there people doing this in the world right now? There's some really good groups doing this. There's some really interesting scientists doing this around the world. They're kind of perhaps too much associated with the scam. So so they're using molecules that are already invented by biology. So there's a bit of replication built in. But I still think the work they're doing is amazing. But I would like people to be a bit freer and say, well, let's just basically shape and understand the box and wait for life to come out, because that's not happening on Earth. And so we have to understand that. Now, how would I know if I'm successful? Well, because I'm not obsessing with what molecules are in life now, I would wager a vast quantity of money. I'm not very rich, so $50 for beginning. The solution space will be different. So the genetic material will be not RNA. The proteins will not be what we think. The solution will be just completely different. And it might be going to be very feeble, because that's the other thing we should be able to show fairly robustly, that even if I did make, or someone would make a new life form in lab, it would be so poor that it's not going to leave that. It is the fear about making a reformed life form in the lab from scratch is similar to us imagining that we're going to make a Terminator, Boston Dynamics. It's simply not. The problem is we don't communicate that properly. I know you yourself you explained this very well. There is not the AI catastrophe coming. We're very far away from that. That doesn't mean to ignore it. Saying the origin of life is not coming anytime soon. We shouldn't ignore it, but we shouldn't let that fear stop us from doing it.
But this is a much longer discussion because there's a lot of details there. I think there's potential for catastrophic events to happen in much dumber ways. In the AI space, there's a lot of ways to create social networks that are been kind of accelerating set of events that you might not be able to control. The social network, virality in the digital space can create mass movements of ideas that can then just create military conflict within. It's not intense because of AI that's interesting at scale applications to do with the virus and viruses that we've done. But at scale, the application is pretty detrimental. So, fortunately, like all of the kind of biology, it's a very contentious word of doing a bunch of research in biology, so research on viruses, messing with them genetically, that can create a lot of problems if not done well. So you have to be very cautious of, is it kind of, whenever you're ultra cautious about stuff, in AI, biology, it borders on cynicism, I would say. Where it's like everything that we do is going to turn out to be destructive and terrible, so I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. Okay, that's a possible solution, except for the fact that somebody's going to do it. It's science and technology progresses, so we have to do it in an ethical way, in a good way, considering it in a transparent way, in an open way, considering all the possible positive trajectories that can be taken and making sure as much as possible to move up those trajectories. So, yeah, I don't think Terminator is coming, but a totally unexpected version of Terminator maybe around the corner.
Yeah, might be already. Yeah, so I agree with that. So going back to the origin of life discussion, I think that in synthetic biology right now, we have to be very careful about how we edit genomes and edit synthetic biology to do things. So that's where things might go, but the same way as Twitter turning themselves into kind of strange scale effect. I would love origin of life research or artificial life research to get to the point where we have those worries, because that's why I think we're just so far away from that. We are just, right now I think there are two really important angles. There is the origin of life, people, researchers who are faithfully working on this and trying to make those molecules, the scale molecules I'm talking about. And then there are people on the creation side who are saying, look, in fact, you can't make these molecules, you can't make it yourself, due to the evolution of true and this other stuff. Yeah, and so, and I find that really frustrating, because actually the origin of life research is all working in good faith, right? And so what I'm trying to do is give origin of life research a little bit more of an open context. And one of the things I think is important, I really want to make a new life form in my lifetime. I really want to prove that life is a general phenomenon, a bit like gravity in the universe, because I think that's going to be really important for humanity's global psychological state, sort of meaning going forward.
That's beautiful. That's beautifully put. So, one, it will help us understand ourselves, so that's useful for science. But two, it gives us kind of hope, if not awe, that all the huge amounts of alien civilizations that are out there, if you can build life and understand just how easy it is to build life, then that's just as good, if not much better, than discovering life on another planet. It's cheaper. It's cheaper. It makes it easier. And probably much more conclusive, because once you're able to create life, with the sense of search problem, that there's probably a lot of different ways to do it. And once you find the first solution, you probably have all the right methodologies for finding all kinds of other solutions.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be great if we could find a solution? I mean, it's probably a bit late for us. I mean, I'm worried about climate change, but I'm not that worried about climate change. And I think one day, think about, could we engineer a new type of life form that could basically, and I don't want to do this, I think we should do this necessarily, but it's good for us, that would perhaps take CO2 out of the atmosphere, or an intermediate life form. It's not quite a life, it's like an add-on. With a tiny a time-dependent add-on you could give to, say, cyanobacteria in the ocean, or to weeds. So, right, we're going to fix a bit more CO2, and we can work out how much we need to fix to basically save the climate, and we're going to use evolutionary principles to basically get there. What worries me is that biology has had a few billion years behind the solution for CO2 fixation. It hasn't really it's not the solution is really our needs. But biology wasn't thinking about our needs. Biology was thinking about biology's needs. But I think if we can do, as you say, make life in the lab, then suddenly we don't need to go everywhere conclusively prove it. I think we make life in the lab. We look at the extent of life in the solar system. How far did Earth life get? Probably all the Martians. Probably life that going on Mars, the chemistry on Mars, seeded Earth. That might have been a legitimate way to kind of truncate the surface base. But in the outer solar system, we might have completely different life forms on the solar system, Europa, and Titan. And that would be a cool thing. Because
Okay, wait a minute. Did you just say that you think, in terms of likelihood, life started on Mars, like statistically speaking, life started on Mars and seeded Earth?
it could be possible because life was so Mars was habitable Earth for the type of life that we are right now, with chemistry before Earth. So it seems to me that Mars got searching, doing chemistry, like, and
It started way before.
yeah, so they were kind of replicators and some other stuff. And if those replicators got ejected from Mars and landed on Earth, and Earth was like, we don't need to start again. Thanks for that. And then it was carried on. So I'm not going, I think we will find evidence of life on Mars, either life we put there by mistake, contamination, or actually life the earliest remnants of life. And that would be really exciting. It's a really good reason to go there. But I think it's more unlikely because of the gravitational situation in the solar system. If you find life in the outer solar system,
Time and all that, that'll be its own thing.
exactly.
Wow, that'll be so cool. If we go to Mars and we find life that looks a hell of a lot similar to Earth, and then we'll go to Titan and all those weird moons and ices and volcanoes and all that kind of stuff, and then we can find there something that looks, I don't know, way weird.
Yeah.
Some non-RNA type of
Almost like in prebiotic chemical space. And I think there are 4 types of exoplanets. You know, right? When the JWST goes out, and touch wood, it goes out to everything's fine. When we look at a star, we'll know statistically most stars have planets around them. What kind of planets? Are they going to be dead? Are they going to be just prebiotic origin of life coming? So are they going to be technological? Hey, there's intelligence on them. And will they have died? So have life on them.
those are the 4 states.
And suddenly, it's a bit like I want to classify planets the way we classify stars. And I think that, in terms of, rather than having yourself, we found methane as evidence of life, we found oxygen as evidence of life, we found whatever molecule marker, and start to then frame things a little bit more. Yeah.
Which, by the way, just saying 4, but there could be before the death. There could be other states that we humans can't even conceive of.
Just prebiotic, almost alive, got possibly to come alive. I think
There could be whatever we think of as technology, there could be a pre-conscious, like we all meld into one super intelligent conscious, or some weird thing that naturally happens over time.
yeah. I mean, I think that
The metaverse. We join into a virtual metaverse and start creating, which is kind of an interesting idea, almost arbitrary number of copies of each other much more quickly, so we can mess with different ideas. Like I can create 1,000 copies of Lex, like every possible version of Lex, and then just see and then I just have them argue with each other and until in the space of ideas and see who wins out. How could that possibly go wrong? But anyway, there's especially in this digital space, we have to start exploring with AI's mixed in, you can start engineering arbitrary intelligences. You could start playing in the space of ideas, which might lead us into a world that looks very different than our lives. Although our current world, the technology is still very much tied to our biology. We might move past that.
definitely.
Because that could be another phase now. Sure. Because then
but I did say technological, so I think I agree with you. I think so. You have let's go this right. So, dead world, no prospect of life. Prebiotic world, life emerging, living, and technological. And you probably won't, and the dead one, you probably won't be able to tell between the dead and being alive, and the dead ones, maybe got some artifacts, so maybe there's five. It's probably not more than five. And I think the technological one could allow us to have life on it still, but it might have exceeded. Because one way that life might survive on Earth is to work out how to deal with the coming, the real climate change that comes when the sun expands. Might be a way to survive that, yeah, I think that we need to start thinking statistically when it comes to looking for life in the universe.
Let me ask you, so statistically, how many alien civilizations are out there in those four phases that you captured? When you look up at the stars, when you're sleeping next to your mind, and talking to other people in British accents about something intelligent, intellectual, I'm sure. Do you think there's a lot of alien civilizations that what I'm saying?
My romantic view of the universe is really taking loans in my logical self. So what I'm saying is I have no idea. But having said that, there is no reason to suppose that life is as hard as the first thought it was. So if we just take Earth as a marker, and because I think that life is a much more general phenomenon than just our biology, and I think that the universe is full of life. And the reason for the Fermi paradox is not that they're not out there, it's just that we can't interact with other life because they're so different. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily like depicted in Arrival or other, I'm just saying that perhaps there are very few universal facts in the universe, and maybe it is not. It's quite. Our technologies are quite divergent, and so I think that it's very hard to know how we can interact with alien life.
You think there's a lot of kinds of life that's possible? I guess that was the intuition.
Yeah.
You provided that the way biology itself, and even this particular kind of biology that we have on Earth, is something that is just one sample of a real infinite number of other possible complex, autonomous, self-replicating type of things that could be possible. So we're almost unable to see the alternative versions of us. I mean, we'll still be able to accept them. We'll still be able to interact with them. We'll still be able to, like, what exactly is lost in translation? Why can't we see them? Why can't we talk to them? Because I too have a sense, and you put it really more correctly, but it seems both statistically and romantically, it feels like the universe will be teeming with life, like super intelligent life. Yeah. And I sit there, and the Fermi paradox it's felt very distinctly by me when I look up at the stars, because it's like, it's the same way I feel when I'm driving through the Jersey, listening to Bruce Springsteen, feel quite sad. If I lose the K-pop ball, feeling off to the side of the road and just weeping a little bit. I'm always like wondering, like, hey, why are she talking to us? It feels lonely. It feels lonely because it feels like they're out there.
I think that there are a number of answers to that. I think the Fermi paradox is perhaps based on the assumption that if life did emerge in the universe, it would be similar to our life, and there's only one solution. And I think that what we've got to start to do is go out and look for selection detection rather than evolution detection, rather than life detection. And I think that once we start to do that, we might start to see really interesting things. And we haven't been doing this very long. And we are living in an expanding universe, and that makes it a little bit harder.
Everybody's always leaving.
But I'm very optimistic that we will. Well, I don't know. There are two movies that came out in within 6 months of one another. Ad Astra and Cosmos. And Astra, the very expensive blockbuster, with Brad Pitt in it, and saying there is no life, so we've got a life on Earth is more precious. Cosmos, which is a UK production, which basically aliens can visit Earth one day and be discovered in the UK. It was quite, it's a fun film. But I really love those two films, and at the same time, those films, at the time those films were coming out, I was working on a paper, a life protection paper, and I found it was so hard to publish this paper, and it was almost as depressed. I was so depressed trying to get the science out there that I felt the depression of the filming out extra, like life, no life elsewhere in the universe. But I'm incredibly optimistic that I think we will find life in the universe, firm evidence of life, and it will have to start on Earth, making life on Earth and surprising us. We have to surprise ourselves, making non-biological life on Earth. And then people say, well, you make this life on Earth, therefore you're part of the causal chain. That might be true, but if I can show how I'm able to do it with very little cheating, very little information, just creating like a model planet, some description, and watching life emerge, then I think that we will be able to persuade even the hardest critic that it's possible. Now, with regards to the Fermi paradox, I think that we might crush that with JWST, because basically, if I recall correctly, the mirror is about 10 times the size of the Hubble, then we're going to be able to do spectroscopy, look at colours of exoplanets, I think. Not brilliantly, but we'll be able to start to classify them, and we'll start to get a real big feel for what's going on in the universe with exoplanets. Because it's only the last few decades, I think, maybe even last decade, that we even came to recognise that exoplanets even are common. And I think that gives us a lot of optimism that life is going to be out there. But I think we have to start framing, we have to start comparing the fact that biology is only one solution. I can tell you with confidence that biology on Earth not exist anywhere else in the universe. It is absolutely unique.
Well, okay, I love the confidence, but where does that confidence come from? Chemistry, like, how many options does chemistry really have?
That's the point. And the thing is where the origin of life scan comes in, is that people don't quite count the numbers. So if biology, as we find on Earth, is common everywhere, then there's something really weird going on. But basically, written in the quantum mechanics, there's some kind of, these bonds must form over these bonds, and this catalyst must form over this catalyst, and they're all quite equal. Life is contingent. The origin of life on Earth is contingent on the chemistry available at the origin of life on Earth. So that means if we want to find other life-like, other Earth-like worlds, we look for the same kind of rocky world, we might look at the same challenges as Earth. In fact, we would look to find biological-like stuff going on. That would be a reasonable hypothesis, but it won't be the same. It can't be. It's like saying, I don't believe in magic. That's why I'm sure. I just don't believe in magic. I believe in statistics, and I can do experiments. And so I won't get exactly the same sequence in events and get something different. And so there is TikTok elsewhere in the universe. It's not the same as our TikTok, right? That's what I do.
Which aspect of it is not the same?
Well, I just think so what is TikTok? TikTok is a social media where people upload videos, right? Silly videos. So I guess there might be
There's humor, there's attention, there's ability to process, there's ability for intelligent organisms to collaborate on ideas, to find human ideas, and play with those ideas, make them viral, memes. The humor seems to be kind of fundamental to human experience.
And I think that that's a really interesting question you can ask. Is humor a fundamental thing in the universe? And it will be, right? In terms of, if you think about it in a game theoretic sense, humor, the emergence of humor serves a role in the game. And so, if selection is fundamental in the universe, so is humor.
So I actually don't know exactly what role humor serves. Maybe it's from a chemical perspective, it's like a catalyst for, I guess some sort of purpose. One is a catalyst for spreading ideas and nutrient, that's modern humor. But humor is also the way to deal with who are suffering. Like, throughout the history of us, it's really hard. And for the people that have been in my life, who go through really difficult things, humor is part of how they deal with that.
Yeah.
It's usually dark humor. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know exactly what's more mathematically generated probably with the highest humor. I still kind of joke with me, but it's counterintuitive idea to me. I think that life elsewhere in the universe is very different than life on Earth, and also like all of each instantiation of life is likely very different from each other. Like maybe there's a few clusters of similar like life, but it's much more likely what you're saying using kind of not connection to it. But you're saying that it's more common to be a weird outcast in the full spectrum of life than it is to be in some usual cluster. So every instantiation of the kind of chemistry that results in complexity at the time is self-replicating, but how we define life, that is going to be very different every time. I don't know. It feels like a selection is coming up with a direct force in the universe. Well, selection is that in big pockets of interesting complexities. So, yeah, if we ran Earth over again, over and over, you're saying it's going to come up with there's not going to be elephants every time.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that there will be similarities. I think we don't know enough about how selection is globally works. But it might be that the elephant, the emergence of elephants was wired through the history of Earth in some way, like the gravitational force, how evolution is going, Cambrian explosions, blah blah blah, emergence from that. But I just don't know enough about the contingency, like the variability. All I do know is you count the number of bits of information that transmitting elephants and think about the causal chain, remind me of the lineage of elephants going all the way back to Luca. There's a huge scope for divergence.
Yeah, but just like you said, selection, the things that result in self-replicating chemistry and self-replicating organisms, those are extremely unlikely, as you say, for us to successfully multiply. So I just think there might be a tiny subset of all things that are possible in the universe, chemically speaking, it might be a very tiny subset is actually successful in creating elephants. Or elephant like or slash human.
Well, there's two different questions. So the first one, if we were to reset Earth and to start again,
And with different cases.
yeah, no, if we restart Earth and start again, so we go back to the beginning and do the experiment, have enough of those, how similar would biology be? I would say that there would be broad similarities, but the emergence from memories is not a given unless we're going to try to estimate it time. We're going to try and faithfully reproduce what happened. Then there's the other thing about when you go to another Earth-like planet elsewhere, maybe there's a different ratio of particular elements. Maybe there's the bombardment at the beginning of the planet was quicker or longer than Earth. And I just don't have enough information. What I do know is that the complexity of the story of life on Earth gives us lots of scope for variation. And I just don't think it's a reasonable mathematical assumption to think that if they look at that life on Earth will happen again, we say before we come down.
Okay, but you've also extended that to say that we might, as an explanation for the Fermi paradox, that means we're not able to interact with people. Or that's an explanation for why we haven't had to scale on Earth and aliens this just now differently.
We've only been looking, say, 70, 80 years. So I think that the reason we have not found aliens yet is that we haven't worked out what life is.
No, but the aliens haven't worked that out, surely. Statistically speaking, there must be a large number of aliens that are really ahead of us on this whole life question. unless there's something about this stage of intellectual evolution that often prefers us to nuclear war and destroys stuff like that. There's something in this process that eventually crystallizes the complexity and it stops either dies or something. But most likely they're already figured it out. Why aren't they playing? There's some graph dude somewhere wants to study
maybe they have. I mean, I don't have a clear answer to your question, other than to say that if there are other aliens out there in their farm plants, they might be in contact with each other, and they might be so. We might be able to. What I'm saying quite critically is it takes two to talk, right? And the aliens might be there, but if we don't have the ability to recognize and talk to them, then the aliens aren't going to want to talk to us. And I think that's a critical point that probably, if that's a filter, there needs to be an ability for one to communicate with the other. We need to know what life is before we do that. So we haven't qualified to even join the club and talk.
Well, I think they still want to teach us how to jump, right? But my worry is that I think they would want to teach us how to talk, like you do when you even I was going to say child is a human species. I mean, like ant. You want to try to communicate with them with whatever devices you can. Get away in there. Like, I worry mostly about the humans just people that don't have the right tools.
So I'm going to push back on this quite significantly. I would say because we don't understand what life is, because we don't understand how life knows the universe, we don't understand physics that goes right to life yet. That brings up fundamental description on way out my pay grade, even further up. But I'll say it anyway. It's a funded thing. So I would say that because we don't understand the universe yet, we do not understand how the universe affects our life, and we don't know what life is. I mean, I think that until we understand that, it is going to limit our abilities. Even we don't qualify to talk to the aliens. So I'm going to say that they might be there. I'm not going to say that I believe that interdimensional aliens being present.
Yeah, but I think you're just based on critical being qualified. I think the fact that we don't qualify we're interested in our innocence.
No, I'm saying that because we don't understand causal chains and the way that information is propagated in the universe, and we don't understand what replication is yet, and we don't understand how life emerge, I think that we would not recognize aliens. And if someone doesn't recognize you, you wouldn't go and talk to them. You don't go and talk to the ants. You don't go and talk to birds. Or maybe some birds do, right? Because you can. There's just enough cognition. I'm saying because we don't have enough our cognitive abilities are not yet where they need to be. We probably aren't going to communicate with us.
So you don't agree with the danger strategy of playing hard to get? Just us humans, within
the species, that's fine, but I think we don't have the access to interaction. No, I think in this conversation, you've helped me crystallize something that I think has been troubling me for a long time with the Fermi paradox. I'm pretty sure that a reasonable avenue is to say that you would not go and talk to your cat about calculus, right? Sure, but I'm not talking about paying cat. The analogy is that the aliens are not going to talk to us because and I'm using calculus as an analogy to extract, because we lack fundamental layer of understanding what life is and what the universe is in our reality. It would be so counterproductive interacting with intelligent alien species that it would cause more angst for the human race.
Okay. They got to be self-interested, so they won't care about the relationship to them. Maybe surely there's a way to put up the cat. This analogy, because even if we lack complete understanding, it must be a great first-hand experience for other kinds of intelligence to communicate with us. Still, there must be a way to interact with us.
Well,
So, like, perturb the system in interesting ways to see what these creatures do.
you might actually find the answer. I mean, again, at my paper I did in a simulation of Earth, or say, let's say a simulation where we allow an intelligent AI to emerge, right? And that AI, we then give it the objective to be curious, interact with other intelligence in this universe, and then we might find the parameters required for that AI to work up. And I think you'll find the AI will not talk to other AIs that don't share the ability to abstract and work with the AI because it's just a cat. And are you going to travel 20 light years to go and pet a cat?
So not because of the inability to do so, but because of like boredom. It's more interesting. It will start talking to. It will spend the majority of its time talking to other AI systems that can at least somewhat understand. It's more
It's a
fun.
bit like, do we know that plants are conscious? Well, plants aren't conscious in the way we typically think, but we don't talk to them. They could be, right? And
But there's a lot of these like gardening. There's always going to be a weird thing. Okay, well, you're not really actually to see gardening as a way of communication. But there's always going to be the people who are curious. Jane Goodall, who lives with the chimps, right? There's always going to be curious, intelligent species that visit the weird Earth planet and try to interact. Yeah, I think it's a super cool idea. I just kind of have a sense, maybe it's a hope that there's always going to be a desire to interact even with those that can't possibly understand the depth of what you understand.
So I'm with you. So I want to be as positive issue that aliens do exist and we attract them. What I'm trying to do is give you a reasonable hypothesis why we haven't yet. And also something to strive for to be able to do that. I mean, there is the other view that the universe is just too big and life is just too rare. But I want to come up with an alternative explanation which I think is reasonable and not be philosophically and scientifically thought out, which is this if you can't actually communicate with the objects, the person, the thing, competently, you don't even know it's there, then there's no point yet.
See, I disagree with that, but I'm totally aligned with your whole vision, which is like we need to understand emotions, right? It will help us teach in your life. It will help us teach in the intelligent life who perhaps in computer science simulation and explore all the ways that life emerges. And that will allow us to, I think the fundamental reason we don't see only large amounts of life is I actually believe aliens, of course, these are all just kind of open-minded beliefs. It's difficult to know for sure about any of this, but I think there's a lot of other civilizations which are actively communicating with us, and we're too dumb. We don't have the right tools.
That's what
to see it.
I'm saying.
No, but maybe I misinterpreted you, but I interpreted you to say they kind of tried a few times, and they're like, oh, gosh.
No. What I'm saying is it goes two ways. Yeah, I agree with you. There could be information out there, but in such a way that we just don't understand it yet. So, sorry if we made that clear. I mean, it's not just, I don't think I think we qualify as soon as we can decode the signal.
Right, so when you say qualified, so we're just not smart enough to do it qualified. No, so we're not smart enough to do it. It's like, yeah, it's good to get smart. Yeah, and there's a lot of people who believe, let me get your opinion on this, about UFO sightings. So, the sightings of weird phenomena that, what does UFO mean? It means it's a flying object, and it's not identified clearly at the time of sighting. That's what UFO means. So it could be physics phenomena, we call lightning, it could be all kinds of fascinating players. So, like the fact that there could be physical phenomena in this world that are observable by the human eye. Of course, all physical phenomena generally are fascinating. That really smart people can't explain. I love that because it's like, especially if you can replicate it. It's like, wait, how does this happen? That's like a precursor to giant discoveries in chemistry, biology, physics, as well. But the sun, for those not super rare. Right? So that's out there. And of course, that outlook could have other interpretations that don't have to do with the physics and chemistry and biology of Earth. It could have to do with more extraterrestrial explanations that, in large part, the Hollywood movies and all those kinds of things captivates the imaginations of millions of people. But just because it's science fiction that captivates the imagination of people doesn't mean that some of those sightings. I would take this one. One of the sightings is actually a sign that it's extraterrestrial intelligence, and it's object that's not of this particular world. Do you think there's a chance that that's the case? When you make, especially the pilots and screeners.
So I agree there's a chance, there's always a chance. Any good scientist would have to, or observationists would have to, I want to see if aliens exist and come to Earth. What I know about the universe is I think it's unlikely right now that there are aliens visiting us, but not interested. I think the releases, the dramatization have been happening politically, saying we're going to release all this information, classified information. I was kind of disappointed because it was just very poor material, and right now, the ability to capture high resolution video, everybody is carrying around an incredible video device now, and we haven't got more compelling data. And so we're just seeing grainy pictures, a lot of hearsay, mentioning kind of malfunctions and whatnot. And so I think on balance, I think it's extremely unlikely, but I think something really interesting is happening. And we're also during the pandemic, right? We've been locked out. We want to, our imaginations are, running riot. And I think that I don't think the information about this convinced me there were anything interesting in the UFO stuff. But what has made me very interested about is how humanity is opening up its mind to ponder aliens and the mystery of our universe. And so I don't want to dissuade people from having those thoughts and say the stupid and look at that clearly incorrect. That's not right, it's not fair. What I would say is that I lack sufficient data, replicated observations to make me go, I need to take this seriously. But I'm really interested by the fact that there is this great deal of interest, and I think that it drives me to maybe want to make an artificial life more meaningful, and to help NASA and the Air Force and whoever go looking at things even more, because I think humanity wants to know what's out there. There's this yearning, isn't there?
Yeah, but I almost many on the sometimes agree with you, but with the things you said, but one of the disappointing things to me about the sightings, I still hold the belief that a non-zero number of them is an indication of something very interesting. So I don't value the people who say everything can be explained with sense artifacts.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can say that like that. I just don't have enough data.
But the thing I want to push back on is the statement that everybody has a high definition camera. One of the disappointing things to me about the report that the government released, but in general, having worked with government and worked with people all over, is how we are. Like if you look at the pandemic response to the pandemic, how confident we are facing great challenges without great leadership, how confident we are in the face of the great mysteries before us without great leadership. And I just think it's actually the fact that there's a lot of high definition cameras is not enough to capture the full richness of the mysterious phenomena out there, of which extraterrestrial intelligence visiting Earth could be one. I don't think everything evidence because smartphones in our pocket is enough. I think that allows for TikTok videos. I don't think it allows for the capture of even interesting, relatively rare human events. It's not that common. It's rare to have you in the right moment and the right time to be able to capture the thing.
I agree. Let me rephrase what I think I haven't seen enough information. I haven't really actively sorted it out. I must admit. But I'm with you, and I love the idea of nuclear detection in chemistry in particular, right? I want to make anomalies. Sorry, or not necessarily make anomalies. I want to understand anomalies. Let me give you two from chemistry, which are really quite interesting. Phlogiston, going way back, where people said there's this thing called phlogiston, and for ages the alchemists are really this kind of this fire is the thing. That's why when we determined that phlogiston was what we thought it is. Let's go physics, the ether. The ether's a hard one because I think actually the ether might exist, and I'll tell you why I think the ether is later. And it
What do you think?
so it's the light traveling through the ether is a vacuum. There is some thing that we call the ether that basically mediates the movement of light, say. And I think that, and then the other one is cold fusion, which is more so a few years ago, with people observed with some electrochemistry when they were splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, that you got more energy out than you put in. And people got excited and they thought that this was a nuclear reaction. And in the end, it was kind of discredited because you could detect neutrons and stuff. I'm pretty sure, I'm a chemist, I'm going to do this on the podcast, but why not? I'm pretty sure there's interesting electrochemical phenomena. There's not completely bottomed out yet, but there is something there. However, we lack the technology and the experimental design. So all I'm saying in response to aliens, so we lack the experimental design to really capture the molecules. And we are circulating the planet with many more detection systems. We've got satellites everywhere. So there is, I do hope that we are going to discover more anomalies. Remember, look, the solar system isn't just static in space, it's moving through the universe. So there's just more and more chance. Not with Rabbi, but he's generating all sorts of kind of, I could say, with this. But I'm not against it. I think there is a finite chance that there are aliens in the universe that are going to happen upon them because we're moving through the universe.
What's the nature of
He's doubling down more and more to say there are aliens, interdimensional aliens, and everything else, right? We've gone from space junk accelerating out to interdimensional stuff in a very short space of time. He's obviously bored. or he wants to tap into the psyche and understand, and he's playfully kind of trying to interact with society with peers to say, stop saying it's not possible, which I agree with. We shouldn't do that, but we should frame it statistically in the same way we should frame everything as big scientists statistically.
Yeah, good scientists. Recently, ideal good scientists is I get quite skeptical. I've been listening to a lot of scientists tell me about what is good science.
It's really sad because you interview what I would consider a lot of really good scientists.
No, that's true. That's exactly right. Most of the people I talk to are incredible human beings. There's humility that's required. Science is not science cannot be grabbed.
Sure, I agree. I mean,
authority, like PhD does not give you authority. A lifelong pursuit of a particular task does not give you authority. You're just as lost and curious as everybody else, but you're more curious and more stubborn. So that's a nice quality to have. But overall, just using the word science, statistics can often, as you know, kind of become a catalyst for dismissing new ideas, out-of-the-box ideas, wild ideas.
well, yes and no. I think that, so I like to, some people find me extremely annoying in science because I'm basically, I'm quite rude and disruptive. Not in a rude, so people say they're ugly or stupid or anything like that. I just say, you're wrong. Why do you think this? And something that a gift I got given by society when I was very young, because I was in the learning difficulties class at school, as I was told I was stupid. And so I know I'm stupid, but I always wanted to be smart, right? I remember going to school, maybe today, but it's not as stupid as I was yesterday. I always just wanted always. So when I went into academia, everyone says, "You're wrong." I said, "Of course I'm join the queue." Because it allowed me to walk through the wall. So I think that pictures like those magic science, they're like even in a Japanese house, paper walls, and who sits in that room. And I annoy people because I walk straight to the wall. Because why should I be a chemist, not a mathematician? Why should I be a mathematician, not a computer scientist? Because if the problem requires us to walk through those walls, but I like walking through the walls, then I have to put up, like Google site. I have to win the people in those walls across by good science, by taking their criticisms and addressing them head on. And I think we must do that. And I think that I try and do that in my own way. I kind of love walking through the walls. And it gives me, it's difficult for me personally, it's quite painful. But it always leads to a deeper understanding of the people I'm with, particularly the arguments I have with all sorts of interesting minds, because I want to solve the problem, or I want to understand more about why I exist. That's it, really. And I think we have to not dismiss science at that basis. I think we can have work for science.
No, science is beautiful, but humans with egos and all those kinds of things can sometimes misuse good things, like social justice. Like all ideas, we all aspire to misuse these beautiful ideas to manipulate people, to do all those kinds of things.
Sure.
And there's assholes in every space and walk of life, including science.
Yeah.
And also, yes, you're right. The scientific method has proven to be quite useful. That said, for difficult questions, difficult, rare explanations for rare phenomena, you have to walk cautiously. Because the scientific method, when you totally don't understand something, it's rare, you can't replicate it, doesn't quite apply.
Yes, that's it. I agree with you. The challenge is to not dismiss the anomaly because you can't replicate it. I mean, we can talk about this. This is something I realised when we were developing assembly theory. And people think the track they're on is so dogmatic. But there is this thing that they see but they don't see, and it takes a bit of time, and you just have to keep refining it. And my approach is to say, well, why can't we do it? Why must we accept that RNA is the only way to life? I mean, you said that does RNA have a special class of information that's encoded in the universe? No, of course it doesn't, right? RNA is not a special molecule in the space of the other molecules.
But it's so elegant and simple, and it works so well in the evolution process that we kind of use it to explain that there must be a good way to have life. Sure. But you mentioned assembly theory. But first, let me pause bathroom break.
Yeah.
We took a quick break, and offline, you mentioned to me that you have a lab in your home. And then I said that you're basically Rick from Rick and Morty, which is something I've been thinking about this whole conversation. And then you said that there's a Morty pickle that you use something involving the plasma, I believe. I don't know, but can you explain the pickle situation? And is there many arbitrarily unique versions of you in alternate dimensions?
So
you're aware of?
I try to make an electrochemical memory is using and the only way of using it, or the only way to get any traction of it was actually by plugging it into a very high voltage alternating current and putting in a couple of electrodes. So my kids weren't not interested. I do it any experiments I do it.
You connect them with and you do
240 volts, AC.
Yeah.
And then have a couple of electrodes. So what happens is the nickel. This is a classic thing you do. I mean, frankly, you put nickel into the maze and just run away and leave it. And what happens is that it starts to decompose, it heats up and it explodes because the water gets steam and it just lightly explodes. But I wondered if I could cause the iron, sodium, potassium ions and nickel to migrate in a jar, right? In a brine. But that was not my Those were not my best experiments. I think far better experiments.
At that time, it was a good experiment, but you didn't know that every experiment is a successful experiment if you stick with it long enough.
I mean, I got kicked out of my own lab by my research team many years ago for good reason. My team is brilliant, and I used to go and break it. So what I do at home is I have a kind of electronics workshop, and I prototype experiments there. And I try and suggest to my team sometimes maybe we can try this thing, and they would say, "Oh, that's not going to work because of this," and I say, "Oh, actually, I've tried. Here's some code and here's some hardware. And have a go." But I'm doing that less and less now as I get even more busy. So that's quite fun because they feel that we're in the experiment together.
You do, in fact, brilliantly, just like Rick, connect chemistry with computation. So, and when we say chemistry, we don't mean the simulation of chemistry, or modeling of chemistry. We mean chemistry in the physical space as well as in the digital space, which is fascinating. Talk about that. First, you mentioned assembly theory, so we stick on the theory of these big ideas, let's say revolutionary ideas. It's an intersection between mathematics and philosophy. What is assembly theory? And generally speaking, how should we recognize life if we saw it?
So assembly theory goes back a few years now, and my struggle for maybe almost 10 years when I was going to Origin of Life conferences and artificial life conferences, where I thought that everybody was dancing around the problem of what life is. But I'll tell you about what assembly theory is, because I think it's easier. So assembly theory literally says if you take an object, any given object, and you are able to break that object into parts very gently, so just maybe let's say take a piece of very intricate Chinese porcelain and tap it just on a hammer with a nail at some point, and it will fragment into many parts. And if that object is able to fragment, and you count those parts, the different parts, so they're unsymmetrical. Assembly theory says the larger the number of parts, unsymmetrical parts that object has, the more likely it is that object has been created by an evolutionary information process. Especially if that object is not one of you've got an abundance of them. And that's really important. So because what I was literally saying about the abundance, if you have a one-off object and break it to parts, and it has lots of parts, you say, well, that could be incredibly intricate and complex. And I was troubled with this for years because I saw in reality that it worked. But when I talked to very good complexity computation ones, complexity people, they said, you haven't really done this properly, you haven't thought about it. And it's like, this is the random problem. And so I kept working this up because I invented an assembly theory in chemistry, first of all, with molecules. So the thought experiment was, how complex does a molecule need to be when I find that there could possibly be a reasonable chance, probabilistically, and if I found this molecule, able to detect it in enough quantities and say an object like a machine learning mass spectrometer. So typically in a mass spectrometer, you weigh the molecule in the field. You probably have to have on the order of 10,000 identical molecules to get a signal. So 10,000 identical molecules that are complex. What is the chance of them occurring by chance? Well, we can do the math. Let's take a molecule like strychnine, strychnine is a good molecule to take. Or Viagra is a good molecule. I made jokes about Viagra, it's a complex molecule. One of my friends said, if we find Viagra on Mars in detected quantities, we know something is up. But anyway, it's a complex molecule. So what you do is you take this molecule in a mass spectrometer and you hit it with some electrons or an electric field and it breaks apart. And if the larger the number of different parts, we know when it starts to get refreshing, my idea was that molecule could not be created by chance. So that was where assembly theory was born in the experiment, in the mass spec experiment. I was thinking about this. The NASA assembly mass spectrometers for Mars, for Titan, is going to send them to Europa. there's going to be a nuclear-powered mass spectrometer going to Titan. I mean, this is the coolest experiment ever. You're not only sending a drone that's going to fly around Titan, it's going to be powered by a nuclear slug, a nuclear battery, and it's going to have a mass spectrometer.
Is this already launched?
No, it's Dragonfly, and it's going to be launched in a few years. I think it got pushed a year because of the pandemic. So I think it's 3 or 4 years.
Nuclear Dragonfly that can fly to Titan and collect data about the composition of the various chemicals on Titan.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince NASA. I don't know if I'll be able to use the Dragonfly team that they should apply this approach, but they'll get data, and depending on how good the mass spectrometer is, I did this thought experiment anyway. I did this thought experiment, and for me it seemed to work. I turned the thought experiment into an outcome in assembly theory. And basically, assembly theory, if I take, let's just make it generic, let's just take the word abracadabra. So can I, if you find the word abracadabra, so if you have a book with lots of words in it, and you find out that around book has been written by, in a random way, set of monkeys in a room, and you have typewriters, and you find one of abracadabra, no big deal. But if you find lots of reoccurrences of abracadabra, well, that means something weird is going on. So let's think about the assembly number of abracadabra. So abracadabra has a number of letters in it, break it down, what the letters are. But when you actually reassemble abracadabra, the minimum number of ways of organising those letters, so you have an A, B, and keep going up. There's just you can cut abracadabra up into parts, put it together again in 7 steps. What does that mean? That means you basically don't you use things you make in the chain from the beginning. That's the memory of the universe, the process that makes abracadabra. And because that causal chain, you can then get to abracadabra quicker than this number of letters, which we'll have to specify over the step. So if you take that to a molecule, you cut the molecule up into parts, and you can, on the causal chain, basically start with the atoms and the bonds. And then you randomly add on those parts to make the A, make the B, make the and keep going all the way up. I found that literally assembly theory allows me to take up compressed molecules, so then there's some information in there. And I realised assembly theory isn't just confined to molecular space, it's confined to anything, but look at this molecular. The idea is that I have this theory. One of my students, he wrote it out. He basically took 20 million molecules from the database and just calculated the assembly number as the index. Like basically, if I take a molecule, cut it up into bonds, what is the minimum number of steps I need to take to reform that molecule? 12 atoms.
So reusability of previously formed things is just like how fundamental.
Exactly. It's like memory of the universe, right? I'm making lots of leaps here, like kind of weird. Saying, right, there's a process that informed the A and the B and the C, let's say, and then because we can put A and B before, we can use A and B for no extra cost and set one unit. So that's kind of what the chain of events.
And that's how you see fundamental things. You say the universe, you talk about the universe, or life is the universe.
Exactly. So we went through chemical space, we looked at the assembly numbers, we were able to classify it. So, okay, let's test it. Let's go. So we're able to take a whole bunch of molecules and assign an assembly index to them. Okay? And it's just as a function of the number of bonds and how much symmetry. So literally assembly theory is a measure of how little symmetry a molecule has. So the more asymmetrical information, the more weird it is that jackfruit olive of some description. So I then went and did a load of experiments. So I basically took those molecules and cut them up in a mass spec, measured the number of beats, without any knowledge of the molecule. And we found the assembly number of these was almost not quite a one-to-one correlation, but almost. Not all bonds equal, have different energies. And then did this using 2 other spectroscopy techniques, NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, which uses radio frequency to basically jangle the molecules and get signature. They also used infrared. And infrared and NMR almost gave us a one-to-one correlation. What am I saying? Saying that taking a molecule and doing either infrared or NMR or mass spec, I can work out how many parts there are in that molecule. and then put it on a scale. And what we did in the next part of the work is we took molecules randomly from the environment, outer space, all around Earth, we see from Antarctica, from fossils and so on. And even NASA has blinded some samples. And we found all these samples came from biology, produced molecules that had a very high sample number, above the threshold of about 15. So basically, all the stuff that came from abiotic origin was low. There was no complexity there. So we suddenly realized that on Earth, there is a cut-off that natural phenomena cannot produce molecules that need more than 15 steps to make them. And so I realized this is a way of the scale of life, scale of technology as well. And it's literally, you could just go sniffing for molecules off Earth, on Titan, on Mars. And when you find the molecules of mass spectrum that gives you more than 15 parts, you'll know pretty much for sure that it had to be produced by evolution. This allowed me to come up with a general definition of life based on assembly theory to say that if I find an object that has a large number of parts, say like a Boeing 747, or any complex object, and I can find it in abundance and cut it up, I can tell you whether that has been produced by an informational process. And that's what assembly theory kind of does. But it goes a bit further. I then realised that this isn't just about life, it's about causation. So actually, build up as a causal structure. So now I can look at objects in the universe, say they're in this cup, and say, right, I'm treating independent parts as, that's the assembly number. I'll then look at the abundance, how many comes into on this table, maybe a few labels stashed away. So assembly is a function of the complexity of the object times the number of copy numbers of that object or functional copy number normalized. So I realized there's a new quantity in the universe. You have energy, entropy, and assembly.
So assembly, the way we should think about that is how much reusability there is. Because reusability is like can you play devil's advocate to this, or like, could this just be a nice tertiary signal for living organisms, like some kind of distant signal of, yeah, this is enough property, but it's not capturing something fundamental. Or do you think reusability is something fundamental to the life and complex organisms?
I think reusability is fundamental in the universe, not just for life and complex organisms, it's about causation. So I think assembly tells you find objects, because you can do trajectories as well. Think about it, that the fact there are objects in the universe on Earth, it's weird. If you think about it, we should just have a combinatorial explosion of stuff. The fact that not everything exists is really weird.
Now then, and then as I'm looking at 2 mugs and 2 water bottles, and the things that exist kind of are similar and multiply.
Yeah.
In copies.
Yeah. So I would say that assembly allows you to see something that's statistical mechanics. People looking at entropy have got stuck for a while. So I make it pretty bold. I mean, I'm writing a big sale of water on this at the moment. And we're realising we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because we think that there's lots of ways where this is, it's a really interesting idea. It works for molecules. And it appears to work for any object produced by causation. You can take a note card, you can disassemble the note card into a book, assemble the book. Assembly theory tells you there's a way of compressing and reusing. And so when people like information theorists, they say, oh, it's logically dead. Say it is, like logically dead, but it's experimentally usable. You say, oh, it's a bit like Kolmogorov complexity, so it's tunable. And okay, it's not infinitely compute and gets them through hard very quickly, but it's a very hard problem to get. But it's computable enough, it's contractible enough to be able to tell the difference between the molecules being formed by the random background and by causation. And I think that that's really interesting, because until now, there's no way of measuring complexity objectively. Complexity is required algorithmic comparisons of programs, and human beings label things. Not entirely. You can talk about what that means in English.
Okay. Right. We're doing the time scale. No, it's very well explained. It's fascinating. And it's my brain is breaking to pieces, and I'm trying to do something. So empty hard. So you have a molecule. You're trying to figure out, okay, if we were to reuse parts of this molecule, which parts would we reuse to as an optimization problem would be hard to figure out the minimum amount of reused components that will create this sonic. And it becomes difficult when you start to work with huge molecules, arbitrarily large. So I'm also like mapping this thinking about this in complexity generally, like looking at cellular atomic system and saying like, what can this be used as a measure of complexity from like arbitrarily complicated system?
Yeah, I think it can. And I think that the question is, what's the benefit? There's plenty of, I mean, in computer science and mathematics and physics, people have been really seriously studying complexity for a long time. And I think there's a really interesting topic where we cross grains and we lose information. And all assembly theory does do, assembly theory just explains which merges. And so what assembly theory says, look, going from the atoms that interact, those first replicators that go from another. Assembly at the middle level, because you have just been replication and selection. And I think the more selective something is, the higher the assembly. And so we were able to start to know how to select in the universe. If you go to the moon, there's nothing very high assembly on the moon, it's a human artifact we've left there. So again, this goes back to the sand grains. In assembly theory says, if all the sand grains all stick together, that's the infinite combinatorial explosion of the universe. That should be controlled. And we don't have that. Now let's assemble sand grains together and let's do them in every possible way. So we have a series of minimal operations putting that together. All that doesn't exist either. Now, because we have specific memory, and we say, look, let's put 3 sand grains in line, or 4, and make a cross, or a triangle, or do something like symmetrical. So once we've made the triangle symmetrical, we remember that, because again, it's on the causal chain. So what assembly theory allows you to do is go to the actual object and define the space. And actually, the way you get there is by disassembling it. So this is assembly theory works by disassembling objects you have, understanding the steps to create these works of maps as a whole. The molecules do just break bonds.
I think it's absolutely hard to do difficult. It's difficult to figure out how to break bonds.
Molecules is easy. If you just keep low enough in the molecular weight space, it's good enough. So it's a complete theory. When we start to think about objects, we can start to think about things at different levels, different atoms. What do you assign as your atom? So in a molecule, in the atom, this is really confusing because the word atom is really straight to the start. So in the molecule, the atom is the bond, because you break bonds for atoms, right? So in a car, the atom might be, I don't know, a small amount of iron, or the smallest, reusable part, like rivets, a piece of plastic or something. So you've got to be really careful. Microprocessor, the atoms might be transistors. And so the amount of assembly something else, to function, you have to look at the atom level. What are you squaring apart? What are you counting?
That's one of the things you get to choose. What is what scales they have? What is the minimum exact thing? And there's no huge amounts of trade-offs. When you approach a system and try to analyze it, if you approach Earth, you're an alien civilization trying to study Earth. What is the atom trying to measure the complexity of life? Is it our humans there?
I would say to start with, you just use molecules. I can say for sure, if there are molecules of sufficient complexity on Earth, then I know that life is made them. And when we go further, you show technology. There are molecules that exist on Earth that are not possible even by biology. You needed technology and you needed microprocessors to get there. So that's really cool.
And there's correlates between that, between the coolness of that and assembly number, whatever the measure. What's the one called the measure?
Assembly index. So there's three kind of fundamental kind of labels we have. So there's the quantity of assembly, and the assembly of the quantity is, so if you have a box, let's just have a box. Have a box. box. We count the number of identical molecules, and then we chop each molecule up into its individual molecule class and calculate the assembly number. So basically, you then have a function that sums over all the molecules for each assembly, and then you divide through, so you make it divide through the number of molecules.
So that's the assembly that's in the box.
So that was kind of the amount of assembly in the box. So basically, the assembly equation we come up with is like basically the sum of e to the power of the assembly index of molecule I times the number of copies of the molecule I, and then you normalize. You sum them all up and then normalize. So some boxes can be more assembled than others.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. So if you were to me as box, say I'm a box, am I assigning the parts in terms of like how do you know what's my assembly index?
So let's just, we'll talk about the molecules. So let's just take a pie stand the same way as you. And I would take you and just put up all the molecules. I mean, and just the number of copies and assembly number. But in sand, let's say, there's probably going to be nothing more than assembly number 2 or 3. But there might be trillions and trillions of sand grains. In your body, there might be the assembly number is going to be higher, but there might not be as many copies because the molecular weight is higher. So what you do want to average it out. You can average it.
I'm not defined way that most people trust it.
No, you're an average in your body. But I mean, we're just working this out. But what's really cool is that you're going to have a really high assembly. Sam will have a very low assembly because your causal power is much higher. You get to make decisions, you're alive, or you're inspiring. Then there's something about causal power in the universe. And that's not supposed to exist. Because physicists don't accept that causation exists at the bottom.
I understand the chemical level why the assembly is causation. Why is it causation? Because it's capturing the lever.
Exactly.
It's capturing the lever, but there's not an action to it. So I'm trying to see how these two relate.
But it's what life does. So I think it's we don't know.
So that's a good question. What is life versus what does life do?
Yeah. So this is the definition of life. The only definition we need. Right?
It's
basically that life is able to create objects in abundance that are so complex, the semi number is so high, they can't possibly be formed in a random environment with just random interactions. So suddenly you can put life on a scale, and when life doesn't exist actually in that camp, it's just how evolved you are. And you as an object, because you have incredible causal power, you can go and build rockets or build cars or create drugs or you can do so many things. You can build stuff, build more artifacts, show that you have causal power, and that causal power is kind of a lineage. And I think that over time, I've been realizing that physics as a discipline has a number of problems associated with it. Me as a chemist was kind of interested in assembly theory, and I'm really, I want to maintain some credibility in the physics side, so I have to push them. Because physics is a really good discipline. It's reduced the number. Physics is about reducing the belief system. They're down to some things in their belief system, which is kind of really makes me kind of grumpy. Number one is requiring order at the beginning. You can imagine people don't need that. The second is the second law. You don't actually need that. And this is blasphemous. In a minute, I'll recover my career in a second. But I think the only good thing about being removed is chair. There has to be an act of parliament to fire me.
Yeah. You can always go to these Twitter protests.
And I think the third thing is that we've got the order of today, in the second law, and the fact that causation is emerging, right? And that time is emerging.
If he believes that emergence is causation.
That's completely incorrect. Because we wouldn't exist otherwise. So physicists have kind of got confused about time. Time is a real thing. Well, I mean, so look, I'm very happy with the current description of the universe as physics gives me, because I think can go to the room and retain physics, I think, and I can understand the orbit of Mercury or Veritas. And I can build transistors with quantum mechanics, right? And I can do all this stuff. So I'm not saying physics is wrong. I'm just saying if we say that time is fundamental, i.e. time is non-equation, it's a global problem, I don't need them. I don't need or require that there's order in magic made in part. Because that asymmetry is built into the way the universe is.
So time is fundamental. To me, you're referring to kind of an interesting proposition that is memory. So time is hard to like put a finger on, like what we're talking about. Well, the direction for memory is construction, especially when you have like think about these local pockets of complexity, these non-zero assembly index entities that's being constructed in the memory. Never forget molecules.
But remember, the thing is, I invented assembly theory. I'll tell you I invented it. You know, as a kid, the thing is, I'm making fun of stuff in research school. I've only ever had one idea. I keep exploring that idea over the 40 years or so since I had that idea.
The reason why I find the ideas of the universe have is very kind of hard. Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. That's very inspiring.
Yeah.
So I think I came up with assembly theory with the following idea when I was a kid. I was obsessed about survival things. What is the minimum stuff I would need to basically replicate my reality? I love computers, and I love the technology of what technology can become. So I imagined that I would have basically a really big chunk of stuff. I thought, well, can I delete some of that stuff out? Can I put a blueprint in there? And in the end, I kept making this making smaller, making half a truck into a suitcase. And then I went, okay, well, screw it. I want to carry my entire technology in my pocket. How do I do it? And I'm not like a Steve Jobs, I play. I came up with a matchbox survival kit. In that matchbox survival kit, I would have the minimum stuff that would allow me to interact with the environment, build a shelter, build a fishing rod, build a water purification system. And it's kind of like, so what am I using my box? Assemble in the environment, assemble. And I realised that it can change my survival. So I guess that's probably why I've been obsessed with assembly theory so long. And I was just pre-configured to find it somewhere. And when I saw it in molecules, I realised that the causal structure that we see in neurons and the physics kind of gets really stuck because they're saying that time, you can go backwards in time. I mean, how do we let physicists get away with the notion that we can go back in time and meet ourselves? I mean, it's clearly a very hard thing to allow. Physicists would not let other scientists get away with that kind of heresy. Right? Why physicists allowed to get away with it? Let's first of all push back to think that was advocate.
You are married to the idea of memory. You see in this, again, what you see, you have these vivid dreams of the universe that is writing the story through communities, these chemical compounds are just going on top of each other, and they find useful components that can be used, and they're reused components, create systems that themselves that are reused, and all in this way constructed. Well, when you think of that as memory, it seems like quite sad that you can walk that back. At the same time, it feels like that memory you walk in both directions in terms of time.
You could walk in both directions, but I don't think that makes any sense because the problem that I have with time being reversible is that I mean I'm just a Dharma experiment. Burning stuff, building stuff. When I think of reversible phenomena, I imagine in my head, I have to actually manufacture some time. I have to borrow time from the universe to do that. I can't. When anyone says, let's imagine we can go back in time to reversibility, you can't do that. You can't step out of time. Time is non-negotiable. It's happening.
No, but see, you're assuming that time is fundamental, which most of us do when we go to day. But it's also leading of wild imagination that time is
Time is not emergent. Yeah, I mean, this is an argument that you have, but I believe that selection gives rise to life, and also to say, well, hang on, we could allow ourselves to have a theory that requires us to use these statements to be possible. Like we need to have order in the past, or we can use the past hypothesis, ultimately as well. Okay, and we have to have another finite entropy increases, and we have to say, and then we can say, look, the universe is completely closed, and there's no novelty, or that novelty is predetermined. What I'm saying is very, very important. That time is fundamental, which means, if you think about it, the universe becomes more and more novel each step. It generates more states, next step than was before. It means bigger search. So what I'm saying is that the universe wasn't capable of consciousness of day one. Actually, because there enough states. But today, the universe is complex. So how do you like how
otherwise? Now we've just got the pin focus to it. Okay. No, it's brilliant. Sorry. Part of me is just, to joke around with all of this thing, but because you're saying a lot of brilliant stuff, I'm trying to slow it down because my brain explains. So, because I want to break apart some of the message you're saying. So, novelty is increasing in the universe because the number of states is increasing. What do you mean by states?
So I think this is almost got everything right. I can't hold them all. I just think there's a little bit of dogma. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I'm very happy to be entirely wrong, right? Not right on many things, but if I can make less assumptions about the universe with this, and potentially that's a more powerful way of looking at things.
If you think time is fundamental, you can make less assumptions of the world.
Exactly. The time is fundamental. I don't need to add on a magic second law, because the second law comes out of the fact that the universe is actually there's more states available. And we might even be able to create things like dark energy in the universe might actually just be time, right?
Yeah, and you still have to explain why time is fundamental. I can give you one explanation, you put the time to say time. Like, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's
okay.
You still have to explain not explain time. Why is it fundamental?
So let's just say existence is default, which means time is default. So let's just
go through the existence.
Well, we exist, right? So let's just take would be very
where you got
all right. Let's go all the way back to
I think it's very funny, beautiful way you're leading us. I don't think this conversation is even about somebody, which is fascinating. We'll keep mentioning like some index this idea. That I don't think is necessarily connected to time.
Oh, I think it is deeply connected.
It looks like
I can't explain it.
so you don't think everything you've said about assembly theory and assembly index can still be correct, even if time's correct.
So, yeah, right now, assembly theory appears to work. They appear to be able to measure objects high assembly with aspects of them with their vibrance and all that stuff, right? It's a nice, if nothing else, it's a nice way of looking at how molecules can compress things. Now, am I saying that time has to be fundamental, not emergent in assembly theory to work? No. I think I'm saying that the universe, it appears that the universe has many different ways of using time. You could have three different types of time. You could just have timeless. The way I think of it, if you want to hold on to emergent time, I think that's fine. Let's do that. We'll hold on to emergent time, and the universe is just doing its thing. Then assembly time only exists when the universe starts to write memories and bonds. So let's just say there's rocks running around, when the lock happens and selection starts, suddenly the universe is remembering cosmos in the past, and those structures will have effects in the future. So suddenly a new type of time emerges at that point, which has a different direction. And I think Sean Carroll at this point might even turn the podcast back on. Okay, I can deal with that, that's fine. But I'm just basically trying to condense the conversation and say, hey, let's just have time fundamental. See how that improves people's life.
Why are you triggering people by saying fundamental?
Why not?
Let's say,
why should I grow up in a world where time? I don't get back in time. I don't need myself in the past. There are no aliens coming from the future, right? It's like
no, that's not. That's like saying we're talking about biology or like evolutionary psychology. You're saying, okay, let's just assume that clothing is fundamental. weren't close enough. Like, no. You can't, like, I think you're getting in a lot of trouble if you assume how it's fundamental.
Why? Give me one reason why I'm getting into trouble with fundamental.
Because you might not understand the origins of this memory. It might be deeper. Like that, that could be a thing that's explaining the construction of these higher complexities better than just saying it's a search. It's chemicals doing a search for reusable structures that they can use as bricks to build a house.
Okay, so accept that. So let's go back to central physics. It is. I wanted to drop the time bomb this part because I think we can carry on discussing it for many days, many months. But I'm happy to accept that it might be wrong. What I would like to do is imagine a universe where time is fundamental, time is emergent, and let's just then talk about causation. Because physicists reply that causation, and this is where I'm going to go, causation emerges, and it doesn't exist at the microscale. That clearly is wrong. Because if causation has to emerge at the microscale, life cannot merge. But how does life emerge? Life requires molecules to bump into each other, produce replicators. Those replicators produce polymers. There needs to be cause and effect at the molecular level. There needs to be an agergic, non-agergic, or agergic transition at some point. And those replicators have material consequence in the universe. Physicists just say, oh, you know what? I have a bunch of particles in the box. I'm going to think about it in a Newtonian way and contemplate, and I'll add on a narrow time so I can label things. And causation will have to magically happen. Well, how? Explain causation. And they can't. The only way I can reconcile causation is having a fundamental time, because this allows me to have a deterministic universe that creates novelty. And there's so many things on track here. But let's go back. You said, does Cat-assembly theory work in emergent time? Sure, it can, but it doesn't give me a deep satisfaction about how causation an assembly gives rise to these objects that move through time and space. And again, what am I saying? To bring it back, I can say, without fear, take this water bottle, look at this water bottle, look at the pictures of this writing, you've done a load of them. I know that causal structures gave rise to this. In fact, I'm not looking at just one water bottle here, I'm looking at every water bottle and can see by humanity. This here is a special object. In fact, a lot of this, Leibniz, at the same time in Newton, he kind of got stuck. I think Leibniz actually invented assembly theory. Okay, so the soul you see in objects isn't the mystical soul, it is assembly. It is, in fact, there's been a history of objects related. Without the object in the past, this object doesn't exist. There is a lineage, and there is conserved structures, causal structures have given rise to those.
Fair enough. And you're saying simply is fundamental.
And it shakes this cage a bit, right? You're saying, but I think that
I kind of enjoy the fact that this is damn cages.
I think that I would say that Lee Smolin, I don't want to speak for Lee, I'm talking to Lee about this. I think Lee also is in agreement that time has to be fundamental. But I think he goes further. Even in space, I don't think you can go back to the same place in space. I've been to Austin a few times now. I think third time I've been to Austin. Is Austin in the same place? No. The solar system is moving through space. I'm not back in the same space. Locally, I am. Every event in the universe is unique.
In space and time. Doesn't mean we can't go back though. Let's just rest this conversation, which was beautiful, with a quote from the Rolling Stones that you can't always get what you want. You want time to be fundamental, but if you try, you'll get what you need, which is something theory. Okay, let me ask you continue talking about complexity and to clarify this beautiful term that we were developing, I'm sure we'll continue developing both in the lab and in theory. it can't be said enough. It's just the ideas you're playing with this in your head are just, what we're talking about are just beautiful. We're talking about complexity a little bit more generally. And so things maybe in an admiring romantic way. How does complexity emerge from simple rules? The why, how, okay, a nice algorithm of assembly is there.
I would say that the problem I have right now, and you're right about time as well. The problem is I have this hammer called assembly, and everything I see is now. So now let's just be quiet for a second. Take a Bernard's stability. Bernard's stability is oil. You heat up oil. You set a frying pan. You get convection. You get take the formation of snowflakes. Right? Take the emergence of a tropical storm, or the storm of Jupiter. When people say, let's talk about complexity in general, what they're saying is, let's take this collection of objects that are correlated, right? And try and work out how we move in parts of how this does, how this exists. So what people have been doing for a very long time is taking complexity and counting what they've lost, calculating the entropy. And the reason why I'm pushing very hard on assembly is entropy tells you how much you've lost. It doesn't tell you the microstates are gone. But if you embrace the bottom-up assembly, those states, you then understand the causal chain which rise to emergence. What I think assembly will help us do is understand reconstruction at the very least, and maybe allow us to crack open complexity in a new way. And I've been fascinated with complexity theory for many years. I mean, as soon as I could, I learned that the family Rothschild, and I could just type that up and run it, just show it and see it and try to unfold. It was just this kind of this mathematical reality that exists in front of me. I just found incredible. So then I realized that actually we were cheating. We're putting in boundary positions at the time. We're putting in information. And so when people talk to me about the complexity of things, I say, well, relative to what? How do you measure them? So my small attempt, naive attempt, because there's many great times in life right now thinking about this properly. And you've had some of them on podcasts, right? They're just absolutely fantastic. But I'm wondering if we might be able to reformat the way we explore algorithmic complexity using the sample. What's the minimum number of constraints or need in our system? So whether it's like, if you take some particles and put them in a box, at a certain box size you get quasi right? But that emergence of magic, it must come from the boundary conditions you put in. All I'm saying is a lot of the complexity that we see is a direct read of constraints we put in that we just don't understand. So as I said earlier, the origin of life, origin of life is a scam. So what's the complexity of calculation theory of a scam? Is we put the constraints in, but we don't count them correctly. And I'm wondering if
you're thinking in terms of assembly theory, something that is a way to count.
That's all it is. But assembly theory doesn't lower anything towards complexity theory, but it allows us to go across domains and start to compare things, compare the complexity of a molecule, the microprocessor, of the text you're writing, of the music you may compose.
But assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood the limited freedom rather than radical freedom. So we require assembly theory to cellular power and life and chemistry. What does Nietzsche have to do with assembly theory?
That gets me into free will, like
So let me say that again. Assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood we have limited freedom rather than radical freedom. Limited freedom is closest referring to the fact that there's constraints. Or what is radical freedom? What is freedom?
The society was like, you believe in absolute freedom. And that you could do whatever you want in his imagination. And Nietzsche understood that his freedom was somewhat more limited. And it kind of takes me back to this computer game that I played when I was 10. So I think it's called Dragon's Lair. Do you know Dragon Slayer?
I think I know Dragon Slayer.
Dragon Slayer, I knew I was called, right? Dragon Slayer, when you play the game, you were lucky. You go out and basically procedurally generated worlds.
That was RPG a little bit. No, it's turn-based play.
It was a role-playing game with really good graphics and one of the first laser discs. And when you actually flick the stick, you took, it was like a graphical adventure game with animation. When I played this game, I really, you could get through the game in 12 minutes if you knew what you were doing, not making a mistake. You played this, played this, played this. So it was just that timing. And actually, it was a complete fraud because all the animations been pre-recorded on the disc. It's like this Black Mirror, the first interactive, but they had all that, several million kind of permutations of the movie that you could select your next. I've forgotten the name of it. So this was exactly that in the laser disc. You basically go left, go right, fight yoga, slay the dragon, and then you flip the joystick at the right time. It just goes to the next animation. It's not really generated. And I played that game and I knew I was being had.
So I to you, Dragon Knight was the first time I realized that there was illusion.
Yeah.
And why is assembly theory keeps hints about free will and its illusion?
Yes, so not entirely. I do think I have some will, and I think I am able, and I think I can interact. I can play around like the models I have of the world, the cost functions, right? And I can have my own possibilities, which means I have a little bit of free will. But as much as I want to do stuff in the universe, I don't think I can suddenly say, actually, this is interesting now, so I could try and do it. Right? Like I'm suddenly give up everything and try a rapper tomorrow, right? Maybe I could try that, but I don't have sufficient agency to make that necessarily a knowledge trajectory. So when Dragon Slayer, I know that I have some trajectories that I can play with. So Sandra really realised he thought that he had no assembly, no memory, and he could just leave the lots and do everything. And Richard said, okay, I realise I don't have full freedom, but I have some freedom. And the assembly theory basically says that. It says, if you have these constraints in your past, they limit what you are able to do in the future. You can use them to do amazing things. Let's say I'm a poppy plant and I'm creating some opiates. Opiates are really interesting molecules. Obviously great for medicine, great for society. But let's imagine you fast forward a billion years. What will the opioids look like in a billion years? Well, we can guess because we can see how those proteins will evolve, and we can see how the secondary metabolites will change. But they can't go radical. They can't suddenly become, I don't know, like a molecule that's running an OLED on the display. They will have some. They will be limited by the causal chain that produces them. And that's what I'm getting at. So we're predictive. We are unpredictably predictable, or predictably unpredictable. Predictably unpredictable when we're straight on the trajectory we're on.
Predictably part is the construction which you have to be unpredictable part is the part that you still haven't really clarified the origin of the little bit of freedom.
Yeah.
So you're just arguing, you're basically saying that radical freedom is impossible. You really operating in the world of constraints that are constraints of the mental trajectory of the chemistry that led to who you are. But even just any freedom, even if everywhere you are in your cages, if you can move around in that cage a little bit, you feel free.
I agree.
And so the question is, in assembly, we're thinking about the what. Where does the little bit of freedom come from? What is the I that can decide to be a rapper? What is that? That's a cute little trick with the mystic somewhere else. Do fun tricks at parties, or is there something for the rest that allows us to feel free, to be free?
I think that's the question that I want to answer. I know you want to answer it, and I think it's so profound. Let me have a go at it. I would say that I don't like the stance of Sam Harris, because I think Sam Harris, when he says the way he says it, almost it's really interesting. I'd love to talk to him about it. And Sam Harris almost thinks himself out of existence, right? So that I don't. Because, do you know what I mean?
Well, he has a different view on consciousness, if you will. I think he saves himself from consciousness. He takes himself out of existence with free will.
Yeah, exactly. So that'd be the
She's a leaf floating on a river.
Yeah, I think that he's, I don't know, I'd love to ask him, but he really believes that, and maybe the place to go.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think that I'll get a game of cards with me, but I'll work out the conditions with which he says no, and then I'll get him the conditions he says yes, and I'll track him with his age of consistency without arguing. Because at some point when he loses enough money, or if the hospital loses enough money, there's a way of basically mapping out a series of so what will is about. Let's not sort of see what will is about. It's a series of decisions equally weighted in front of you, and those decisions aren't necessarily any demonization. Decisions are a function of the model you've made in your mind within your simulation, and the way you've interacted in reality. Also, other interactions you're having with other individuals and happy space. And I think that there's a little bit of delay in time. So I think what you're able to do is say, well, I'm going to do the countdown. I'm done all this, and I'm going to go this way. And you probably don't know why. I think free will is actually a very complex interaction between your unconscious and your conscious brain. And I think the reason why we're arguing about it is so interesting in that some people outsource their free will to their unconscious brain, and some people try and overthink the free will conscious brain. I would say that Sam Harris is really like his conscious brain doesn't have free will, his unconscious brain does. That's my guess, right?
He can't have that free will conscious
Yeah,
brain.
that's kind of annoying. But
So he's going to do meditation, complex stuff, and that's that.
Yeah, which is maybe okay, but I do think that I have the ability to make decisions. I like to make decisions. In fact, I mean, this is an argument I have with some people that some days I feel I have no free will, and it's just an illusion. And this is and it makes me more radical. But I get to explore more of the state space, and I'm like, I'm going to try and break the world down. I'm really going to ask the question that maybe I dare not ask, or dare do the thing I dare not do, and that allows me to kind of explore more.
It's funny that if you truly accept that there's no free will, that is a contract. It's funny, but because the little bit of the illusion comes with that framework that you have the choices. If choice is just an illusion of psychology, you do whatever the hell you want. That's the.
But we don't do it.
I think because you don't truly accept that you think that there's a choice, which is why you don't just do whatever the hell you want. But you feel like there's some responsibility for the wrong choices, why you don't do it. But if you truly accept that the choice is already been made, then you can go. I don't know, you want to do this radical thing. I mean, but yeah, I wonder what am I preventing myself from doing that I really want to do? Probably like humor and stuff. Like I would love to, if I could like save a game, do the thing, and then reload it later, like do undo it, and it'd probably just humor, just to do something like super hilarious. That's super embarrassing, and it just goes. I mean, it's basically just fun. I would have more fun to.
I mean, I sometimes do that. So, I sometimes I try and mess up my reality in unusual ways by just doing things because I'm bored. If not bored, I'm not expressing this very well. I think that this is a really interesting problem that perhaps the hard sciences don't really understand what they're responsible for, because the question about how life emerges and how intelligence emerges and consciousness and free will, they're all ultimately boiling down to sort of the same mechanics, I think. My feeling is that they are the same problem again and again and again. The transition from a boring world to a world where there's no selection. So I wonder if free will has something to do with selection, the model, and also the models you're generating with the brain, and also your memory available at any one time to generate counterfactuals.
I guess that's the decision-making process is a kind of selection. Yeah, that could be just
absolutely
yet another manifestation of the selection mechanism of pervasive thought universe. Okay, that's fascinating. thought you had a fundamental its own thing, something like that. That is just yet another example.
Yeah. And in the universe, it's intrinsically open. You want to do that if you generate numbers.
You mentioned something about do cellular automata exist outside the human mind? In our little offline conversation. Why is that an interesting question? So, cellular automata, complexity. What's the relationship between complexity and the human mind? And trees falling
Infrastructure. So the CA. So when John von Neumann and Conway and Feynman were doing CA, doing paper.
CA is cellular automata.
Yeah, just drawing them on paper.
How possible is that they were doing cellular automata on paper?
Yeah.
And then they were doing a computer that takes forever to print out anything from the program.
Sure.
People are with the TikTok kids these days with the TikTok don't understand how amazing it is to just play with cellular automata, arbitrarily changing the rules as you want, initial conditions, and see the beautiful patterns emerge, same with fractals, all of them.
It just gives me a brilliant idea. I wanted a TikTok account which just dedicated to putting out CA rules. It isn't just make up.
100%. Now we get
like millions.
yes, we'll get dozens.
So just have it run it. So look, I CA. I love CAs. This is a debate club. I actually a few years ago I used robots that talk to each other, chemical robots that played the game of Hex, invented by John Nash, by doing chemistry, and they communicated by Twitter, which experiments they were doing. They had a look up to experiment. Robot 1 said, "I'm doing experiment 10." The other robot said, "Okay, I'll do experiment 1 then."
They communicated
Via Twitter, and then
publicly.
Yeah.
DMs.
yeah.
Can you maybe quickly explain what the game of Hex is?
Yes, so it's basically a hexagonal board, and you try and basically colour each element on the board, each hexagon, and you try and get from one side to the other, and no one tries to block you.
How are they connected?
So what
the chemical.
Let's go back. So there were 2 robots.
Yeah.
Each robot was doing dye chemistry, so that they can RGB, red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green, blue. And they could just choose from experiments to do red, green, blue. Initially, I said to my group, we need to make 2 chemical robots that play chess. And my group was like, too hard, no, you can't go away. But anyway, so the robot.
People listening to this should probably know that Econ is an amazing group of brilliant people. He's exceptionally well published. He's written a huge number of amazing papers. Whenever he calls himself stupid, and is a sign of humility, and I deeply respect that and appreciate it. The people listening to this should know this is a world-class scientist who doesn't take himself seriously, which I really appreciate and love. Anywho, talking about serious science, go back to your group rejecting your idea of chemical robots playing chess by dyes, so you went to a simpler game of Hex. Okay, so what else?
The team that did it was brilliant. I really I think they still have PTSD from doing it. Because I said, this is a workshop. What I'd often do is I have about 60 people in my team, and occasionally before lockdown, I would say, "I'm a bit bored. We're gonna have a workshop or something. Who wants to come?" And then basically about 20 people turn up to my office, and I say, "We're gonna do this mad thing," and then it would just self-organize, and someone would like, "No, I'm not doing this," and then you get left with the happy dozen.
Yeah.
And what we did is we built this robot, and doing dye chemistry is really easy. You can just take 2 molecules, react with them, and change colour. And what I wanted to do is have a palette of different molecules. You can react combinatorially and get different colours. You've got 2 robots. And wouldn't it be cool if the robots basically shared the same list of reactions to do, and they said, then you could do a kind of multi-core chemistry. Like they weren't, so you could have 2 chemical reactions going on at once, and they could basically outsource the problem.
But they're sharing the same tape.
Exactly. So the robot one would say, I'm going to do experiment 1, and the other robot says, I'll do experiment 100. And then they cross it off. But I want to make it.
That's brilliant.
I want to make
it genius. So.
Well, I wanted to make it groovier. I said, look, let's have them competing so they're playing the game of Hex. So when the robot does an experiment, and the more blue the die, the more it gets the higher chance it is to make them move it once on the Hex board. So if it gets a red colour, the is like it gets down weighted than the other robot. And so what the robots could do is they each play a move, and because the fitness function, or the optimization function was to make the color blue, they started to invent reactions we weren't on the list. And they did this by not cleaning, because they made cleaning optional. So when one robot realized that if it didn't clean its pipes, it could get blue more quickly. Yeah. And the other robot realized that it was like getting dirty as well. And they
unintended consequences of super intelligence.
Okay.
But
that was the game. And we've got
communicating through Twitter.
They were doing it through Twitter, and Twitter banned them a couple of times. They said, "Come on, we've got a couple of robots doing chemistry. It's really cool. Stop banning them." But in the end, we had to take them off Twitter. And they just communicated via server, because it was just there were people saying, "You can still find it Coding Lab 1 and Coding Lab 2 on Twitter." And it was like make move, wait, mix A and B, wait 10 seconds, answer blue.
I really find it super compelling that you would have a chemical entity that's communicating with the world.
That was one of the things I wanted to do with my origin of life reaction, right? Is basically have a reactor that's basically just randomly enumerating through chemical space and have some kind of cycle. And then read out what the molecule's reading out using a mass spectrometer. And then convert that to text and publish it on Twitter. And then wait until it says I'm alive. I reckon that Twitter account would get a lot of followers.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to convince my group that we should just make an origin of life Twitter account. So everyone's like, hello, testing. Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah, I'll share it. I particularly enjoy this idea of a non-human entity communicating with the world via a human designed social network. It's quite a beautiful idea. How we were talking about CA's existence outside the human mind.
Yeah. So I really admire Stephen Wolfram. I think he's a genius. Clearly, a genius. And trapped is actually, it's like a problem with being so smart is you get trapped in your own, mind, right? And I tried to convince Stephen to send this video just nonsense. He was like, that's nonsense. I was a little bit sad by that.
So nonsense applied, even if you applied to the simple construct of a one-dimensional solid rectangle, for example.
Yeah. But I mean, actually, maybe I'm doing myself a bit too down. It was just as the theory was coming through, and I think we didn't have to explain it. But we are going to use assembly theory in CAs, but I wanted to. What I was really curious about is why people marvel. I mean, you marvel at CAs and their complexity. And I said, well, hang on, complexity is baked in, because if you play the game of life in a CA, you have to run it on a computer. You have to do a number of operations that are boundary conditions. So is it surprising to get the structure out? Is it manufactured by the boundary conditions? And it is interesting, because I feel the Cyril Thomas running is teaching me something about what real numbers are and not. I haven't quite got there yet. I was playing on the airplane coming over and just realised I have no idea what real numbers are, really. And I was like, well, I do actually have some notion of what real numbers are. And I think thinking about real numbers as functions rather than numbers is more appropriate. And then if you're going to apply that to CAs, and you're saying, well, actually, why am I seeing this complexity in this world? Is it you've got this deterministic system, and yet you get this incredible structure coming out? Or isn't that what you get with any real number as you apply it as a function, and you're trying to read it out to an arbitrary precision? And I wonder if CAs are just helping me. My misunderstanding of CAs might be helping me understand in terms of real numbers. I don't know what you think.
Well, the function, but the devil is in the function. Mm-hmm. Which is the function that's generating your real number? Like that, it seems like it's very important. The specific algorithm of that function, because some lead to something super trivial, some lead to something that's all chaotic, and some lead to things that are just walk that fine line of complexity and structure.
I think we agree. So let's take it back a second. So take the logistic map or something, logistic equation, where you have this equation, which is you don't know what's going to happen at n+1, but once you've done n+1, you know it through time. You can't predict it. For me, CAs and logistic equations feel similar, and I think But also I'm saying, well, what is it about the boundary conditions and the way I'm running that calculation? So in my group, in my team, we actually made a chemical CA. We made game of life. We actually made a physical grid. I haven't been able to publish this paper. It's been trapped in purgatory for a long time.
So you wrote on this paper how to do a chemical formulation of the game of life.
We made a chemical computer and little cells
Playing the game of life.
with a BZ reactions. Each cell would pulse on and off, on and off, on and off. We have little stirrer bars, we have little gates, and we actually played on these games of life in there. And we got structures in that. We got structures in that game from the chemistry that you wouldn't expect from the actual CA. So that's kind of cool in that
because they're interacting outside of the cells somehow.
So what's happening is you're getting noise. So the thing is that you've got this BZ reaction that goes on off, on off, on off, but there's also a wake, and those wakes constructively interfere, or in such a non-trivial way that it's they're non-deterministic. And the non-determinism in the system gives very rich dynamics. And I was wondering if you could physically make a chemical computer with this CA that it gives me something different that I can't get in a silicon representation of a CA where all the states are clean, because you don't have the noise trailing into the next round. You just have the state.
So the paper in particular, so it's just a beautiful idea to use a chemical computer to construct the cellular atomic and the famous one of Game of Life. But it's also interesting, it's a really interesting scientific question of whether some kind of random perturbations or some source of randomness can have a significant constructive effect on the complexity of the system.
And indeed, I mean, whether it's random or just non-deterministic, can we bake in that non-determinism at the beginning? You know, I wonder what is the. I'm trying to think of what is the encoding space. The encoding space is pretty big. We have 49 stars, 49 cells, 49 Ken bits, all connected to one another like an analog computer, but being read out discretely as the BZ reaction. So just to say, the BZ reaction is a chemical oscillator. And what happens in each cell is it goes between red and blue. So two Russians discovered it. Belousov said I think Belousov first proposed it, and as I said, you're crazy, it breaks the second law. As Abasinski said, no, it doesn't break the second law, it's consuming a fuel. And so, and it's like, there's a lot of chemistry hidden in the Russian literature, actually, just because Russian is just very Russian, they can publish in English-speaking journals. And
Actually,
Sarah, it's great it's there, right? It's not lost. I'm sure we will find a way of translating it properly.
well, this is, so the lining / greater sadness of all of this is there's probably ideas in English speaking, but there's ideas in certain disciplines that, if discovered by other disciplines, would crack open some of the biggest mysteries in those disciplines. Like computer science, for example, is trying to solve problems like nobody else has ever tried to solve problems.
Yeah.
As if it's not already been all addressed in cognitive science, in psychology, in mathematics, in physics, in whatever, economics even. But if you look into that literature, you'll be able to discover some beautiful ideas. Obviously, Russian is an interesting case of that because there's a loss in translation. But you said there's a source of fuel, a source of energy.
Yeah. So in the BZ reaction, you have an acid in there called carbonic acid.
Yeah.
And what happens is it's basically like a battery that powers it, and it loses CO2, so decarboxylates. It's just a chemical reaction. What that means we have to do is continuously feed, or we just keep the BZ reaction going in a long enough time, so it's like it's reversible in time.
But only like. Yeah.
But it's fascinating. I mean, the team that did it, I'm really proud of their persistence. We made a chemical computer. It can solve little problems. It can solve traveling cells problems, actually. But like I said,
It's a very fascinating computer. Is there something you can do?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think we can come up with a way of solving problems, also really complex hard ones. Because it's an analog computer, and it can energy minimize really quickly. It doesn't have to basically go through every element in the matrix. Like, okay, reads out. So we could actually do Monte Carlo by just shaking the box. Literally a box shaker. You don't actually have to encode for shaking the box and then silicon memory and then just shuffle it out. Yeah, and you can.
So analog natural. It's an organic computer.
Yeah. So I was playing around with this, and I was kind of annoying some of my colleagues. I wanted to get to chemical supremacy, like quantum supremacy, and I kind of calculated how big the grid has to be so we can actually start to solve problems faster than the silicon computer. But I'm not willing to state how that is yet, because I'm probably wrong. It's not that it's any top secret things. I think I can make a chemical computer that can solve optimization problems faster than the silicon computer.
That's fascinating. But then you're unsure how big it has to be.
Yeah,
It might be a big box, hard to shake.
It might be exactly a big box, hard to shake, and basically a bit sloppy.
Did we answer the question about do cellular dominance outside the mind?
We didn't, but I would posit that they don't, and I think minds can
For the mind, what's the
what I
why?
mean? Well, I mean, sorry. So let's just go back. So, as a physical phenomenon, just CAs exist in physical reality, right? I would say they probably don't exist outside the human mind. Now, constructed when they exist, they exist in my lab, they exist in paper. So they emerge from the human mind. I was interested in, because Stephen Wolfram likes CAs, a lot of people like CAs, and likes to think of them as minimal computational elements. I'm just saying, well, do they exist in reality, or are they a representation of a simple machine that's very elegant thinking?
There's a platonic question.
Yeah.
There's initial conditions. There's a memory system. There's simple rules that dictate the evolution of the system. So, what exists? The idea, the rules,
Yeah. People are using CAs as models for things in reality to say, hey, look, you can do this thing in a CA. And when I see this, I say, oh, that's cool, but what does that tell me about reality? Where's the CA in space?
Right. It's a mathematical object. So for people who don't know cellular automata, there's usually a grid, whether it's one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and it evolved by simple local rules, like you die or are born if the neighbors are alive again. It turns out if you have with certain kinds of initial conditions and with certain kinds of very simple rules, you can create like arbitrarily complex and beautiful systems. And to me, whether drugs are involved or not, I can sit back for hours and enjoy the mystery that how such complexity can emerges. It gives me almost like when people talk about religious experiences, it gives me a sense that you get to have a glimpse at the origins. Whatever is creating this complexity from such simplicity is the very thing that brought my life. This me, the human, our human civilization. And yes, those constructs are pretty trivial. That's part of the magic. Is even in this trivial framework, you could see the emergence, or especially in this trivial framework, you could see the emergence of complexity from simplicity. I guess what Lee, you're saying is that this is not, this is highly unlike systems we see in the physical world, even though they probably carry some of the same magic and mystically.
I'm saying that the operating system that a CA has to exist on is quite complex. And so I wonder if you're getting the complexity out of CA from the boundary conditions of the operating system, the underlying visual computer.
Oh, wow. Those are some strong words against CAs then.
I'm in love with CAs as well. I'm just saying they aren't as trivial as people think. They are incredible. They get to that richness, you have to iterate billions of times. And you need a display. And you need a math coprocessor. And you need a von Neumann machine based on a Turing machine of digital error correction in states.
to think that for the simplicity of a grid, you're basically saying a grid is not simple.
Yeah.
It requires incredible complexity to bring a grid to life.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Rather than what is simple.
That's all I want to say. I agree with you with a lot of the CA thing, but remember, we take so much for granted that the CA is resting on. Because von Neumann and Feynman weren't seeing these elaborate structures. They could not get that far.
Yeah, because mind.
It's exactly the case with the pencil.
But I think that the question is whether the essential element of the cellular common is present without all the frequencies required to build a computer. And my intuition, the reason I find it incredible is that, yeah, my intuition is yes. It might look different. There might not be a real structure, grid-like structure, but local interactions operating under simple rules and resulting in multi-hierarchical complex structures feels like a thing that doesn't require a computer.
I agree, but coming back to von Neumann and Feynman and Wolfram, their minds, the non-trivial minds, to create those architectures to do it, but to put on those state transitions. And I think that something that's really incredibly interesting that is understanding how the human mind builds those state transition machines.
I could see how deeply in love with the idea of memory you are. So it's like how much of E equals MC squared is more than an equation. It has Albert Einstein in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're saying, you can't just say this is the equations of physics are a really good simple capture of physical phenomena. It is also that equation has the memory of the humans.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if you're applying this. That's a beautiful idea, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that sort of diminishing the power of that equation.
No, it enhances it. I think it enhances it. It's not, that equation is a minimum compressed representation of reality, right?
Yeah.
We can use machine learning or Max Tegmark's AI Feynman to find lots of solutions for gravity, but isn't it wonderful that the laws that we do find are the maximally compressed representations?
Yeah, but that representation, you now give it, I guess the universe has the memory of Einstein with that representation. Yeah. But then you can now give it as a gift for free.
Yeah, it's low memory. Einstein could go for a lot being good, it's low memory. So I say that physics and chemistry and biology are the same discipline. They're just physics. Laws of physics. There's no such thing as a law of physics. It's just low memory stuff. Because you've got low memory stuff, things reoccur quickly. As you get building more memory, you get to chemistry, so things become more contingent. When you get to biology, more contingent still, and then technology. So the more memory you need, the more your laws are local. That's all I'm saying. The less memory, the more the laws are universal, because they're not laws, they're just low memory states.
We have to talk about the thing you kind of mentioned already a bunch of times, but during computation, through chemistry, chemical-based computation, I've seen you refer to it as in a sexy title of computation. So, what is computation? What is chemical-based computation?
Okay, so computation is a name I gave to the process of building a state machine to make any molecule physically in the lab. And so, as a chemist make molecules by hand. And they're quite hard. Chemists have a lot of tacit knowledge, a lot of ambiguity. It's not possible to go uniformly to literature and read a recipe to make a molecule and then go and make it in the lab every time. Some recipes are better than others, but they all assume some knowledge. And it's not universal what that is.
So it's carried from human to human.
Yeah.
Some of that implicit knowledge. And you're saying, can we remove the human from the picture? Can we, a program? What is a state machine?
So a state machine is a a object, either abstract or mechanical, where you can do a unit operation on it and flick it from one state to another. So turnstile would be a good example of a state machine.
There's some kinds of states, there's some kind of transition between states, and it's very formal in nature in terms of this precise.
You should mathematically precisely describe a state machine. So I mean, a very simple Boolean gates are a very good way of building kind of logic-based state machines. Obviously, a Turing machine, the concept of a Turing machine where you have a tape with 3 heads and a series of rules on the table. You would basically look at what's on the tape, and if you're shifting the tape from left to right, and if you see a 0 or a 1, you look at the lookup table and say, right, I've seen a 0 and a 1. I then respond to that. So the turnstile would be, is there a human being pushing the turnstile in direction clockwise? If yes, I will open, let them go. If it's anti-clockwise, no. So a state machine has some labels and transition diagram.
So you were looking to come up with a chemical computer to form state machines to create molecules, or what's the chicken and the egg?
So computation is not a chemical computer, because we talked a few minutes about actually doing computation for chemicals. What I'm now saying is I've taken state machines to transform chemicals. And so
build chemicals programmatically.
Yeah. I mean, I get a trouble saying this. I said to my group, I shouldn't say this, but I said, look, we should make the crackbot, as in the crack robot. The robot that makes crack.
Crackbot.
The robot that makes crack, but maybe we can discuss this.
Maybe you can educate me on Breaking Bad with like
Yeah, so in Breaking Bad,
you want to make basically some kind of mix of Ex Machina and Breaking Bad.
No, I don't.
You don't. I said that's what I'm going to do once you release the papers. But I shaved my head and I'm going to wiggle up crime. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. So yeah, let's get back to this. So indeed, it is about making drugs, but importantly, making important drugs.
All drugs matter.
Yeah, but let's go back. So the basic thesis is chemistry is very analog. There is no state machine, and I wandered into the paper rules in the Japanese house a few years ago. I said, okay, hey, organic chemist, why are you doing this analog? They said, well, chemistry is really hard. You can't automate it. It's impossible. He said, but is it impossible? I said, yeah. I said, I got the impression that things are magic. And so when people tell me things are magic, it's like, no, it can't be magic. Right, so let's break this down. And so what I did is, I went to my group one day, about 8 years ago. I said, hey guys, I've written this new programming language for you. And so everything is clear. And, you're not allowed to just wander around the lab, but really you have to pick up things in order, go to the balance at the right time, and all this stuff. And he said, this is why I was insane. Basically kicked me out of the lab and said, no, don't do that, I'm not doing that. And I said, okay. I went back the next day and said, I'm going to find some money so we can make cool robots to do chemical reactions. And I'm like, that's cool. And so in that process,
the first you try to convert the humans to become robots, and next you do your math or just create the robots. Yes, it's so in that the formalization.
Yeah, so what I did is said, look, to make a molecule, you need to do 4 things abstractly. I want to make a chemical Turing machine. Because a Turing machine, you think about this, imagine a Turing machine. A Turing machine is the ultimate abstraction of the computation. Because it's been shown by Turing and others that basically the universal Turing machine should be able to do all computations that you can imagine. So, wow, why didn't I think of a Turing machine for chemistry? Let's think of a magic robot that can make any molecule. Let's think about that for a second. Okay, great. How do we then implement it? And I think, right, so what is the abstraction? So to make any molecule, you have to do a reaction. You have to put reagents there to do a reaction in a flask, typically. Then after the reaction, you have to stop the reaction. So you do what's called a workup. So whatever, cool it down, add some liquid to it, extract. And then after you work up, you separate. So then you remove the molecule, separate from that. And then the final step is purification. So reaction, workup, separate, purify. But this is basically exactly like a Turing machine. Where you have the tape head, the rules, then you write. So I thought, cool. And I went to all the chemists and said, look, chemistry isn't that hard. Reaction, workup, preparation, purification. Do that cycle just forever, and all the chemistry done. And they said, chemistry is that hard. I said, but just in principle. And I got a few very enlightened people who said, yeah, okay, in principle, but it isn't. And this was in about 2013, 2014. And I found myself going to an architecture conference almost by accident. Like, why am I at this random conference on architecture? And that was because I published a paper on inorganic architecture. And they said, come to an architecture conference, but inorganic architecture is not nano-architecture, it's not. And I went, okay. And then I found these guys at the conference 3D printing ping pong balls and shapes. And this is 3D printing. And it's like, this is ridiculous. Why are you 3D printing ping pong balls? And I gave them a low piece, like I normally do when I first meet people, how to friends and influence people. And then I was like, oh my God, you guys are geniuses. And so I got them, they were a bit confused because I was calling them idiots and then calling them geniuses. It's like, will you come to my lab? We're going to build a robot to do chemistry with a 3D printer. So, well, that's cool. All right. So I had them come to the lab and we started to 3D print test tubes. So imagine, 3D print a bottle and then use the same gantry to basically, rather than to squirt out plastic out of the nozzle, have a little syringe and inject chemicals. So we had the 3D print, we could simultaneously print the test tube and then put chemicals into the test tube. And then,
so it's really end to end.
yeah, it's like, no, it's just a G code to do it all. Yeah, that's cool. So I got my group doing this and I developed it there. And I realized that we could take those unit operations and we built a whole bunch of pumps and valves. And I realized that I could basically take the literature and I made the first version of the computer in 2016, 17. I made some architectural decisions, so I designed the pumps and valves in my group. I did all the electronics in my group. They were brilliant. I cannot pay tribute to my group in doing it. They were just brilliant. And there were some poor souls there that said to me, why are you making this design electronics? I'm like, well, because I don't understand yet. I'm like, so you're making this design stuff because you don't understand it yet. Like, can we not just buy some? I said, well, we can, but then I don't understand how to, what bus they're going to use, and the serial ports and stuff. I just wanted, and I came up with the decision to design a bunch of pumps and valves and use power that you can. Got one key with the power and data. Plug them all into the router, and then I made the state machine. And there was a couple of cool things I did, or they did actually. We got the abstraction, so reaction, workup, separation, purification. And then I made the decision to do it in batch. Now, that's in batch. All chemistry had been digitized before, apparently. They want to be doing flow. Flow is continuous. Infinity is everywhere. And you have to just. I realized that I could actually make a state machine where I basically put stuff in the reactor, turn it from one state to another state, stop it, and just read it out. And I was kind of pitching it electrical engineers saying you have an EV, you have to clean out the electrons, electrons don't leave a big mess, they leave some EM. But in my state machine, I built in clean it. So it's like do an operation, then it cleans the background, and you can do it again. There's no dust. So what we managed to do over a couple of years is develop the hardware, develop the state machine, and we encoded 3 molecules. We did the first 3, nitol, sleeping drug, niacinamide, and Viagra. I could make jokes in the paper, it's a hard problem, blah, 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 blah.
It's very good.
And then in the next one, what we did is, okay, my core organic chemist said, look, Lee, we've worked with you this way. We've made a robot that looks like it's going to take our jobs away, and not just take our jobs away that we love in the lab, but now we have to become programmers. So we're not even good programmers. We just have to spend ages writing lines of code that are boring, and it's not as elegant. I went, you're right. So then, but I knew, because I had this abstraction, and I knew that there was language, I could suddenly develop a state machine which interpret the language which was lossy and ambiguous, and populate my abstraction. So I built a chemical programming language that is actually going to be recursive numerical. It's going to be a 2-3 language, actually, which is kind of cool, which means it's fully verifiable. So, where we are now is we can now read the literature using a bit of natural language processing. It's not the best, but many other people have done a better job. But we can use that language reading to populate basically add, subtract. We've got about a number of primitives that basically program loops that we dovetail together and we can make a molecule with it.
Okay, so that's a kind of program synthesis. So you start at like literally like a paper, like a scientific paper is being read.
Yep.
And natural language processing, extracting some kind of details about chemical reactions and the chemical molecules, compounds involved, and then that GPT terms serves as a prompt for the program synthesis that's kind of trivial right now, where you have a bunch of different like for loops and so on, that creates a program in this chemical language that can then be interpreted by the chemical computer as a computer.
Yeah, computer. That's a
computer. Yeah. Everything sounds better in your British accent. I love it. So into the computer, and that's able to then basically be a 3D printer for these molecules.
Yeah, I would call it 3D print. I would call it a universal chemical reaction system, because 3D printing gives one impression. But yeah, and it purifies. And the nice thing is that code now, we call it the KDL code, is really interesting, because now the computation, what is computation? Computation is what computing is to mathematics, I think. Computation is the process of taking chemical code and some input reagents and making the same molecule, making the molecule reproducibly every time without fail. What is computation? It's the process of using a program to take some input conditions and give you an output, same every time, right? Reliably.
So the problem is, now maybe you can push back and correct me, is any biology is messy. My question is, how messy is chemistry? So if we use the analogy of a computer, it's easier to make computation in a computer very precise. That it's repeatable. It makes errors almost never. If it does the exact same over and over and over. What about chemistry? Is there messiness in the whole thing? It can then be somehow leveraged and controllably that will move to water over.
Oh, yes and no, right? This is a messiness. There is messiness, because chemistry is like you're doing reactions on billions of molecules and they don't always work. But you've got purification there. And so what we found was at the beginning everyone said it can't work. It's going to be too messy, it'll just fail. And I said, but you managed to get chemistry working on that. Are you magic? Are you doing something? And so I would say, now go back to the first ever computer, or the ENIAC. 5 million soldered joints, 400,000 valves exploding at the time. Would you have gone, okay, that's messy. So we've got the, have we got the equivalent of the ENIAC in my lab? We've got 15 computers in the lab now, and are they unreliable? Yeah, they fall apart here and there, but are they getting better really quickly? Yeah. Are they now able to reliably make, are we at the point in the lab where there are some molecules we would rather make on the computer than for a human being? Yeah, we've just made an anti-influenza molecule, some antivirals, 6 steps in computer that would take a human being about 1 week to make arbidol, and with continuous labour. All we do is load up reagents, just go back and drink coffee.
So this, and this is, we're saying these computers just the early days, and so like some of the criticism just have to do with the early days. And yes, I would say that something like this is quite impossible. So the fact that you join is incredible. Not impossible, of course, but extremely difficult.
It did seem really difficult, and I do keep pitching myself when I go into that. Like, is it working? Like, yeah. And it's not, it does clog. It does stop.
You've got a clue, and this is great.
But it's getting more reliable, because we just made design decisions. So we are not going to abandon the abstraction. Think about it. If the von Neumann implementation was abandoned, we think about what we do to semiconductors to really constrain them to what we do to silicon in a fab. We take computation for granted. Silicon is not in its natural state. We are doping the hell out of it.
It's incredible. They're able to accomplish achieve that reliability, scale it do. Like you said, that's after Moore's law was left now, and when was, you know, how it started, you know, so we started at the bottom now here.
We only have 20 million molecules, well, say 20 million molecules in one database, maybe a few hundred million in all the pharmaceutical companies. And those few hundred million molecules are responsible for all the drugs that we've had in humanity, except, you know, biologics, for the last 50 years. Now imagine what happens when a drug goes out of print. Because only a finite number of manufacturing facilities in the world that make these drugs. Yeah, the computer brain press, the computer chemistry. Yeah, and not only that, we can protect the KDL, so we can stop bad actors doing it. We can encrypt them, and we can give people license. Yeah, the KDL is the name of the programming language and the code we give the chemicals. So Pi, as in, you know, just for it's actually like an XML format, but I've now taken it from script to a fully expressible programming language, so we can do dynamics and for loops and there and conditional statements.
So with the structure, it started out as like an XML.
Yeah. And now we also, the chemist doesn't need to program KDL, they can just go to the software, type in add A to B, reflux, do what they would normally do, it just converts it to KDL, and they have a linter to check it.
So how do you, you know, I would ask you, but because it's a Greek letter, how do you spell it? Just using the English alphabet?
But we just
XDL,
or we put in Chi. And it was named by one of my students, and I did one of my postdocs many years ago, and I quite liked it. It's like, it's important, I think, when the team are contributing to such big ideas, because they're ideas as well. And I try not to just rename it and call it Cronin or anything that, they keep saying, you know, is it the chemistry, when they're putting stuff in the computer, one of my students said, we were asking, is it Cronin complete? I was like, what does that mean? So, well, can we make up the damn machine? And I was like, oh, is that a compliment or a pejorative? They're like, well, it's maybe both.
Yeah, so you tweeted, quote, why does chemistry need a universal programming language, question mark? For all the reasons you can think of. Reliability, interoperability, collaboration, remove ambiguity, lower cost, increase safety, open up discovery, molecular customization, and publication of executable chemical code. Which is fascinating, by the way. Just publish code. And can you maybe elaborate a little bit more about this idea of what does a universal language of chemistry look like? A Cronin complete language.
It's a Turing language. So what it has a series of operators in it, like add, heat, stir. So there's a bunch of unit operations, and all it is really is just it's the chemical engineers. When I talked about this, you've just rediscovered chemical engineering. I said, well, yeah, I know. I said, well, it's trivial. I said, well, not really. Well, yes, it is trivial. That's why it's good, because we've not only rediscovered chemical engineering, we've made it implementable on the universal hardware that doesn't cost that much money. And so the KDL has a series of steps, like define the reactor. So it defines the reagents. They're all labels. We assign them. And what I also implemented at the beginning is, because I give all the hardware an IP address, you put it on a graph. So what it does is, like, the graph is equivalent to the processor firmware, the processor code. But when you take your KDL and you go to run it on your computer, you can run it on any compatible hardware and any configuration. So what's your graph look like? As long as I can solve the problem on the graph, these unit operations, you've got the resources available. It can compile. Chem piles. I could carry on for years. But it is really, it's compilation. And what it now does is it says, okay, the problem we had before is it was possible to do robotics or chemistry, but the robots were really expensive. They were unique. They were vendor locked. And what I want to do is to make sure that every chemist in the world can get access to machinery like this at virtually no cost, because it makes it safer. It makes it more reliable. And then if you go to the literature and you find a molecule that could potentially cure cancer, and let's say the molecule that could potentially cure cancer takes you 3 years with heat, and maybe a student finishes their PhD with time, and they never get it back. So it's really hard to kind of get all the way to that molecule, and it limits the ability of humanity to build it. If they just download the code and can execute it, it turns, I would say, the electronic laboratory notebook chemistry is a data cemetery, because no one will ever reproduce it. And now the data cemetery is a Jupyter notebook, and you can just execute it.
You can play with it, get access to it,
Reversion it.
Increase. We'll talk about so as with all technologies, I think there's really more exciting possibilities, but there are also terrifying possibilities, and we'll talk about all of them. But let me just kind of linger on the machine learning side of this. So you described programming, but it's a language. I don't know if you've heard about OpenAI Codex, which is
I'm playing with it.
Of course, you really are Rick and Morty. This is great. Okay. Except for it's off the deep. I mean, he is kind of off the deep end. So, for people who don't know, GPT, GPT-3, a language model, it could do natural language generation. You can give it a prompt, and it can complete the rest of it. But it turns out that that kind of prompt just completes the rest of it, generating like novel sounding text, and you can apply that to generation of other kinds of stuff. So these kinds of transformer-based language models are really good at forming deep representations of a particular space, like a medium, like language. So you can then apply it to specific subset of language like programming. So you can have it learn the representation of the Python programming language, use it to generate syntactically and semantically correct programs. You can start to make progress in one of the hardest problems in computer science, which is program synthesis, how you write programs that accomplish different tasks. So what OpenAI Codex does is it generates those programs based on a prompt of some kind. Usually you could do a natural language prompt, so basically as you're doing your program, you write some comment, which serves the basic documentation of the inputs and the outputs and the function of a particular set of code, and it's able to generate that. The point being is you can generate programs using machine learning, using neural networks. Those programs operate on the boring old computer. Can you generate programs that operate? It's got to be a clever version of programs for this, but can you write programs that operate on a computer?
Yep, there's actually software out there right now you can do.
Really?
Yeah, it's a heuristic. It's rule-based, but we have what we've done, inspired by Codex, actually, is over the summer I ran a workshop from my group that was inspired idea that you get a load of our students and ask them to manually collect data, to label chemical procedures into Condio. And we have a synth reader. So there's a bunch of people doing this right now, but they're doing it without abstraction. And because we have an abstraction that's implementable in the hardware, we developed basically a chemical analog of Codex. What we say abstraction in the hardware. So right now, a lot of people do machine learning and reading chemistry and saying, oh, you've got these operations, add, shape, whatever. But because they don't have a uniform, there's a couple of groups doing it, competitors actually, and they're good, very good, but they can't run that code automatically. They are losing meaning. And the really important thing you have to do is generate context. So what we've learned to do with our abstraction is make sure we can pull the context out of the text. And so can we take chemical procedure and read it and generate and execute the code? Yes.
What's the hardest part about that whole pipeline? From the initial text, interpreting the initial text in the paper, extracting the meaningful context and the meaningful chemical information, and then generating the program, and then running that program in the hardware. What's the hardest part about that pipeline is we look towards a universal drawing computer.
So the hardest,
Computer.
the hardest thing with the pipeline is that the software, the model gets confused between some meanings, right? So if chemists are very good at inventing words that are broken down. So the classic word that you would use for boiling something is called reflux. So reflux is you have a solvent, you grab a flask, you're at reflux, it'd be boiling, going up the reflux condenser and coming down. But that term reflux, true reflux, could be changed, to people often make up words, new words, and then the software can fall over. But what we've been able to do is a bit like in Python or any programming language, is identify when things aren't matched. So you present the code and say, this isn't matched. You may want to think about this. And then the user goes and says, oh, I need reflux. And it just ticks the box and makes it. So what the codex, chemex, does in this case is it suggests the first code, and then the chemist goes and corrects it. And I really want the chemist to correct it because it's not safe, I believe, to allow AI to just read literature and generate code at this stage.
Because now you have the actual by the way, Chemex, nice. Next thing. So you are on mic, which is fascinating. I think we really fascinating way to commit history. But yes, you're literally connecting AI to some physical and like it's building something in the physical realm.
Yeah.
Especially in the space of chemistry that operates sort of invisibly.
Yeah, I would say that's right. And it's really important to understand those labeling schemes, right? And one of the things I was always worried about at the beginning that the abstraction was going to fall over. And the way we did it was just by brute force to start with. We just kept reading the literature and said, is there anything new? We had a new rule in. And actually our KDL language exploded. There were so many extra things we had to keep adding. And then I realized the primitives still maintained, so I could break them down again. So it's pretty good. I mean, there are problems. There are problems with, interpreting any big segments and turning it into an actual code. And the codex is not without its problems. You can crash it quite easily, right? You can generate nonsense. But boy, it's interesting. I would love to learn to program now using codex, right? Just hacking around, right? And I wonder if chemists in the future will learn to do chemistry by just hacking around with the system, writing different things. Because the key thing that we're doing in chemistry is that where a lot of mathematical chemistry went wrong is people, and I think Rothschild does this in Mathematica, he assumes that chemistry is a reaction where atom A or molecule A reacts with molecule B to give molecule C. That's not what chemistry is. Chemistry is take a liquid with a solid, mix it up and heat it, and then extract it. So the programming language is actually with respect to the process operations. And if you flip in process space, not in chemical graph space, you unlock everything. Because there's only a finite number of processes you need to do in chemistry. And that's reassuring. And so in the middle of it, it's really exciting. It's not, the be all and end all. There is, like you say, errors that can creep in. One day we might be able to do it without human interaction. You simulate it, and you'll know enough about the simulation that won't catch fire. But there are so many safety issues right now. We've got to really be very careful. Protecting the user, protecting the environment, protecting misuse. I mean, there's lots to discuss if you want to go down that route. It's very, very interesting. You don't want Novichoks being made, or explosives being made, or recreational drugs being made. But how do you stop molecular biologists making a drug that's going to be important for them looking at their particular assay, buying a bad actor trying to make methamphetamine?
I saw how you looked at me when you said bad actor, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm trying to get the details of this so I can be first.
Don't worry, we can protect you from yourself.
Okay. I'm not sure that's true, but that statement gives me hope. Does this ultimately excite you about the future or does it terrify you? So let's mention that time is fundamental. It seems like you're at the cutting edge of progress that will have to happen, that will happen, that there's no stopping it. And as we've been talking about, I see obviously a huge number of exciting possibilities. So whenever you automate these kinds of things, just the world opens up. It's like programming itself in computer, regular computer, has created innumerable applications. The world better in so many dimensions. And it created, of course, a lot of negative things that we, for some reason, like to focus on, using that very technology to tweet about it. But I think it made a much better world. But it created a lot of dangers. So maybe you could speak to when you kind of stand at the end of the road for building a really solid, reliable, universal computer. What are the possibilities that are positive and the possibilities that are negative? How can we minimize the chance of the negative?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's so many positive things, from drug discovery, from supply chain stress, or basically enabling chemists to basically be more productive in the lab, right? Well, the computer is not going to replace the chemist. There's going to be a Moore's law of molecules, right? There's going to be so many more molecules we can design, so many more diseases we can cure.
So chemists in the lab, as researchers, that's better for science, so they can build a bunch of they could do science in a much more accelerated pace. So it's not just the development of drugs; it's actually like doing the basic understanding of the science of drugs.
And the personalization, the cost of drugs right now. We're all living longer. We're all having more and more. We know more about our genomic development. We know about our predetermination, and we might be able to. One dream I've got is like imagine, you can work if your genome system tells you you're going to get cancer in 7 years' time, and you have your personal computer that cooks up the right molecule just for you to cure it. Right? That's a really positive idea. The other thing is when drugs. So right now, I think it's absolutely outrageous that not all of humanity has access to medicine, and I think the computer might be able to change that fundamentally because it will disrupt the way things are manufactured. So let's stop thinking about manufacturing in different factories. Let's say that computers, clinical grade computers or drug grade computers will be in facilities all around the world, and they can make things on demand as a function of the cost. Maybe people won't be able to afford the greatest pattern, but maybe they'll be able to do the next best thing, and we'll basically democratize and make available drugs to everybody that they need. There's lots of really interesting things there. So I think that's going to happen. I think that now let's take the negative. Before we do that, let's imagine what happened if we go back to a really tragic accident a few years ago. Not an accident, an act of murder by that pilot on I think it's Eurowings or Swiss Wings. But what he did is the plane took off. He waited till his pilot went to the toilet. He was a co-pilot. He locked the door and then set the autopilot above the Alps. He set the altimeter, the descent height to 0. So the computer just took the plane into the Alps. Mm-hmm. Now, that was such a tragedy that obviously the guy was mentally ill, but it wasn't just a tragedy for him, it's for the people on board. But what if, and I was inspired by this, and I'm thinking, what can I do to anticipate problems like this in the computer? I have the software, and I'm sure Boeing and Airbus will be thinking, maybe I can give the computer a bit more situational awareness, and whenever one tries to drop the height of the plane, and it knows above the Alps, it'll just say, no, the computer says no, I'm not letting you do that. Mm-hmm. Of course, he would have been able to find another way, maybe buy it until it runs out of fuel or something, but,
given this being all the large number of trajectories that can go negative, all those kinds of running into the Alps, and try to at least make it easy for the engineers to build systems that protect this stuff.
Yeah, and let's just think, so what if in the computer world right now with IDLs, let's just not think about what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is completely open. Right? Everyone's going to make IDLs, comparing them, making them more easier and easier and easier. But what we're going to start to do, it makes sense to encrypt the IDLs in such a way let's say you work for a issued with a license by the FDA or your local authority. They write your license to do it. Here it is, it's encrypted, and the KIDO gets done. You have a license for that instance of use. Easy to do. Computer science has already solved the problem. So the fact that we all trust online banking, right, for right now, and we can secure it, I'm 100% sure we can secure the computer. Because of the way we have many, it's like the same mapping problem that to actually reverse engineer a KIDO will be as hard as reverse engineering the encryption key. Brute force, it would be cheaper to just actually buy the regulated medicine. And actually, people aren't going to want to then make their own fake pharmaceuticals because it'd be so cheap to do it. You drop the cost of access to drugs. Now, what would happen? Recreational drugs. People start saying, well, I want access to recreational drugs. Well, it's going to accelerate that social discussion that's happening in the US, Canada, and the UK, everywhere, right?
Cost goes down.
Yes.
Access goes up.
Giving cannabis, THC, to some people who've got epilepsy is literally, to give the term, a no-brainer. Because these poor people go from seizures like every day to maybe seizures just once every few months.
That's an interesting idea to try to minimize the chance that it can get into like the hands of individuals, like terrorists or people that want to do harm. Now, with that kind of thing, you put a lot of power in the hands of governments, in the hands of institutions, and so then emerge the kind of natural criticism you might have of governments that can sometimes use these for ill, use them as weapons of war, not tools of betterment. So, and sometimes not just war against other nations, but war against people, as it has been done throughout history.
Well, I'm thinking, so there's another way of doing it, a decentralized peer-to-peer version, where, and what you have to do, I'm not saying you should adopt a blockchain, but there is a way of maybe taking KIDO from the blockchain. Here's an idea. Let's just say, the way we do it in my lab right now is we go to the literature, we take a recipe to make a molecule, and then let's KIDO and diligently make it in a robot at validate. So I would call mining, proof of work, proof of synthesis, right?
And proof of the synthesis.
Yeah, but it's cool because suddenly, when you actually synthesize it, you can get the analytical data. There's also a fingerprint in there of the impurities that get carried across, because you can never make something 100% pure. That fingerprint will allow you to secure your KIDO. Because what you do is you trick those two things. So suddenly you have the people out there mining, and what you could do, perhaps, is do the type of thing. We need to basically look at the way that contact tracing should have been done in COVID, where people are given the information. So you have just been in contact with someone COVID. You choose. I'm not telling you to stay at home. You choose, right? Now, if we could imagine a similar thing, like, you have got access to these chemicals, you will have these effects, you choose and publicize it, or maybe it's out somewhere, I don't know, I'm not a policy maker on this. And my job here is to not just make the technology possible, but to have an open discussion as possible with people to say, hey, can we stop childhood mortality with this technology? And do those benefits outweigh the one-off where people might use it for terrorism, or people might use it for recreational drugs? Chemify, which is the name of the entity that would make this happen, I think we have some social responsibilities as an entity to make sure that we're not enabling people to manufacture personal drugs, weapons, or will. And what we have to do is have a discussion with society, with the people that invest in this, with people that are going to pay for this. Saying, do you want to live longer? And do you want to be healthier? And are you willing to accept some of the risks? And I think that's the discussion.
So, by the way, when we say illicit drugs, do you review ones, or do you have a concern of just putting the manufacturer of any kind of legal drugs in the hands of regular people, because they might be a dose matters, they might take way too much?
I mean, I would say, to be honest, that the chances of computers being, well, shouldn't always together. So the fact that I can now say this means it's totally going to happen, right? I'm
going to do it.
I cannot imagine that computers will be at people's houses anytime soon, but they might be at the local pharmacy, right? And if you've got a drug manufacturing facility in every town, then you just go and they give you a prescription and do it in such a way, they format it so that you don't have to take 10 pills every day. You get one manufacturer for you that has all the materials you need, in the right distribution.
But you have to recreational drugs, and the reason I mentioned is I know people that speak up on this. If the drug is legal, there's to me no reason why you can't manufacture it. Recreation.
I mean, you can do it.
What do you have against funding?
So I mean, I'm a chemistry professor in university. You're an entrepreneur as well. I just think I need to be as responsible as I can in the discussion.
Sure.
Not sure.
Yeah, but I know. So when me be the one that says like there's nothing, because you have like recreational drugs and like terrorism in the same sentence.
Yeah.
I think let's make sure we draw a line that there's real dangers to the world of terrorism, of bio warfare, and then there's a little bit of weed. So
I think it's up to the society to tell its government what it wants, what's acceptable, right? And if it becomes, let's say that THCs become, heavily acceptable, and that you can modify them. So let's say it's like blood type. There's a particular type of THC that you tolerate better than I do. Then why not? Why not have a machine that makes the one you like?
Yeah.
And why not?
It's a perfect brownie.
And I think that's fine. But I've lived so far away from that. I can barely get the thing to work in the lab, right? It means reliability and this other stuff. But what I think is going to happen in the short term, it's going to turbocharge molecular discovery, reliability, and that will change the world.
That's super exciting. You have a draft of a paper titled Autonomous Intelligent Exploration, Discovery, and Optimization of Drug Materials. So we are talking about automated engineering of blend materials. How hard is this problem? And as we continue down this thread of the positives and the worrisome, what are the things we should be excited about? And what are the things we should be terrified about? And how do we minimize the chance of the terrifying consequences?
So in this robot, the robot does all the heavy lifting. So the robot basically is an embodied AI. I really like AI in a domain-specific way. Actually, I should say at this point, there was an attempt in the 60s. Joshua Lesenberg and some really important people did this, that made an AI to try and get with organic molecules in a mass spectrometer of alien.
Yeah.
And they failed because they didn't have assembly theory. And when
Wait, what does assembly theory give you about alien versus human?
well, no, it tells you about unknown, the degree of unknown. So you can fingerprint stuff. They weren't looking at. They were trying to basically just look at the corpus of complex organic molecules. So when I was a bit down about assembly theory, so I couldn't convince referees and couldn't convince computational people interested in computational complexity, I was really quite depressed about it. And I mean, I've been working with Sarah Walker's team. And I think she or someone in assembly theory somewhere. We'll talk about it later. When I found the AI not working for the Dendril project, I suddenly realised I wasn't totally insane. Going back to this nano robot, so what it does is basically like a computer. And now what it does is it squirts a liquid with gold in it, a test tube, and it adds some reducing agents, so some electrons to make the gold turn into a nanoparticle. Now, when gold becomes a nanoparticle, it gets a characteristic color of plasma. So it's a bit like if you look at the sheen on the gold wedding ring or the gold bar or something. There's the way they're conducting electrons basically reflect light. What we did is we randomly squirt the gold particle and the reducing agent, and we measure the UV, we measure the color. And so what we do is the robot has a mind. So it has a mind where in a simulation, it randomly generates nanoparticles and the plasma, the color that comes out, randomly generated imagines in its head. It then, that's the imaginary side of the robot. And the physical side of the robot, it squirts in the chemicals and looks at the color, and it uses a genetic algorithm and a math elite actually of it. And it goes around in cycles and refines the color to an objective. Now we use two different points. We have an exploration and an optimization. They're two different. So the exploration just says, just do random stuff and see how many different things you can get. And when you get different things, try and optimize and make it big, sharper. And what it does after a number of cycles is it physically takes a sample of the optimized nanomaterial, resets all the round bot flasks, cleans them, and puts the seed, physical seed, back in. Now, what this robot is able to do is search a space of 10 to the 23 possible reactants in just 1,000 experiments in 3 days. And it makes 5 generations of nanoparticles, which get nicer and nicer in terms of shape and color and definition. And then at the end, it outputs the KDO code. It can then be cooked.
He's doing the search for programs in the physical space.
Yeah.
So he's doing a kind of reinforcement learning
In the physical space.
with the exploration and the optimization.
And that KDO will work on any computer or any qualified
So
hardware.
now that's it. That's a general piece of code that can replicate someone really perfectly and create it. That's amazing. That's incredible.
But the nanoparticles themselves are done. The robot has all the thinking. So we don't try and apply any self-replication or try and get the particles to make themselves, although it would be cool to try.
So, there you go. Those are famous last words for the human civilization.
Yeah.
It would be cool to try. So, is it possible to create molecules that start approaching this question that we started this conversation, which is the origin of life? Start to create molecules that have life-like qualities. So, after replication, has start to create complex organisms.
So we have done this with the oxides I talked about earlier, the lithium oxides and rings of materials. And the problem is that what they do, they autocatalytically enhance one another, so they would, I guess you would call it self-replication. But because there's limited function and mutation, pretty dumb, so they don't do very much. So I think the prospect of us being able to engineer a nanomaterial life form is short term, like I said earlier. My aim is to do this, of course. I mean, on one hand I'm saying it's impossible, on the other hand I'm saying I'm doing it. So this is it. So, I think we can do it, but only in the robot. So the causal chain that's got out is in the robot. These particles, if they do start to self-replicate, the system's going to be so fragile. So I don't think anything dangerous will come out. It doesn't mean we shouldn't treat them as potentially, I mean, I don't want to scare people like gain of function, we're going to produce stuff that comes out. Our number one kill switch is that we always try to search a space of objects that don't exist in our reactor, don't exist in the environment. So even if something got out, you just die immediately. It's like making a silicon life orb or something, or
which is the opposite of oftentimes gain of function research is focused on how do you get a dangerous thing to be closer to something that works with humans.
Yeah.
So how to jump to humans. So that's one good mode to operate on. Is always try to operate on chemical entities that are very different than the kind of chemical environment that humans operate in.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'll say something dramatic, which may not be true, but should be careful. If, let's say, we did discover a new living system that was made out of shadow biosphere, and we just released it in the environment, who cares? It's going to use different stuff.
And we just live.
Live, yeah. I found one of my biggest fantasies is actually like a planet. It's basically half in the sun. It doesn't rotate, right? And you have two different origins of life on the planet, and they don't share the same culture. And then the only way time they recognise each other is when they become intelligent and go, well, what's that moving?
Yeah.
I'm
So they co-evolve, and that's fascinating. I mean, so one fascinating thing to do is exactly what you were saying, which is a love bomb.
Yeah.
Which is like try to focus on atmospheres or chemical conditions of other planets and try within this kind of exploration optimization system try to discover life forms that can work in those conditions, and then you send those life forms over there and see what kind of stuff they build up. Like you can do like a large scale, it's kind of a safe physical environment to do large scale experiments. It's another planet.
Yeah, so look, I would say something quite contentious. I mean, Elon wants to go to Mars. I think it's brilliant to go to Mars. But I would counter that and say, look, is Elon just obsessed with getting humanity off Earth, or what about just technology? If we do technology, so Elon, I don't need to take a computer to Mars because we used to manufacture drugs on demand, right? Because you zero cost payload and all that stuff is just code. Or what we do is we actually say, hang on, it's quite hard for humans to survive on Mars. Why don't we write a series of origin of life algorithms where we put our embed our culture in it, right? It's a very Ridley Scott Prometheus, right? Which is a terrible film, by the way. But anyway, and dump it on Mars and just terraform Mars. And what we do is we evolve life on Mars that is suited to life on Mars, rather than brute forcing human life on Mars.
So one of the questions is, what is human culture? What is the things you encode? Some of it is knowledge, some of it is information. But the thing that Elon talks about, the thing I think about, I think you think about as well, is some of the more unique aspects of human nature, of what makes us human, which is our particular kind of consciousness. So he talks about the flame of human consciousness.
Yeah,
that's one of the questions. Is can we instill consciousness into other beings? Because that's a sad thought that whatever the thing inside our minds, the hopes and dreams and fears and loves, can all die.
Yeah, but I think you already know the answer to that question. I have a robot lawnmower at home. My kids call it CC, full cut. It's a robo mower. And the way it works is it has an electric field around the perimeter, and it just tells the area. It goes out, goes through the space station, mows a bit, gets to the perimeter, detects the perimeter, and then chooses a random angle, rotates that and goes on.
Yeah.
Look, my kids call it tool cutter. It's a she. I don't know why it's a she. When they were like quite young, they called it. I don't want to be sexist there. It could be he, but they liked.
They gendered the lawnmower.
They gendered the lawnmower. Okay. Yeah, why not? But I was thinking, this lawnmower, if you apply integrated information theory, the lawnmower is conscious. Now, integrated information theory is that people say it's a flawed way of measuring consciousness. But I don't think it is. I think assembly theory actually measures consciousness in the same way. Consciousness is something that is generated over a population of objects, humans. Consciousness doesn't suddenly spring in. Our consciousness has evolved together, right? That's a factor here. And the robots we leave behind, they will have something back. So we won't lose it all. Sure, consciousness requires that we have many models being generated. It's not just one domain specific AI, right? But I think that the way to create consciousness, I'm going to say unashamedly, the best way to make consciousness is in a chemical system, because you just have access to many more states. And the problem right now with making silicon consciousness is you just don't have enough states. So there are more possible states, there are more possible configurations possible in your brain than there are atoms in the universe. And you can switch between them. You can't do that with Core i10. It's got 10 billion, 12 billion, 40 billion transistors, but you can't reconfigure them as dynamically.
Well, you shared this intuition a few times already. Like the larger number of states somehow correlates to greater possibility of life. That's a positive. The constraints are essential here.
Yeah. I mean, coming back to you worry that something's lost. I agree, but I think that we will get to an AGI, but I wonder if it's not. It can't be separate from human. It can't be separate from human consciousness, because the causal chain that produced it came from humans. So what I kind of try and suggest heavily to people who worry about the existential threat of AI, saying, I mean, you put it much more elegantly earlier, like we should worry about algorithms, like dumb algorithms written by human beings on Twitter driving us insane, right? They've been acting in odd ways.
Yeah, I think intelligence, this is what I network with and trying to describe it, partially because I try not to think too deeply through this stuff, because then you become a philosopher and you still aspire to actually doing a bunch of stuff. But my sense is super intelligence leads to deep integration into human society. So intelligence is strongly correlated. Like intelligence, the way we conceive of intelligence materializes as a thing that becomes a entity to have at a party, and with
Yeah.
humans. So like it's a mix of wit, intelligence, humor, like intelligence, like knowledge, ability to do reasoning, and so on, but also humor, emotional intelligence, ability to love, to dream, to share those dreams, to play the game of human civilization, the push and pull, the whole dance of it, the whole dance of life. And I think that kind of super intelligent being is not the thing that worries me. That ultimately will enrich life. It's again the dumb algorithms that scale in the hands of people that don't study history, that don't study human psychology, human nature, just applying too broadly for selfish near-term interests. That's the biggest danger.
Yeah, and I think it's not a new danger, right? I now know how I should use Twitter, how I shouldn't use Twitter, right? I like to provoke people into thinking. I don't want to provoke people to outrage. It's not fun. It's not a good thing for humans to do, right? And I think that when you get people outraged, they take sides. And taking sides is really bad. But I think that we're all beginning to see this. And I think that actually I'm very optimistic about how things will evolve. Because, you know, I wonder how much productivity has Twitter and social media taken out from humanity? Because how many now? So the good thing about Twitter is it gives power, so it gives voice to minorities, right? And that's good to some degree. But I wonder how much voice does it give to all sorts of other problems that don't need to disemerge.
When you say minorities, I think, or at least if I were to agree with you, what I would say is minorities broadly defined.
Yeah.
Small groups.
Yeah.
Of people that it magnifies the concerns of the small versus the big.
That is good to some degree. But I think, I have to be careful because I think I have a very, I think that the world isn't that broken. I think the world is a pretty cool place. I think academia is really great. I think climate change presents a really interesting problem for humanity that we will solve.
I like how you said it's a pretty cool problem. For civilization, it's a big one.
There's a bunch of
really big problems that would solve and significantly improve the quality of life for life. That ultimately is what we're trying to do. Improve like how awesome life is for the lives of number of people.
Yeah, and I think the coming back to consciousness, I don't think the universe is doomed to be death. Right? It's one of the optimists. That's why I want to kind of nudge you into thinking that time is fundamental. Because if time is fundamental, then suddenly you don't have to give it back. The universe just constricts stuff. And what we see around us in our construction, I know everyone's worried about how fragile civilization is. And when you look at the fundamentals, we're good until the sun expands, right? We've got quite a lot of resource on Earth. We're trying to be quite cooperative. Humans are nice to each other when they're not under enormous stress. But going back to the consciousness thing, are we going to send human beings to Mars or conscious robots to Mars? Or are we going to send some hybrid? And I don't know the answer to that question right now. I guess, Elon's going to have a pretty good go again there. I'm not sure whether I have my doubts, but I'm not qualified. I'm sure people have their doubts that computation works.
Yeah.
But I've got it working. And
And most of the new technologies we have today and take for granted, like the airplane, or mentioned airplane, were things that people doubted. Majority of people doubted before they came to life.
Yeah.
They come to life. And speaking of hybrid AI and humans, it's fascinating to think about all the different ways that hybridization, that merger can happen. We currently have a smartphone, so there's already a hybrid. There's all kinds of ways that hybrid happens. How we and other technology play together. The computer, how that changes the fabric of human civilization is like vital. Who knows? Who knows? If you remove cancer, if you remove major diseases from humanity, there's going to be a bunch of consequences we're not anticipating. Many of them positive, but many of them negative. Many of them Most of them, in fact, are weird and wonderful and fun in ways that are totally unexpected. When we sitting on a porch with a bottle of Jack Daniels and a rock roll, say, kids these days don't appreciate how hard we had it back in the day. I gotta ask you, speaking of nudging, you and Yosef Bach nudge each other on Twitter quite a bit in wonderful intellectual debates. And of course, for people who don't know, Josh Bach is a brilliant guy. On our podcast a couple times. He tweeted, or he tweeted Josh Bach. Everyone should follow him as well. You should definitely follow Mr. Cohen Doctor. He tweeted, dinner with Luke Cohen. We discussed that while we can translate every working model's existence into a Turing machine, the structure of the universe might be given by weeks of non-existence in a pattern generated by all possible automata, which exist by default. And then he followed on saying, face-to-face is the best. So the dinner was face-to-face. What is Joshua talking about? In wakes, quote, wakes of non-existence in a pattern generated by all possible automata, which exist by default. So automata exist by default, apparently. And then there's wakes of non-existence. What the hell is non-existence in the universe? That's a top. And also in another conversation, you tweeted that state machines all the way down, presumably is the origin story of this discussion.
Yeah.
And then George said, again, nudging so George said, you've seen the light, welcome point. Many foundational physicists effectively believe in some form of hypercomputation. Lee is coming around to this idea. And then you said, I think there are notable differences. First, I think the universe does not have to be a computer. Second, I want to understand how the universe emerges from structures that build computers. And third, is that there is something below church Turing. Okay. What the heck is this dinner conversation about? Maybe put another way, maybe zooming out a little bit, are there interesting agreements and disagreements between you and Joshua Bach that can elucidate some of the other topics we were talking about?
Yeah, so Yash has an incredible mind, and he's so well read, and uses language really elegantly and uses me at times. So so often I'm describing concepts in a way that I built from the ground up, and so we misunderstand each other a lot.
Is he going in the cloud?
Something not quite, but I think so. This concept of Turing machine. So Turing machines, I would argue, and I think this is not the Turing machine. The universe is not a Turing machine. Biology is not even a Turing machine, right? And Turing machines don't evolve. Right? There is this problem that people see Turing machines everywhere, but isn't it interesting? The universe gave rise to biology, that gave rise to intelligence, that gave rise to Turing, who invented the abstraction of the Turing machine and allowed us to digitize. And so I've been looking for the mystery of the origin of life, the origin of intelligence, and the origin of this. And when I discussed with Yasha, I think Yasha was saying, well, the universe, of course, the universe is a Turing machine. Of course, there's a hypercomputer there. And I think we got kind of trapped in our words and terms. Because, of course, it's possible for a Turing machine or computers to exist in the universe. We have them. But what I'm trying to understand is, where did the transition from continuous to discrete occur? And this is because of my general foolishness of understanding the continuous. When I guess what I'm trying to say is, there were constructors before there were abstractors. Because how did the universe abstract itself into existence? And he goes back to earlier saying, could the universe intelligence come first?
What's a constructor? What's an abstractor?
So the abstractor is the ability of, say, of Alan Turing and Gödel and Church to think about the mathematical universe and to label things, and then from those labels to come up with a set of axioms with those labels, and to basically understand the universe mathematically and say, okay, I can label things. Where did the labeler come from? Where is the prime labeler?
Even if the universe is not a Turing computer, does that negate the possibility that the Turing computer can simulate the universe? Like, just because the abstraction was formed at a later time, does that mean that abstraction? This is still our cellular automata conversation.
Yeah.
We were taking away some of the magic from cellular automata because very intelligent biological systems came up with that cellular automata.
But this is where the existence is devolved, right? Is it just the fact that we exist and we can come up with a Turing machine? Does that mean the universe has to be a Turing machine as well?
But can it be? There has to be and can it be?
Can it be? Sure. I don't know. I don't understand if it has to be or can it be. But can the universe have Turing machines in it? Sure. They do exist now. I'm wondering though. Maybe this is where things get really hairy, because I think the universe maybe in the past did not have the computational power it has now.
This is almost like a law of physics. So the computational power is not. You can get some free lunch.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we sit here in this period in time and we can imagine all these robots, all these machines that we built. And so we can easily imagine going back in time that the universe was capable of having them.
I don't think it can. So the universe may have been a lot dumber computation.
And that's why I don't want to go back to the time discussion, but I think it has some relationship with it. The universe is basically smarter now than it used to be, and it's going to continue getting smarter over time because of novelty generation and the ability to create objects within objects within objects.
You know, perhaps this driving physics is intuition of conservation. Yeah, stuff is conserved. Like, if you've always had everything, you're just rearranging books on a bookshelf through time.
So,
but you're saying, like, new books are being written.
Which laws are great? At the origin of the Big Bang, we had to break the second law because we got order for free. Well, what I'm telling you now is that the energy is conserved in the universe.
Oh, this is the second law. Okay, I got you.
So but not in a bad way.
Okay, so computation potentially is not conserved, which is a fascinating idea. Intelligence is not conserved. Complexity is not.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's deeply connected to time being fundamental.
The natural consequence of that, if time is fundamental and the universe is inflating in time, if you like, then there are one or two conservation laws that we have to look at. And I wonder if that means the total energy of the universe is actually increasing over time. And this may be completely ludicrous, but we do have this dark energy. We have some anomalies, let's say, dark matter and dark energy. If we don't have them in galaxies, so dark matter I think doesn't hold. You need to hold the galaxies together, and there's some other observational issues. With dark energy, just the time.
So figuring out what dark energy is might give us some deep clues about this. Not just time, but the consequences of time.
So it could be that, I'm not saying this perpetual motion allows us to realize, I'm saying if the universe is intrinsically asymmetric, and it appears to be, and it's generating novelty, and it appears to, couldn't that just be mechanistically how reality works? And therefore, I don't really like this idea that so I want to live in a deterministic universe that is undetermined.
Yeah.
Right? The only way I can do that is time's fundamental. Because otherwise, all the rest of it is just sleight of hand. Because the physicists will say, yes, everything's deterministic. Newtonian mechanics is deterministic. Quantum mechanics is deterministic. Let's take that over any view. And then basically we can just draw out this massive universe branching, and it closes again, and get it all back. And don't worry, your freedom of free will is effective. But what the physicists are actually saying is the entire future is mapped out. And that is clearly problematical. And clearly,
That's not so clear.
yeah,
It's just problematic.
well, yeah. So
I just think that maybe it's just the way it is. It's problematic for you, a creature, and I find
I want to reduce the number of beliefs I need to understand the universe. So if time is fundamental, I don't need to have magic order at the beginning, and I don't need a second law.
But you do need the magical belief that time is fundamental.
Well, I need the observation that I'm seeing to be just how it is all the way down.
But the Earth also looks flat. If you agree with your observation, but we can't necessarily trust our observation.
I know the Earth isn't flat because I can send a satellite into space. I can fly.
Now you're using the tools of science and technology.
But I'm saying I'm going to do experiments that start to show. I mean, I think that it's worth. So if I cannot do an experiment or a thought experiment that will test this assumption, then the assumption is without merit, really, in the end. It's fine.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful idea you hold yourself to. That's given that you think deeply in a philosophical way, you think about some of these really important issues and you have theoretical frameworks like assembly theory. It's really nice that you're always grounded in experiment. That's so refreshing. That's so beautifully refreshing. Now that we're holding you to the grounded in experiment, to the harsh truth of reality, and ask the big ridiculous question: what is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? Why? This time is fundamental, marching forward, and along this long timeline, along a bunch of descendants of apes that have come up with cellular automata and computers and not computers. Why?
I have so many different answers to this question. It depends on what day. I would say that given the way the conversation we had today, I would say the meaning. Well, we make our own meaning. I think that's fine. But I think the universe wants to explore every possible configuration it's allowed to explore. And this goes back to the kind of question that you asked me about Yasha and the existence and non-existence of things, right? So if the universe is a Turing machine, it's churning through a load of states, and you think about combinatorial theory or assembly theory, so everything is possible. What Yasha and I were saying is, well, not everything is possible. We don't see the combinatorial explosion. We see something else. And what we see is evidence of memory. So there clearly seems to be some interference between the combinatorial explosion of things and what the universe allows. And it's like this kind of constructive, destructive interference. So maybe the universe is not just about, it is assembling objects in space and time, and those objects are able to search more than space and time, and the universe is just infinitely creative. And I guess I'm searching for why the universe is infinitely creative. Is it infinitely creative? And maybe the meaning is just simply to make as many objects, create as many things as possible. And I see a future of the universe that doesn't result in the heat death of the universe. The universe is going to extract every ounce of creativity it can out of it, because that's what we see on Earth, right?
And if you think that almost like intelligence is not conserved, that maybe creativity isn't either. Maybe like it's an infinite well. So creativity is ultimately tied to novelty, where they're coming up with cool new configurations of things, and maybe those just can continue indefinitely. And this human species that was created along the way is probably just one method, like that's able to ask the universe about itself. It's just one way to explore creativity. Maybe there's other meta levels on top of that. And, like obviously, as a collective intelligence, we create organisms. Maybe there'll be organisms that ask themselves questions about themselves in a deeper, bigger picture way than we humans do. First, to ask questions about the humans and then construct some kind of hybrid systems that ask themselves about the collective aspect. Just like some weird stacking that we can't even imagine.
And that stacking, I mean, I've discussed this stacking a lot with Sarah Walker, who's a professor of physics and astrobiology at ASU. And we argue about, how creative the universe is going to be, and is it just deterministic of all that? Because I think she's more of a free will thinker, and I'm of a less free will thinker. But I think we're beginning to converge and understanding that, because there's simply a missing understanding right now. We don't understand how the universe. We don't know what rules the universe has to allow the universe to contemplate itself. So asking the meaning of it before we even know what those rules are is premature. But my guess is that it's not meaningless, and it isn't just about it. And there are three levels of meanings. Obviously, the universe wants us to do stuff. We're interacting with each other, so we create meaning in our own society and our own interactions with humanity. But I do think there is something else going on. But because reality is so weird, we're just scratching at that. And I think that we have to make the experiments better, and we have to perhaps join across, not just for the computationalists, and what I try to do in Gacha is meet halfway. And what happens if I become a computationalist? What do I gain? A lot of it turns out, because I can make Turing machines in the universe. Because on one hand, I'm making computers, which are state machines inspired by Turing. On the other hand, I'm saying they can't exist. Well, clearly, I can't have my cake and eat it, so there's something that we're doing. So then, did the universe have to make a continuous to a discrete transition, or is the universe just discrete? Or just discrete? But if it's just discrete, then I will then give Gacha this Turing-like property in the universe, but maybe there's something else below it, which is the constructor that constructs a Turing machine, that then constructs, it's a bit like you generate a computing system that then is able to build an abstraction that then recognizes. It can make a generalizable abstraction, because human beings, through mathematics, have been able to go on and build physical computers. That makes any sense. And I think that's the meaning. I think that's, as far as we can. The meaning will be further elucidated with further experiments.
Well, you mentioned Sarah. I think you, Sarah Walker, are these fascinating human beings. I'm really fortunate to have the opportunity to be in your presence, to study your work, to follow along with your work. I'm a big fan. And like I told you offline, I hope we get a chance to talk again. With perhaps the two of us, but also Sarah, the fascinating dynamic. For people who haven't heard, I suppose in the podcast is where I heard you guys talk, but you have an incredible dynamic. And I also can't wait to hear you and Yosha talk. So I think if there's some point in this predetermined or yet to be determined future where the three of us, you and Sarah, or the four of us with Yosha, could meet and talk, would be a beautiful future. And I look forward to most futures, but I look forward to that one in particular. Really, thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Thanks, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nico. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the mad scientist Rick Sanchez of Rick and Morty fame. To live, and risk it all. Otherwise, you're just an inert chunk of randomly assembled molecules drifting wherever the universe blows you. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Let's talk about free speech and censorship.
You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing.
Let me ask you as a father, does it weigh heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks?
I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And
Fuck you.
I don't want to build products that make people angry.
Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? The following is a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, now called Meta. Please allow me to say a few words about this conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, about social media, and about what troubles me in the world today, and gives me hope. If this is not interesting to you, I understand. Please skip.
Because he sucks.
I believe that at its best, social media puts a mirror to humanity and reveals the full complexity of our world. shining a light on the dark aspects of human nature and giving us hope, a way out through compassionate but tense chaos of conversation that eventually can turn into understanding, friendship, and even love. But this is not simple. Our world is full of human suffering. I think about the hundreds of millions of people who are starving, who live in extreme poverty, the 1 million people who take their own life every year, the 20 million people infected, and the many, many more millions who suffer quietly in ways that numbers can never know. I'm troubled by the cruelty and pain of war. Today, my heart goes out to the people in Ukraine. My grandfather spilled his blood on this land. Delta Line is a machine gun against the Nazi invasion, surviving the possible odds. I am nothing without him. His blood runs in my blood. My words are useless here. I send my love to all I have. I hope to travel to Russia and Ukraine soon. I will speak to citizens and leaders, including Vladimir Putin. As I've said in the past, I don't care about access, fame, money, or power, and I'm afraid of nothing. I am who I am. My goal in conversation is to understand the human being before me, no matter who they are, no matter their position. And I do believe the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man. So this is it. This is our world. It is full of hate, violence, and destruction. But it is also full of love, beauty, and the insatiable desire to help each other. The people who run the social networks that show this world, that show us to ourselves, are the greatest of responsibilities. In a time of war, pandemic, atrocity, we turn to social networks to share real human insights and experiences, to organize protests, celebrations, to learn, and to challenge our understanding of the world, of our history, and of our future. And above all, be reminded of our common humanity. When the social networks fail, they have the power to cause immense suffering. And when they succeed, they have the power to lessen that suffering. This is hard. It's a responsibility perhaps almost unlike any other in history. This podcast conversation attempts to understand the man and the company who take this responsibility on, where they fail, where they hope to succeed. Mark Zuckerberg's feet are often held to fire, as they should be, and this actually gives me hope. The power of innovation and engineering, coupled with the freedom of speech in the form of its highest ideal, I believe, can solve any problem in the world. But that's just it. Both are necessary. The engineer and the critic. I believe that criticism is essential, but cynicism is not. And I worry that our public discourse, cynicism, too easily masquerades as wisdom, as truth, becomes viral and exposes worse, suffocates the dreams of young minds who want to build solutions to the problems of the world. We need to inspire those young minds. At least for me, they give me hope. And one small way of trying to contribute is to have honest conversations like these that don't just ride the viral wave of cynicism, but seek to understand the failures and successes of the past, problems before us, and the possible solutions to this very complicated world of ours. I'm sure I will fail often, and I count on the critic to point it out when I do. But I ask for one thing, and that is to fuel the fire of optimism, especially those who dream to build solutions. Because without that, we don't have a chance on this too fragile, tiny planet of ours. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, my friends, here's Mark Zuckerberg. Can you circle all the traffic lights, please?
So funny.
You actually did it. That is very impressive performance. Okay, now we can initiate the interview procedure. Is it possible this conversation is having inside the metaverse created by Meta many years from now, and we're doing a memory replay experience.
I don't know the answer to that. Then might be some computer construct, not the person who created that meta memory. But that would truly be bad.
Right, so this could be somebody else using the Mark Zuckerberg avatar who can do the Mark and Rolex conversation replay from 4 decades ago when the meta was first. So
I mean, it's not going to be 4 decades before we have photorealistic avatars like this. So I think we're much closer to that.
well, that's something you talk about is how passionate you are about the idea of the avatar representing who you are in the metaverse. So I do these podcasts in person. I'm gonna stick with that because there's magic to the in-person conversation. How long do you think it'll be before you can have the same kind of magic in the metaverse, the same kind of intimacy and chemistry, whatever the heck is there when we're talking in person? How difficult is it? How long before we have it?
Well, I think this is like the key question, right? Because the thing that's different about virtual, hopefully augmented reality compared to all other forms of digital platforms before is this feeling of presence, right? The feeling that you're right, that you're in an experience, that you're there with other people or in another place. And that's just different from all of the other screens that we have today, right? Phones, TVs, all this stuff. They're trying to, in some cases, deliver experiences that feel high fidelity, but at no point do you actually feel like you're in it, right? At some level, your content is trying to sort of convince you that this is a realistic thing that's happening, but all of the subtle signals are telling you, no, you're not on the screen. So the question about how you develop these systems is like, what are all of the things that make the physical world, all the different cues? So I think on visual presence and spatial audio, we're making reasonable progress. Spatial audio makes a huge deal. I don't know if you've tried this experience, workrooms that we launch where you have meetings. And, I basically made a rule for all of the top management folks at the company that they need to be doing standing meetings in workrooms already. Right? We got to dog through this. This is how people are going to work in the future. So we have to adopt this now. And there are already a lot of things that can feel significantly better than like typical Zoom meetings, even though the avatars are a lot lower fidelity. The idea that you have spatial audio, you're around a table in VR with people. If someone's talking from over there, it sounds like it's talking from over there. You can see the arm gestures and stuff feel more natural. You can have side conversations, which is something you can't really do with Zoom. I guess you can text someone over like out of band. But if you're actually sitting around a table with people, and you can lean over and whisper to the person next to you and like have a conversation that you can't, that you can't really do with in just video communication. So I think it's interesting in what ways some of these things already feel more real than a lot of the technology that we have, even when the visual is right there. But I think it'll get there over the next few years. Now, I mean, you were asking about comparing that to the true physical world, not Zoom or something like that. And there, I think you have feelings of temperature, olfactory, obviously touch, right? We're working on haptic gloves. The sense that you want to be able to, put your hands down and feel some pressure from the table. All these things I think are going to be really critical to be able to keep up this illusion that you're in a world and that you're fully present in this world. But I think we're going to have a lot of these building blocks within, the next 10 years or so. And even before that, it's amazing how much you're just being able to build with software that sort of masks some of these things. I realize I'm going on, but I was told we have a few hours here.
Yeah,
so it's
here for 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, so I mean, that's on the shorter regression testimonies I've done. But it's but one of the things that we found with hand presence, right? So the earliest VR, you just have a headset, and then and that's really put around. You feel like you're in a place, but you don't feel like you're really able to interact with your hands. And then there was this big question where once you got hands, what's the right way to represent them? And initially, all of our assumptions was, okay, when I look down and see my hands in the physical world, I see an arm. It's going to be super weird if you see, just your hand. But it turned out to not be the case because there's this issue with your arms, which is like, what's your elbow angle? And if the elbow angle that we're kind of interpolating based on where your hand is and where your headset is actually isn't accurate, it creates this very uncomfortable feeling where it's like, oh, like my arm is actually out like this, but it's like showing it in here, and that actually broke the feeling of presence a lot more. Whereas it turns out that if you just show the hands and you don't show the arms, it actually is fine for people. So I bet there's a bunch of these interesting psychological cues where it'll be more about getting the right details right. And I think a lot of that will be possible even over a few-year period or a 5-year period. And we won't need like every single thing to be solved to deliver this like full sense of presence.
Yeah, it's a fascinating psychology question of what is the essence that makes in-person conversation special. It's like emojis are able to convey emotion really well, even though they're obviously not photorealistic. And so in that same way, just like you were saying, just showing the hand is able to create a comfortable expression with your hands. So I wonder what that is. People in the world wars just write letters. You can fall in love with just writing letters. Mm-hmm. You don't need to see each other in person. You can convey emotion, you can convey depth of experience with just words. So that's I think a fascinating place to explore psychology. Of, like, how do you find that intimacy?
Yeah, and the way that I come to all of this stuff is, I basically studied psychology and computer science. So all of the work that I do is sort of at the intersection of those things. I mean, most of the other big tech companies are building technology for you to interact with. What I care about is building technology to help people interact with each other. So I think it's a somewhat different approach than most of the other tech entrepreneurs and big companies come at this from. And a lot of the lessons in terms of how I think about designing products come from some just basic elements of psychology, right? In terms of, our brains, compared to the brains of other animals, we're very wired to specific things, facial expressions, right? We're very visual, right? So compared to other animals, that's clearly the main sense that most people have. But there's a whole part of your brain that's just kind of focused on reading facial cues. So, when we're designing the next version of Quest with the VR headset, a big focus for us is face tracking and basically eye tracking so you can make eye contact, which again isn't really something that you can do over video conference. It's sort of amazing how far video conferencing has gotten without the ability to make eye contact, right? It's sort of a bizarre thing to think about. You're like looking at someone's face, sometimes for an hour when you're in a meeting, and like you looking at their eyes to them doesn't look like you're looking at their eyes. So
you're always looking when you pass each other, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're
trying to. Right? You're trying to, like, a lot of times, I find myself, I'm trying to look into the other person's eyes.
They don't feel like you're.
Yeah. So then the question is, all right, am I supposed to look at the camera so that way you can, have a sensation that I'm looking at you? I think that's an interesting question. And then, with VR, today, you can, without eye tracking and knowing what your eyes are actually looking at, you can fake it reasonably well, right? So you can look at like where the head poses, and it looks like I'm kind of looking in your general direction, and you can sort of assume that maybe there's some eye contact intended, and you can do it in a way where it's like, maybe not, maybe it's not a fixated stare, but it's somewhat natural. But once you have actual eye tracking, you can do it for real. I think that's really important stuff. So when I think about Meta's contribution to this field, I have to say it's not clear to me that any of the other companies that are focused on the metaverse or on virtual and augmented reality are going to prioritize putting these features in the hardware, because, like everything, they're trade-offs, right? I mean, it adds weight to the device, maybe it adds some thickness. You can totally see another company taking the approach of, let's just make the lightest and thinnest thing possible. But I want us to design the most human thing possible, that creates the richest sense of presence, and because so much of human emotion and expression comes from micro movements. If I like moving my eyebrow millimeter, you will notice that means something. So the fact that we're using these signals in a lot of communication, I think, is a loss. And so it's not like, okay, there's one feature, you add this, then all of a sudden it's going to feel like we have real presence. You can sort of look at how the human brain works and how missions, and you can just build a roadmap of that, of just what are the most important things to try to unlock over a 5 to 10 year period, and just try to make the experience more and more human and social.
When do you think would be a moment, like a singularity moment for the metaverse, where there's a lot of reasons that's the question, but people will have many or most of their meaningful experiences in the metaverse versus the real world. And actually, it's interesting to think about the fact that a lot of people are having the most important moments of their lives happening in the digital sphere, especially now during COVID. You know, like even falling in love, meeting friends, getting excited about stuff. That it's happening on the 2D digital plane. When do you think the metaverse will provide those experiences for a large number? Like,
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. There was someone, I heard this piece that framed this as a lot of people think that the metaverse is about a place, but one definition of this is it's about a time when basically the immersive digital worlds become the primary way that we live our lives and spend our time. I think that's a reasonable construct. And from that perspective, I think you also just want to look at this as a continuation, because it's not like, okay, we are building digital worlds, we don't have that today. I think you and I probably already live a very large part of our life in digital worlds. They're just not 3D immersive virtual reality, but I do a lot of meetings over video, or I spend a lot of time writing things on email or WhatsApp or whatever. So what is it going to take to get there for kind of the immersive presence version of this, which I think is what you're asking? And for that, I think that there's just a bunch of different use cases for and I think when you're building technology, I think a lot of it is just you're managing this duality, where on one hand you want to build these elegant things that can scale, billions of people use them, get value from them, and then on the other hand you're fighting this kind of ground game where there are just a lot of different use cases and people do different things, and like you want to build to unlock them. So the first ones that we basically went after were gaming, with Quest, and social experiences. And this is, it goes back to when we started working on virtual reality. My theory at the time was basically people thought about it as gaming, but if you look at all computing platforms up to that point, gaming is a huge part. It was a huge part of PCs, it was a huge part of mobile, but it was also very decentralized, right? There wasn't, for the most part, one or two gaming companies. There were a lot of gaming companies, and gaming is somewhat hit space, and we're getting some games that have more longevity, but in general, there were a lot of different games out there. But on PC and on mobile, the companies that focused on communication and social interaction, there tended to be a smaller number of those, and that ended up being just as important a thing as all of the games that we did combined. I think productivity is another. That's obviously something that we've historically been less focused on, but I think it's going to be really important.
with working, give me productivity and collaborative aspect?
Yeah, I think that there's a workrooms aspect of this, like a meeting aspect, and then I think that there's like a Word, Excel, productivity. If you're working or coding or knowledge work, right? It's as opposed to just meetings. So you can kind of go through all these different use cases. Gaming, I think we're well on our way. Social, I think we're just the kind of preeminent company that focuses on this, and I think that's already on Quest becoming if you look at the list of what are the top apps, social apps are already 1, 2, 3, so that's kind of becoming a critical thing. But I don't know, I would imagine for someone like you, it'll be, until we get, a lot of the work that's dialed in, right? When this is just like much more adopted and clearly better than Zoom for VC, when, if you're doing your coding or your writing or whatever it is, in VR, which it's not that far off to imagine that, because pretty soon you're just going to have a screen that's bigger than, it'll be your ideal setup, and you can bring it with you and put it on anywhere and have your kind of ideal workstation. So I think there are a few things to work out on that, but I don't think that that's more than 5 years off. And then you get a bunch of other things that aren't even possible, or you don't even think about using a phone or PC for today, like fitness, right? So I know that we were talking before about how you're into running. Like I'm really into a lot of things around fitness as well, different things, different places. I got really into hyperboarding recently. And,
I saw the
yeah, surfing, and I used to fence competitively. I like run. So
and you were saying that you were thinking about trying different martial arts, and I tried to trick you and convince you into doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, you actually mentioned that was one you're curious about, and I
is
did.
that a trick?
Yeah, I don't know. We're in the metaverse now.
Yeah, no, I took that seriously. I thought that was a real suggestion.
And that would be an amazing chance if we ever step on the mat together and just like roll around. I'll show you some moves.
Well, give me a year to train, and then
This is like Rocky, you've seen Rocky 4 with the Russian faces off and like I'm the Russian in this picture. And then you're the Rocky, the underdog, and get to do it. And then
the idea of me as Rocky and like fighting is
if he dies, he dies.
at this. I mean,
Anyway, yeah.
but I mean, a lot of aspects of fitness. I don't know if you've tried Supernatural on Quest or.
So first of all, can I just comment on that?
Yeah.
Every time I played around with Quest 2, I get giddy every time I step into virtual reality. So you mentioned productivity on those kinds of things. That's definitely something I'm excited about. But really, I just love the possibilities of stepping into that world. Maybe it's the introvert in me, but it just feels like the most immediate way to travel into worlds that are similar to the real world, but totally different. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Just try out crazy stuff, possibilities, and I personally am just love, get excited for stepping in these virtual worlds. So I'm a huge fan. In terms of the productivity as a program, spend most of my day programming. That's really interesting. Also, but then you have to develop the right IDEs. You have to develop there has to be a threshold where a large amount of the program can do the use that. But the collaborative aspects that are possible in terms of meetings, in terms of the when two coders are working together, the possibilities there is super, super exciting.
I think that in building this, we sort of need to balance. There are going to be some new things that you just couldn't do before, and those are going to be the amazing experiences. So teleporting to any place, right? Whether it's a real place or something that people have made. I mean, some of the experiences around how to build stuff in new ways, where a lot of stuff that I'm coding stuff. It's like, right, you code it, you build it, and you see it afterwards. But increasingly, it's going to be possible to you're in a world and you're building the world as you are in it and kind of manipulating it. One of the things we showed at our Inside the Lab for recent artificial intelligence progress is this builder bot program where now you can just talk to it and say, hey, okay, I'm in this world, like put some trees over there and do that. All right, put some bottles of water on our picnic blanket, do that, you're in the world. And I think there are going to be new paradigms for coding. So yeah, there are going to be some things that I think are just pretty amazing, especially the first few times you do that you're like, whoa, like I've never had an experience like this. But most of your life, I would imagine, is not doing things that are amazing for the first time. A lot of it's in terms of, I'm just answering the question from before around what is it going to take before you're spending most of your time in this? Well, first of all, let me just say this aside, the goal isn't to have people spend a lot more time computing.
I'm not speaking for myself.
Yeah,
When will I spend all my time?
It's to make computing more